Oh, I was muted. Lol. So everybody, it's been 2 hours since I posted the announcement for Twitter. For those of you that didn't see it, um, Tommy C has released a retaliatory attack. Okay, we struck first, to be fair, and Tommy C has retaliated. Okay, everybody here on get locked in, folks. We are presently at war right now. Apparently something's happened in the Middle East. I don't know what that is, but this Tommy C guy has unleashed a retaliatory attack. So I'm gonna read our DMs posted by Tommy himself that kind of started all of this. Essentially, Tommy made two really bad stream VOD uploads about Chud Logic making horrible points, and we're gonna check it out. So, okay, let's get into this. Hey Tommy, because Tommy's been unwilling to talk to Chud, and this drama like is continuously litigated. And you know me, wanting a slice of the content. Okay, I said, hey Tommy, thought I would invite you to hop on my stream for a convo. I know and partially agree with your comments about getting gotcha'd and debated, and that was one of my main public criticisms with your convo of Queeman. I think you've known me long enough to know I'm not trying to make you look bad or hurt your career, but I disagree. And I liked Tommy at this point. I made that very clear on stream, despite my criticism of him. I stated repeatedly he might burn the bridge with me, but I'm not gonna burn the bridge with him over this, right? Because I'm not like them, and I like Tommy. That was true. But I thought I could. Of course, I'd be wanting to get content out of it. I wouldn't be doing something on stream if I didn't believe there was content. But I did genuinely think I could change his mind. I said, I think you've known me long enough to know I'm not trying to make you look bad or hurt your career, but I disagree with some of the criticism you've levied publicly and think I can genuinely change your mind since you aren't willing to talk to Chud directly about this. We'll get into what I wrote here, but to keep the continuity, we'll say, or we'll go here where it says, do I have your permission to use/address this publicly? Feel free to post mine to these DMs. He posted mine to these DMs, so I assume he's just okay with me now just playing the recording, which is what I'm gonna do. So in response to the first DM, Tommy says this. This is the 37-second recording.
I've known you long enough to know that you're quite bright.
Okay, it's very quiet for some reason. The volume's up on the max. I don't know. Can you guys at least hear it? Can you hear it? Okay.
I've known you long enough to know that you're quite bright.
I can't raise it any higher.
And what I mean by shifty is whoever you're around, you'll shift to. You'll say anything, do anything. I mean, Jesus, Dayton, how did you get noticed? You snitched on somebody. Not that they didn't deserve it. And I don't think it's really changed all that much. So I'll give you this. You can debate me. You can debate whatever I say on stream to your heart's content. Tell Queeman I said hello.
Okay, so for those who don't know, that's not him literally agreeing to a debate. That's him saying, I can disagree with any of his points I want from my own stream, as if I needed, like, permission to do that. So he says to me that I'll shift around to... I couldn't make this part out. I don't know if you guys can hear this.
I've known you long enough.
Wait, this part.
That you're quite bright, but also shifty as hell. And what I mean by shifty is whoever you're around, you'll shift to.
Whoever you are around. Okay, whoever I'm around, I'll shift to. So let me tell you why that criticism doesn't work. I'll tell you why exactly right now. Actually, show you why that doesn't work. Is the VOD still up? Not from today. This is from a long time ago. Here we go.
It's just gonna sound like.
So who was I hanging around mostly back in? Whose like streams was I mostly on? Which was the period I was known for when I wasn't really actively uploading in 2022. Who might that have been? I'll tell you who that was. That was Augie RFC, right? Augie's always been a friend of mine, but to just be honest, the only reason anyone even knew who I was at that point in time was because I was like a regular on his show. Okay? And people know I was not afraid if I had a disagreement with Augie to publicly voice it. And at this point in time, one of the main criticisms that people had of me was that I was a contrarian, right? Because I would disagree with Augie on various topics, right? And I disagree with the chat, and that's why they didn't like me, because I was always disagreeing with a lot of like the widely accepted positions people had. And I know Tommy himself knew this, because Tommy literally covered one of my major fights with Augie, the guy whose show I was only known on, who had one of my very good friends at the time who had an audience that would agree with literally anything he said. So if it was I say things to placate whoever I'm around, who was I trying to placate here? Who was I trying to suck up to here? Where was that happening here? So that is just false, okay? The main criticism of me has for a long time by people who dislike me has been that I'm a contrarian, that I just disagree with public sentiment, and that kind of is antithetical to the narrative that Tommy is now stating, but he's also not stating this was like some new development. He's stating this went back to my first drama like 8 years ago, and it hasn't changed. So I would assume that he believed this around this point in time as well, if he truly has believed it all these years. And if he did, wouldn't his opinion of that kind of be refuted by his coverage of me actively disagreeing with people who would benefit me to suck up to? Did you hear he said he burned the bridge with you long ago? But either that's a total lie, right? Or he just did it without telling me, which is like, okay. I guess, where was I going with this? It's just, I don't understand. So here's what he does. I'll tell you exactly what he does, because he did it with Chud. He develops a feeling about somebody, and then he tries to justify that feeling by finding things in hindsight that he didn't initially have strong opinions attached to, and then kind of like molding and forcing those things to fit his newfound judgment of that person. And it doesn't really work when the so-called feelings you've had of me for like the last, what, fucking 8 years hasn't... Hold on, I'm gonna get a tissue, one sec. When it hasn't really, it doesn't add up from your like previous coverage. Hold on, give me one sec. And I'm gonna turn down this fucking light. It's bright as shit. One sec. Look, I'm not a gooner, so I don't keep tissues on my desk like I should. Aiden came from good one, buddy. I should just keep a fucking it's just from I snort so much coke. God, man. All right.
It's just gonna sound like everybody else's takes. You're gonna have if you.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was saying, right? This is a pattern you'll notice in several situations. He now has some big grievance with Bo Black shit getting leaked that he just like didn't voice up until Chud went against Nick, and all of a sudden he thinks I'm this like shifty person that's trying to placate people, and he's always thought that for 8 years, despite it completely contradicting his previous coverage, and despite the fact that he's never brought that to my face. He's never said that to me. He said it to me when we first didn't like each other 8 years ago. Well, he didn't say that exactly. That's not what he said at all. But this criticism, he just has not mentioned for 8 years. He's wait, he said he has an issue with the Bo Black stuff. I thought he said it's Bo Black. So, well, he said that, but now he's completely gone and reiterated that as one of his main points. So it's very clear that that is a point of his. If you have a disagreement, Soul, and want to call in and discuss that, please feel free. But yeah, so, you know, after I talk about, I took that message as a complete character assassination, which it was. You're essentially calling me, without saying it, a fucking, in response to a very polite attempt to get you to talk about criticism that you've addressed publicly, you've decided to reply, stating that I'm some sort of like disingenuous person that's just trying to placate the people around me. And also, I'm not really going to use this as a super strong point because I don't have proof of it, but in a discussion, in a very good discussion I had with Tommy himself, he told me, you know, that I've grown up or whatever. So, I mean, growing up and, like, not changing for 8 years is, like, very, I don't know. I feel like it's very... Because, like, the criticism of me trying to appease the people who are around me would totally be fair when I was, like, what, 13? 14? That would be a valid criticism. I was trying to, like, make the big guys like me or whatever the fuck. That's true. I'll bite the bullet on that one, right? But yeah, sure, I finally learned empathy. No, I'm just not, like, really fucking starstruck anymore. He said you're very mature for your age. True. But with that being said, you know, I talked about this, and then today, he, releases a response to me responding to the message he sent me. So we're gonna check that out. I heard it's not a very good fucking stream, but I was, out of anyone who's giving him criticism, I was like, anyone will agree, right? Like, even like outsiders, right? I'm not gonna invoke people. No, wait, I can't do that. That's a horrible thing. If I say it, I am gonna invoke people's names. Because I hate when other people do that, so I'm actually not gonna say that.
So I don't really know where this idea is that I'm some sort of like fake, like working class person. I was brought up by a single mother on a council estate, and you know, I don't want to get into it, but like my dad was not around, like, you know, for a lot of my life, and he passed away when I was a teenager. So it's like, you know.
What is embarrassing about any of that? That's actually like not a very uncommon experience. When people say don't overshare, that doesn't mean never get personal at all, right? People say this to me whenever I decide to get personal. If it is my life, I will gladly choose what information I think is important to omit, for the sake of, you know, privacy or personal safety. And what information is okay to disclose, because it is my personal information. And when they say don't overshare, oversharing would be if you are divulging some piece of information that is totally unnecessary, that paints you in like a embarrassing manner, right? I fail to see what's embarrassing about that. What is embarrassing about anything he just said there? I'm not gonna watch the full 1 hour thing, you fucking retard.
Get ready.
Dude, that shit's burned into my brain now. What? Wait, why'd it end?
And
Oh, he starts the stream
by
off.
the end, hey, Volt Point Man. Remember that? We used to say Point Man.
Yeah.
Some branding stuff. And then Genie behind the glass and all that other good stuff. We got lots of plans. Chud replied again. I'll be happy to reply to him. It's no problem with me. And we go over the Illuminati video, which I'm mildly involved with. Not making, but in Illuminati story. So I'll go. It won't take me 1 hour to talk about Chud. We'll get another hour of confusion. I just don't know. You didn't say anything. You didn't point to anything.
Oversharing is like what date he died on, because that's how you can get doxxed. Yeah, exactly. But like, you know, I reveal personal information about my life. When I was younger, okay, I was not careful about that shit at all, because I was way more impulsive. So I would just kind of like I would just say shit that probably nobody, it was worth nobody, like, it wasn't anybody's business, and I had no reason to divulge. But like, if it relates to a story, or I think it's like something that's okay with talking about, that may be relatable to some people in the audience, I have no issue talking about that kind of stuff, right?
So I'll get into that. The other thing is, I'm gonna have to say this few things as people pile in. I know I said that
I'm really loving the fucking receding Hitler Youth haircut going on here.
He's gonna do calls. Well, I'm gonna pussy out. No, I want to see. I gotta be honest with you. Most of the stuff I'm getting on Twitter is
there's nothing wrong with having a matured or receding hairline, but that doesn't mean you get a fade that's that fucking high up. That is a very high fade.
Chud regurgitations without much thought. So I just want to know what I'm in for when I do the calls. So you can just go regurgitate what Chud says. So I promise I will do calls. You can definitely call me a pussy and you'll be right if I don't do the open calls, but I will do them, and I will title the stream open calls. There will be a few rules. One of them will be you are not allowed to ask me, and I will not, because I'm going to answer right now. Why won't you have a call with them? Well, I think I've made my entire case why I won't have a call with them, and continue to make that case now. I think
$10 from Soapbox. Here you go for being the only J-boy online rub it in during Zog meetings. The fuck does that? I appreciate the $10, man. Oh wait, I only set it for. Okay, never mind. Thank you so much though. Appreciate it very much.
A hypocrite would I be? Like, duplicit as fuck. Why would I sit down and have a call with him? Because here's how the call is gonna go. If I go live, it's gonna go for the own, right? And if I go privately, it's going to be, let's declare peace, which I'm not really interested.
That's why you can get a moderator. But you're like, if you admit that getting in that call, you're going to be owned. I've said this before. You could be totally right and just not be good rhetorically, right? There's some people like this where it's like, okay, I can understand if these people are unwilling to do like the on edge debate bro type shit. I even understand why Tommy wouldn't want to talk to Queeman specifically about some of this stuff. Queeman is very rhetorically gifted, right? Queeman is, you know, good at debating. And in their first encounter, that was my main criticism of Queeman. It's not a super strong criticism, but it is a criticism, right? Queeman was totally right, but I feel like he was like, Tommy wouldn't have stood a chance whether he was wrong or right, because Queeman was, you know, just like directly like right on in, aggressive debate bro type shit. There's nothing wrong with, right? But I feel like it's more you should try to like match the tone or abilities of the person you're speaking to prove your point if it's a genuine discussion. I doubt it was in Queeman's case. He has no reason to make it genuine. He wants to get known for content, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I offered Tommy to just have like a conversational format.
Interested in, because I don't desire a resolution. I don't. I have no. I kind of agree with what he said. Okay, so you what? You don't trust me? Fuck off.
Thoughts on Iran? Who gives a fuck if they get a nuke? Wow, a nuke. Who cares, bro? If they do, it's not a threat to us, because if they do manage to get a nuke, their first nuke, I don't think it's going to be anything nearly as good as what we have. And under the threat of mutually assured destruction, they're never going to actually use that shit. Right? And the same goes for like. There are countries that I don't want having nukes, like North Korea, that fucking have nukes, and nothing's really happened because of that. I don't think nukes are ever going to be used in warfare again.
Right, which would be kind of the normal response, and then move on. But that's not going to happen. In fact, everything that Chud's done thus far is just reminded me that I'm pretty much I'm pretty cool with it. I absolutely think he is who he says he is, who I say he is, and what have you. So I will do calls. One of the rules is you're not going to ask me to call him.
Aiden, I'm sick. You pray for me. Prayers for Rita. I'll be praying for you, Rita.
I told you why I wouldn't.
I'm praying to Xenu.
You're just going to have to accept that. The other one is you're allowed to bring up one topic, so you can't flip around and just constantly move the ball. One, and you go back and forth on that. And then after the one topic's done, you're done. But if you think you can argue better than the other guy, you're a different caller, then you can pick up the topic too. The same one, and try to argue it differently, I guess. I'll do it that way. So, you know, put your pens and papers together. And you can go prepare for that. But I will let you know about that. And you definitely, the pussy, it's really difficult to give a shit when the type of people that are calling you pussies.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care, guys. Am I right? This is somebody that like very clearly does not care. Just admit you care. Admit you care. Admit you're pissed off. Admit you're enraged. I do that. I'm mad. I'm mad right now. I'm very mad right now based off the clips I've seen of
AIDS
this.
gang represent, okay?
Right now, I am like actually fuming with with anger at the moment. Own it. Okay? Own it.
Who, Beaker? Mr. Tough Guy over here? I don't, it really has, I don't know why anybody could get upset about it. But so I'll answer some of the more interesting stuff this weekend that was on Twitter.
Thank you, 008X with $10. Missing the gaming streams. Other than that, how are you? Oh, really? You are? I might do one. I was gonna game as soon as I was done with this one. If you guys are down, when I'm done with the mainstream, I can launch up a gaming one.
And then I'll answer some of Chud's stuff. I know there's some I think there's some diamonds in this stream. So I only took
Thank
the
you
stuff
for the
that's sort of
10.
related
Appreciate
to the
it.
main topics about the New Year stream.
I am mad right now. This is me when I'm angry. I'm pretty angry right now.
And then we'll just watch Illuminati. There you go.
Okay, buddy.
Soy jacket come. I like the. I don't know. Can you make a soy jacket of that? That'd be kind of interesting. Soy jacket Chub incoming. Also, I want you to stick around because if we go by Chud rules with oversharing, I guess you're totally game if you're oversharing. Well, Chud overshared, and I've got something to say about it. So just stick around. First part is funny, really funny actually. I gotta be honest. In this, I've really enjoyed.
This is why, and actually before he even gets into that, this is such a fucking Weasley way of engaging with criticism. But before we even get into that, folks, this brings me to a quick public service announcement that I should bring up to everybody. We now actually have and I'm going to be linking it in the chat. We have a community now on X where people post clips from the streams about my response to people or my coverage of a certain situation. You know how to write it. You know, breaking, Aiden says, whatever the fuck, if you want to really support the community. So join our X community. It's very important so that boomers like this who can't find the original streams are actually able to see what I think of something. Because he's going to engage with a Lumpy Willie clip. Lumpy Willie clips 24 seconds, right? Nothing that Lumpy Willie did here was wrong, but it's Lumpy Willie, right? His location on Twitter is literally Pedophile City. So he's gonna be making jokes and shit. But this is like Tommy's full, my understanding, I'll take this back if he engages any further, but my understanding is his full engagement with what I had to say was from this 24-second clip when there's droves of fucking context.
Two people, Lumpy Willie with all his whole text thing, and I bully police. He's always on the wrong side of history consistently. They've been extremely funny to me, so I haven't muted them yet. I'll be honest with you. I was like, you're fucking a horrible father, or whatever. I usually mute them, but Lumpy Willie keeps it entertaining. So I did have an interaction with Aiden last night in DMs, but he left something out, which I thought was kind of funny. So let's listen to what Aiden had to say.
None of you are like capable of critical thinking. Got it. Well, the answer I got was, in essence, a fucking character assassination. He said, I
didn't assassinate you. I just said I told you why I wouldn't be on. But go ahead.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did this fucking moronic piece of shit actually, fucking mooching off wife, moronic fat fucking piece of shit actually interpret what I said as you literally assassinated me? Is that how he's interpreting it? No, when I say you character assassinated me, you essentially said I am a dishonest actor, right? Because when you're just saying things to placate the people around you, that is manipulative and that is dishonest. And I've been manipulative and dishonest, only saying things to placate people for the last 8 fucking years. In what world is that not a character assassination? Where is that? To whom is that not a fucking character assassination? Long enough to know you're very bright, but you're also very shifty. I mean, think of how you blew up, for example. You essentially snitched on a guy even though he deserved it, right? First of all, what happened in that situation?
How is that a character assassination?
But there's more to you can even see where it cuts out. There's more context, Tommy. There's context where I'm pretty sure I explain why that's a character assassination, and then I go and explain why that's wrong. It literally cuts out mid-word, so you know that is not the full clip. Yet you're only choosing to respond to the 24-second. Why is that? Huh? Why is that?
Yeah, I felt like
I understand not being good rhetorically, maybe in the moment, but you can't even respond to the full content of what I'm saying on a stream, and you can't say I'm not dedicating a whole stream to you. It's like 2 minutes. It's like 2 minutes in length, you fucking moron.
character assassination is supposed to be public, not
So
private. It just makes no sense.
He writes me. Oh god, he writes me. The way he writes me, it's so hysterical. It's totally like inhuman. I feel like it came from like an HR thing. So I'll read the first thing. I'll send it to you right now, Jeannie.
Inhuman.
And read it in a HR voice, and that makes it funnier. So this is a guy.
Also, this is the other thing too. The not reading all that, lol, bro, is like cope from like illiterate retards. What I wrote equated to exactly half a page. That is nothing. That takes you like, for somebody who's like on a normal level of reading comprehension, or reading abilities and comprehension, which I doubt Tommy is, half a page is nothing to read. And for me personally, I know it differs from person to person. Maybe this is just because I've, been in school or whatever. Half a page really doesn't take that long to write either. I'm a very fast typer.
I've known on and off for years, right? I was never very close with him. I liked him. And then he writes me this, and like this is to get me on the show. Like I have no plans to give anybody any.
At this point, I know you're not coming on the show. I'm writing it because I think that there's a bridge that's still present, and you've just made like very crucial comments relating to my character that I'd like to refute because I think that they're wrong.
Review on anything. I'm gonna hog it all to myself on my own fucking platform. And
you actually no, I know you're not coming on at this point. I know it's not going to convince you.
Me this, Jeannie.
Nothing I wrote after that was like even relating to you coming onto the fucking show.
Hey, Tommy. Thought I'd invite you to hop on my stream for a convo. I know,
That's
and
the first part. Then I get the
I
response.
agree with your comments about getting gotcha'd and debated, and that was one of my public criticisms with your convo with Queeman. I think you've known me long enough to know I'm not trying to make you look bad or hurt your career, but I disagree with some of the criticism you've levied publicly
What are these faces? What's going on here?
and think I can genuinely change your mind.
Wait, hold on. I think we need a close-up of this. Why is it not fixed to a uniform? Okay, I have to slide it upwards, I guess. There we go. I already lost.
Since you aren't willing to talk to Chud directly about this.
What are those faces?
Doesn't it feel like you got
It just
you
has
got a
bullshit.
disagreement
It's
in the
like an
office
HR.
or something like that? I remember.
Well, we heard that you were.
How do you want me to say it to you? That's like I'm being very polite because you seem like somebody that's like very sensitive around this topic, despite how you want to portray to everybody that you don't fucking care, even though you like are continuously streaming about
Oh, grabbing Susan's ass.
I got.
By the
Well,
water
no, I don't know
cooler.
about that. I don't know about that. That'll be just you're out in your ass. But this is something like you got into it with another employee at a meeting, and then they wrote you this to kind of meet you halfway.
Well, this is what you all, I assume, well, you've apparently retired. I don't know what else you're doing for a living, but you all do this for a living, right? And you're all in the same sphere and like build off each other's coverage or cover situations other people are involved in. So it kind of is like that in essence, right? You guys like, it's gay to put it this way, but I mean, in a sense, right? When we're talking about the community, we are talking a bit about coworkers, right? That like kind of is for people that do this for a living. And Tommy, I don't know why Tommy's back right now other than for money, but
Way. I mean, Jesus Christ. Why would you think in a million years I would respond to that? In fact, the only thing I did respond, I just said, let's see. Oh, I responded with audio. But and by the end of this, he asked me, can I use this? I was about to write yes. And then I was like, oh shit, I bet he fucking takes me out of context and tries to make it like Shifty Jew or something like that.
when would I ever, what? What? That didn't even cross my mind when you said Shifty. That actually didn't even cross my mind. I think Lumpy alludes to that in his tweet. I think I like jokingly propped up Lumpy's tweet. But no, I don't think you're anti-Semitic. I don't think you calling me Shifty had anything to do with me being Jewish. Did I ever like seriously try to make a point that he's anti-Semitic over this? What?
So then I go to write no, but I really don't
I
care.
feel like the only reason you would ever think that is because I'm Jew. The only reason you think I would pull out the "this is anti-Semitic goy" card is because I'm Jew, which to me, actually, now that you say that, that does feel like a little bit anti-Semitic. That was like your go-to assumption of like the tactic that I would fucking use, despite never using that. Like,
care that much. And I'm like, no, if I write no, then he says like, oh, you said you're okay with leaking DMs, which I am under certain circumstances to make a point or whatever. And so I was like, I'll do nothing and I'll see if he leaks it, right?
I leaked
Now,
it.
he didn't, if you notice, he didn't leak the audio and he didn't, which I don't know, may or may not be a perfect.
It's the same shit. I feel like leaking the audio would be like a full-on leak. But I essentially reiterated what happened in the call. And to me, at that point, it was like a bridge burn. There was no private info. It was only info relating to my character. And at that point, I shouldn't have even asked. I should have just released it, right? If you're like clearly not engaging with me like someone who thinks they're on a personal level with me anymore or expects some sort of personal courtesy, right? And you've now gone and litigated criticism against me, that deals with nothing that is private to you, I actually should leak that. I absolutely should leak that. And I also should hold him to his standard, right? He leaked the DMs to Dickers or whatever the fuck. So I actually just should have initially leaked the audio in its entirety. Instead, I almost word for word reiterated it. He'll say I left something out. I actually didn't leave anything out.
Right? But he took the crux of the conversation. So I'll actually play you the actual audio.
I left because you're playing 29 seconds. There's more to that, you fucking retard. You put in 29, your list or 24 seconds. He only put in this 24-second clip where he's clearly cut off, where he's very clearly cut off mid-word. This isn't the entirety of what he said about it. That's not true. That's just a fucking lie. If you go to the stream, I talk about it for way more than 24 seconds, and you can hear that because the topic doesn't end at the cut. So why, unless you are trying to dishonestly frame it, would you not play it in its entirety? Your suspicions of what you thought I would do, despite discussing the entire context of the call, seems like total projection from the mindset of what you would do if you were me, because it's what you're doing right now. You fucking lunatic. What are you talking about?
Leave something out. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking.
Yes, I described word for word what he said. Please, somebody listen to what I said. His recording said. Listen to what I said. His recording said, and listen to his actual recording, and tell me if there was anything left out, dishonestly rearranged, etc., etc. It's all public. The stream's public, so listen to it, and you could realize I didn't take anything out of context. Actually,
maybe he wanted people thinking I was calling him a shifty Joe. So, yeah.
He wanted people thinking, when would I... Where does that even come into the conversation? What is this? What planet is this guy on? Did he just land from fucking Venus? What is he actually talking about? I literally talk about it in the course of this stream, and maybe I ironically read a comment or so. I never made a point that you referring to me as shifty. It has to do with my fucking ethnicity.
Yeah, here it is, the actual audio.
I've known you long enough to know that you're quite bright, but also shifty as hell. And what I mean by shifty is whoever you're around, you'll shift to. You'll say anything, do anything. I mean, Jesus, Dayton, how did you get noticed? You snitched on somebody.
Also, once again, that's not what happened. Okay? I'm working for somebody that I have no personal relationship with, and they try to get one over on me and scam me, and I vent about it to various people behind the scenes, right? And one of those people tells someone else, who then comes to me and says, I don't think you should let this slide. I want to make a video about this. And at that point, he convinced me. I said, yeah, talk about it in a video. I think that's totally fair. So he goes and talks about it in a video. I didn't think it was going to be some like super massive fucking thing. And then Keemstar picks it up, and Keemstar, who had preconceived issues with the person that this had been revealed about, came in to try to blow it up, not because he actually cared all that much, to be fair, but because he wanted to get back at this guy, which, like, fair enough. It's fucking Keemstar. That wasn't like I just, like, snitched on him, right?
Not that they didn't deserve it.
I'm not the one that, like, ran to the public. Somebody else told somebody else without my permission, and then that person went and came to me wanting to go use it.
And I don't think it's really changed all that much. So I'll give you this. You can debate.
Why is that everybody's go-to thing? Wow, I got scammed when I was 12 years old. that's like so reflective of some drama today? Why is it like there's actually, it's been 8 years. There's a lot that's happened in my life since then. I don't know why, like, that's the thing that people like think of all the time. It's actually quite a lot that's gone down since then.
Me. You can debate whatever I say on stream. To your heart.
And when you're using that to point to me being shifty, how is that shifty? You got scammed by somebody you barely fucking knew and then like talked about it to people. What exactly is shifty about that? I'm very confused.
Heart's content. Tell Queeman I said hello.
So that's it. It was a character assassination. It's how I actually see. He doesn't know he burned the bridge with me a long time ago.
No, I don't know that because you actually never told me that.
Make a public fucking thing, right?
Why was the bridge burnt?
Oh no, I don't trust him. And I'll be honest with you, Aiden. I know who else you're talking to, and I told him not to talk to you either. And this goes back years. Like he was hanging around some fucking commie a couple years ago, and he was a communist. And he was hanging around this group, and he became that. And he was hanging around Augie, and he became that. And that's what I mean by shifty. Fucking Chud's shifty. He's shifty, and 90% of YouTubers are shifty. And if he sit there and talk to
What
me,
is
like,
he? Okay, that's also not fucking true, right? I was hanging with Augie. I was stupid, okay? When I was like 15 years old, okay, I was terminally online, and I was into online politics, and I was hopping around to political ideologies, like they were different suits. And I decided to read the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels, and I said, this makes a lot of fucking sense. My 15-year-old mind, this makes a lot of fucking sense. They're totally right about the bourgeois exploitation of the proletarians, and how the bourgeois need to do something about it. I completely agree with Marx and Engels, and then I wore that like it was a fucking identity for a few months, but this was all while I was friends with Augie. Augie was the main guy I was talking to at that point. Augie was very right-wing. So if I was just taking on the ideas of the people I was hanging around, I would be very fucking right-wing. I think the last time in my life I ever had any right-leaning beliefs is 2020. I was a conservative in 2020. My family's conservative. I had a very baseline understanding of politics at that point, and I was a conservative in 2020. And then January 6th shit happens, the election interference shit happens, and you know, that kind of made me want to. I stopped liking Trump, and then I wanted to get more into looking into politics, and I realized I was not right-leaning at all.
if you make AI sound like warm, there's no chance. And I'm not going to talk to anybody. Aiden, I promise you, I'll give you as much to talk about for the next, probably all summer, all you want, right? But I don't need to talk to you. And this goes in the Chud, I think.
Okay, he says he burned the bridge with me a long time ago. And behind the scenes, he was telling people not to talk to me. That seems a little... The fact that you've led me to believe we're on cool terms because we had a good conversation a while ago. You never came and talked to me about it. And you burnt the bridge without telling me and then are now going behind the scenes telling people not to talk to me. You're a total fucking weasel. You're a total weasel. This is like complete projection. What the fuck are you talking about? What a, like, dishonest, conniving little fuck. Plays 24 seconds of what I had to say and acts like that's the entirety of what I said, when in reality, it went on for another 2 minutes because he's so fucking dishonest. Creates dishonest framing of past situations to fit a new preconceived narrative he's built of me solely by virtue of the fact that I've criticized him. Right? Which is a theme he does with a lot of people. This guy sucks. This guy actually sucks. Queeman was right. Queeman was totally right about this guy from the get-go. I regret my defense. Okay? I was like, I actually, like, up until yesterday, I was actually still, or up until a few days ago, I was actually, like, still being super charitable to Tommy, despite, like, my whole, like, everybody in the audience hating this guy. But you secretly didn't like me about something. Oh, for over a way you felt for 8 years, despite being cool to my fucking face. I'm pretty sure we could find stream examples from the last year or two where my name gets brought up and you say good things about me, and you never had the fucking audacity to talk to me about it, and instead you talk to other people about it, but not me.
I think that's SNES. So nobody was calling me Shifty Joe.
I never claimed you were. I actually never claimed you were. So I don't know why like you're so caught up on the ethnic aspect of that. That's like completely fucking bizarre. This is obviously this is a joke from an account called. Let's just look at the guy's account that he's addressing he thinks is a serious fucking point. Okay, Lumpy Willie is the guy that's like, could this be anti-Semitic? Let's look at Lumpy Willie's account. Okay, great journalist, by the way. Truly a great journalist of our time. Dude. Professional one guy, credible journalist, pedophile city is his location. This is like a point that he's seriously addressing. What the fuck is wrong with this guy, bro? Why is my ethnicity? He's like, when I saw it, I knew he was gonna. Why is my ethnicity the first thing that's going to your fucking mind? Holy shit. I didn't take it as you talking about my ethnicity.
Definitely wish I didn't use that, but I've used that before, and they're all shifty. And I told him exactly why, because
They're all shit. Tommy, no, I'm kidding. I know he's talking about everyone in commentary. All sides are bad, guys. If you're scared of Aiden, it's over. Tommy, take your... Okay, I don't totally disavow that, actually. Do not bring... Listen, I think what this guy said, he couldn't have known this at the time, but I heard Tommy say something later that may make that entirely fair game. But from an optical and ethical perspective, I think we should just avoid making references to people's families.
Whoever he's around. You left that part out conveniently.
I didn't leave that part out. You actually just, like, cut my retelling of what happened. You actually left out everything. You left out multiple minutes of coverage that came after this. Okay, so tell me what I fucking left out now.
So now that it's out, I know.
Clip that segment, okay? If you're on Twitter and you've joined our community, and because this guy's incapable of engaging with actual stream VODs, clip that shit and put it in the community on Twitter, okay? Clip that shit, put it in the community on Twitter. I'll retweet you. Go do that shit.
Oh, absolutely. Like if he would have not put it out and did the whole stream, and I didn't hear anything the next day, and I wake up the next day and I saw.
And leave your fucking context then.
I mean, look at this shit. Jorio, look what Tommy Z said.
Oh, Alex Ekmo was probably just goofing.
Yeah, Alex Ekmo's you know who else was goofing? Lumpy Willie, the guy who is a location called Pedophile City. His location is listed as Pedophile City. But how am I just like, he's like, look at the other way he dishonestly frames this. He was hanging with some communist guy and became communist. He was hanging with Augie and went to that thing. No, you're actually acting like that was different time periods where my ideology is shifting. I was hanging with Augie for both those time periods. And when I first started talking to Augie, I was conservative, right? When we first started talking, I was already a conservative. Prior to us talking, my entire family is, right? And then my ideology shifted in spite of the fact that I was talking to Augie. That's just called like a change of opinion from like a young kid online who's like flip-floppy with politics. Like, because that's like so fucking rare and indicative of somebody's personality years and years later.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know if he is or not. Like,
I like Alex. He's all right. He's all right.
Dare call. I wouldn't dare.
49 from Autzen 420. No more nice Aiden. Total Tommy Ape. Oh, I'm glad Mr. Autism, that you're engaging in an interest of studying primates. Oh, I support your passions, my friend. I support your passions. Hold on, my fucking Chrome tab disappeared. So if I just missed anyone's, whoa, hold on. Why is it not? There we go. Got it.
Call me Shifty too. That's that line, but I will call you Shifty because I'm sorry. That's exactly what he is. He just, I don't know, wherever he's around, I don't trust him. You know.
You've never had this criticism before. You've never had this. You also actually a stream ago. Wasn't he saying like, yeah, Aiden's a colleague. Aiden's a colleague. You know, I don't care if you tell Aiden. That's a colleague. He's a wait. Wait a minute. I don't know why I didn't bring this point up. Why did I not bring this one up? Was this the first? I feel like it was this stream.
But here's
Good one. I'm a fast typer on my laptop. On this, it double types. If anyone knows a fix for this, let me know. Alright. Alright, maybe this was in the full VOD? This was in the full VOD. This one, yeah. I think it was this one. Alright. Where did he said colleague somewhere, right? I'm missing it. Where the fuck is it, bro? He says it on one of these fucking... I don't know why I can't find... Here it is, maybe. Are we already... Alright, if anyone knows where that came from, let me know.
I didn't know Jaden was
He's kind of like a glass of water. That's all Aiden is, dude. He's just a glass of water.
Yeah.
I'm a glass of what? What does that even mean? I'm a glass of what? What the? Maybe that's like an old timer, one of those old whippersnapper insults that I'm just like not familiar with. What is that? What does that one mean? File is from the poser. Bro, put on the SFTP movie. It deserves an Oscar. I'm bland. I just agree with the... That is like the opposite of any criticism anyone's ever had on me ever. I was in a community, even though it was stupid, right? I was in a community predominantly filled with conservatives and people who lean to the right, and was publicly espousing that I was a fucking lefty communist. Okay, so I'm very obviously just like not taking on the positions of the people around me. What a stupid criticism. And trust me, if you're willing to just like drag things throughout the years, there are so many better criticisms of me you could bring up.
It's pretty much, yeah.
He's around.
He's always been like that, and he is smart.
Yeah.
I told him that, but he's just he's a lousy friend, and it's like he even said in the thing. He's one of the most hated guys on Augie's stream. You know.
I'm one of the most hated guys on Augie's stream because I was just agreeing with everybody. Because I was just agreeing. Wait, that wasn't even in this 24-second clip. So maybe he did watch the full context of what I said. Maybe he did watch the full context of what I said.
He really thinks
No one likes him.
He's just slithery. It's whatever.
What is... I'm just like so confused what the criticism is here. What is the Soul Skibbity, if you disagree, come on to debate. You're boring me a lot.
I thought he kind of got
Some
over
say
it.
shifty.
I had a good conversation with him during the election in November, you know, and that went well. But then, you know, after that, I'm like, he hasn't changed a bit. I think.
Maybe it was in November. Did I say a few weeks ago? Then I was wrong on that. He actually might be right. I think it was either you said a few months ago or a few weeks. If I said a few weeks ago, I was wrong. Then it was November. I don't think it was a few. I think it's more than. If I said a few weeks ago, I was wrong. It's more than likely November.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag kick Aiden. So I won't deal with Aiden. Let's go to. I'll answer some of Chud's. Like,
he's smart in the sense that he's schemy. What does that even fucking? Okay. And then you thought I got over it, but you've supposedly felt like I haven't changed since 8 years ago. I don't know what's happening, man. Aiden, you're a contrarian, but also not, because you're a Queeman Skinwalker in his eyes. I've been accused of being a contrarian since before I even knew who Queeman was. I think that's why before I really spoke to Queeman, I liked his presence in the community, because it was nice to have somebody who wasn't involved in like the very like cliquey kind of aspect of it. Anyone who's like significantly followed my history, I know a lot of you people have only come to watch me in the last few months, but I know there are a few in here who have followed the entirety of my history, and you know that I've always been accused of being a contrarian. The whole time I've been here, which is 5 minutes, it just seems like you're salty. That's all you've taken from this. That's like that's your takeaway from this? Really? That's your the entirety? That's the entirety of your understanding of like everything I've just said? Okay, you're fucked. I don't know what to tell you.
I didn't get all of this. I'll be perfectly honest with you. But I got the stuff, like the major stuff I wanted to cover.
Don't we have the other thing first, though? I thought we do the other thing first. The latest something.
No, it's the.
I like how he has to have a caretaker on stream.
Okay.
That's because that's like fucking ridiculous. That one I shouldn't have covered because it didn't have any traction. But I'm just covering.
Okay, hater. That is going to be a ban. My two dads, if this fucking Weasley little fat snake is still your fucking, well, that's contradictory. He's a snake and he's still somehow like overweight. I mean, at that age, like I was overweight once, but like at that age, like that's really gonna get to you, man. That's gonna get to you.
These guys think they have such a fucking own on their hand. It's too funny to me. Like they solved it, you know, or.
If you are seriously arguing with somebody in the comments, attack them for being fucking stupid. Do not attack them for their race. As I said before, you guys can make racial jokes in a friendly, banter light amongst each other, but when you're actually just going after other users for characteristics like their fucking race, I'm not really trying to harbor a community like that. Sorry.
The one thing. Let's check this out. So yeah, this is just a couple things.
What about that wasn't racist? What in what world is that not racist to you?
Related to some of the stuff that I said. Oh, I have to move this. Ooh, look at that.
You constantly call me well, that's true. That's true, but it's okay because it's you, and it's because I'm doing it. It's okay when I do it.
Because I haven't used video in the longest time. But this is only about 8 minutes. Let me fix this shit. Where's the capture for okay, Joe Talks. Oh, I can move it. Oh, there we go. Boom. That works. Boom. Let's start it off.
Like self-employed business owner, right? So obviously now my class status sits at a different.
He's not mad, by the way, guys. He's just now gonna sit here and try to criticize a clip where Chud's like giving some very brief details about his background.
Position because I've streamed and built up a small amount of money.
Chud covers people in a variety of situations, right? Like he covers a very diverse array of topics. And I don't know what the context of him invoking this was, but sometimes if you have some information from your personal life that can be related back to the thing you're talking about or saying, from like a place of experience, and sharing that is not embarrassing in any sense. That's not oversharing.
Doing this, but I grew up.
So I want you to keep in mind.
Oversharing implies that you're sharing in a way that would lead to results that would not be desirable to you or have a negative implication for you. And I don't understand what results would be present for him sharing this. Followers from the Poser, Aiden, I'm like your #1 fan, and yet you still. I haven't banned you all. What are you talking? You're still in the stream. Thank you for the $5, Poser.
And the reaction to this, I probably should put one other thing on screen. More than likely has to do with this creed because y'all meet and have a pint. And I write, first off, that would be assuming he leaves the house. I'm basically calling him a shut-in. Having a pint with a good humor working class Englishman is always fun. Having a pint with someone LARPing is one.
Yeah, Tommy burnt the bridge with me. I don't know when he burnt the bridge with me. I don't know when this occurred. But like even upwards of like a few months ago, he was saying if I was like, because you know I traveled through Europe and stuff. He was saying if I was like in his area or whatever, or me and Augie were in his area, he'd go get a beer with us.
It's no fun at all, right? And I can't imagine he would be terribly terrible fun.
Oh, and this fucking EG, dude, fuck this decrepit old guy too. Okay, I actually kind of like this guy. He seemed like he might be a little new to the community. He covered one of my discussions I had with Morale, and he's actually very fair to me. Not trying to suck up to the popular opinion of, oh, let's shit on Aiden, guys. And recently, he's just been saying some retarded stuff in my replies.
There's more to it than that, so we'll get into it. But
EG lately, he's like Xylee's friend. You don't know him? You haven't heard? How can you not have heard of this guy? Next, this guy's gonna tell me.
So I don't really know.
Next, this guy's gonna tell me he hasn't heard a now recording.
where this
We'll get into it. But I guess like he took that fucking, like, I'm just saying he's not a bro, or for you guys in the UK, I'm saying he's not a lad, and he isn't, right? I mean, I think he would even admit that. That's all I'm really saying, but he took it literally.
like self-employed business owner, right? So obviously now my class status sits at a different position because I've streamed and built up a small amount of money doing this. But I grew up on a council estate, which is the equivalent of like social housing. So I don't really know where this idea is that I'm some sort of like...
this isn't really a shocker either, right? I'm not from England. But the way... So I'm going to need English people's help on this, but I would assume the way that Chud speaks is like a working class kind of accent or manner of speech from somebody in England. I could be wrong on that, so English people can correct me. But that's always been like my general assumption. He probably came from some sort of like working class background.
Fake.
It's the way you act. You're not a lad. You're just like a fucking weirdo shut in. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Like working class person. I was brought up by a single mother on a council estate, and you know I don't want to get into it, but like my dad was not around, like you know, for a lot of my life, and he passed away when I was a teenager. So it's like, you know, I don't know where this like you know what do I need to fucking show you my fucking like I don't know the house I grew up in.
See, this is the thing. You know, like he's sitting there acting like he's not on his heels, and he's sitting there acting like he doesn't give a fuck. But who's demanding that? Like a passing comment meant to take a...
He's choosing to... it's a way to fucking relate to your audience. I don't know. For all I know, you're not showing the context of this because you just haven't... because you didn't do it for me, right? But even if there is no context and he just decided to reveal this, it would be weird if he just revealed it out of nowhere. I'm sure it phased in from some other thing he was talking about. But if he doesn't care, then of course he would share it because he has no issue sharing it. So that's not contradictory to him acting like he doesn't care.
Dig at your masculinity more than anything is turned into like, no, I'm working class. I swear to God, I'm working class. All right, Chud, you convinced me. You're working class.
He just can't take the bans, dude.
Oh, yeah,
He just
exactly. And then he
it's
just
fucking
talked
weird.
about his dad. I guess that gives me permission. We'll get into that in a second. So he like, so he's getting like, what am I gonna do? What, I gotta prove it?
People go, oh, you're sucking up to Chud. No, I've criticized Chud for a lot of things, right? Criticize Chud all the time. I criticized him over some of his coverage of Tommy. I felt like in order to appease fucking Dioria or whoever, right? And to be honest with you, I don't think Dioria is happy with... I haven't spoken to him about this, right? But my assumption would be, I don't think Dioria is going to be very happy if he watches Tommy's... He probably has, but if he hasn't, I don't think he's going to be very happy with the way Tommy's gone about this, kind of acting as a agent on his behalf. But I was critical that I felt like Chud wasn't actually going to cover Tommy's main response when it felt like a prime piece of... or initial coverage, when it felt like it would have been a prime piece of content, so that he could like appease Dioria or not completely burn the bridge.
When I do this, no, you don't kind of prove it. You're not...
I don't care with the 199. What are the chances that Tommy C got graped in Iraq? Probably none. Now, there's probably a higher chance that he did the graping in Iraq, but that's just by virtue of being a U.S. soldier in Iraq. I don't think Tommy would do that.
Fucking shut in because you're faking working class. You're lying. You're a shut in because I guess your father wasn't around. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, dude, Tommy, we just demand a death certificate.
What is the context? Does anyone know where this clip came from?
Show us that he
like
died.
everyone's gonna do this. So listen to this. This is so funny.
Or something like that to demonstrate to you like, oh no, look, this is where I grew up. Look,
I was never gonna do that. I didn't care that much.
there's the council flat that I grew up in.
But he's so audience captured. They asked, well, Tommy said you weren't working class, so then he's got to answer it. 1 hour.
I assume Tommy assumed he wasn't working class. That would be my guess. Right? He very obviously probably came from like a fucking working class. He's gone into detail about his employment history. Now, if you're being bad faith and just want to like accuse him of lying about all of that as well, you know, these don't seem like jobs. They're not necessarily working class jobs. These don't seem like jobs if somebody's also like fucking living at large, right? Oh, I guess his latter job might have been.
Jesus Christ.
Like, what am I supposed to do? How do you engage with that? It's ridiculous. It's just absurd.
Exactly. It is. It's kind of absurd.
He sounds...
Why
like,
engage with?
I'm not even from England. He sounds working class. But I could be wrong, right? Because I heard Dickers talk, and listening to somebody like Dickers or Beckett, maybe it's because they sound like very posh to an American with the way they speak. I assume that's not a working class accent, and like kind of the way Soul Skibbity speaks, or the way Chud would speak, or the way kind of like True Geordie talks or whatever. That's more. I know True Geordie. That's like a very regional kind of Newcastle accent, but that's kind of more like it sounds more like working class.
Who cares if it's true?
He's literally
If you know you're right, like who gives a fuck if
It's
I
on the
think
clip Chud's responding to. Yeah, if you want to link it in my inbox, please go do that.
you're lame?
just like, you know, fucking. He's literally just slinging out whatever crazy shit comes into his head,
Yeah.
despite the fact there's like no
Like
evidence
jokes?
to back it up.
Yeah, exactly.
jokes?
Well, that's the thing with this whole, like, you know, these non-commentator commentators. Like, there's no evidence to back.
Join our new community, folks. I'm reiterating the announcement. It seems like nobody's joined. Nobody's clipping. Join our new X community and clip. Janny's link the community. Well, actually, that's wrong. At least 10 people have joined. Janny's link it in chat. And, yeah.
Back, just support your joke. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm saying the first line is
Yeah, Sonder is correct here. If you think that's a posh accent, face blue. Yeah, that's obviously not a fucking. Did he say it was posh?
crazy shit comes into his head,
Yeah.
despite the fact there's like
I'm not joining. I wasn't forcing you to, so you don't need to tell me that you're not doing it. You could just like not do it. But thank you. I totally care that you're not doing it. Thank you for giving me that crucial piece of information.
no evidence
jokes?
to back it up.
Yeah, exactly.
jokes?
Well, that's the thing with this whole, like, you know, these non-commentator commentators. Like, there's no evidence to back up. Just support your joke. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm saying.
Yeah, he's implying that the way this guy talks is, if anything, Chud is like against talking like that. Chud is like gone at me. You know, I speak for American standards, right? And this has actually been, I've said this before, if you've listened to the way my parents speak, and that's not to say I come from a working class background, but my mom's side, they do, right? And if you listen to the way her side of the family speaks, and you would totally not realize that I was related to them. But like, can you just call the reacts? Can you just call the reacts is terrible? I don't know what you're saying. Fathers from the Poser, Aiden, I'm one of the only people who joined. Bow down, you goyim. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
The first line is like that would be assuming that he leaves the house. All right, now it's like fucking tongue in cheek. Yes, I'm sure he leaves the house sometimes. Having a fight with a good humored working class English is fun.
I kind of sometimes, to be honest with you, I wish I had like it's weird because if you like point out like my mom's accent or her family's accent, they would probably get like very like mad. They like that you're saying they have an accent, but like I kind of wish I got like the very fucking heavy New York accent. I feel like I would just sound like 10 times cooler.
You fight with somebody LARPing with one is no fun. Now, admittingly, I am saying that he's fake working class, right? But it is fucking tongue in cheek. But he's like, my dad died and my mom and give me a fucking break. I thought you were relaxed.
Like the stream, Janice posts the Twitter community in the chat.
Oh, I tell you something. The guy that's calling me loaded and fucking angry and mad and coping is the one biting his lip, throwing his shoulder forward, and fucking yelling. Not me. That's you. Like, why would you buy? Who cares? This is like so like not a point, but it just shows me you're rattled. The other one where he shows me, I'm not trying to drag anybody in. I'm not trying to drag anybody in.
whatsoever.
Did he drag somebody in?
No, he hasn't dragged anybody in yet. Well, a little bird told me he is.
How are you telling like the criticism of you are mad, I'm not mad? You start off the stream with how much you don't care, how fucking not mad you are. You literally. What is the? He sounds and acts like a university professor. Are we listening to the same person? If these people are American, maybe they just think any British accent is indicative of lecturing at Oxford. But I've never gotten that vibe from the way he's like spoke. I mean, you know, I just.
But whatever.
Aiden, you do try to. I don't try to act smart, but it's like a compliment if you tell me I'm trying to act smart because you think I'm coming off as smart, or at least forcing. I'm not, but I appreciate that you think so.
Let's watch this.
You know? And I'm not talking about, you know, I'm not saying that.
Tommy C always yells, I am a yeller and screamer. You're absolutely fucking right, but not in this case.
So I don't, you know, obviously it's a long time ago. I'm not, you know, trying to emotionally manipulate anyone. It's just
Well, he's not gonna.
Wait, Augie is not fucking going live soon. Do not keep posting. It is 3 in the morning where he is. He is not fucking going live soon. You're just trying to get people to click off the stream. If Augie's going live, I'll tell you.
Emotionally manipulate anyone. This is fucking funny.
you know. And I'm not talking about, you know, I'm not saying that because I don't, you know, obviously it's a long time ago. I'm not, you know, trying to emotionally.
You could tell he's working class. Like maybe you could tell by his accent, but Jesus, he's, you know, I'm thinking of, you know, some of the working class guys I've met. They're a lot of fun. And this guy is just.
Do you think like this guy is like so retarded. He thinks working class is like a unit. Is like you have a completely universal social experience, regardless of if we're talking about a difference between across the fucking Atlantic Ocean. Well, I guess he's in Germany, but by Tommy's like own, according to Tommy's own narrative, it's hard for him to meet people because he doesn't speak the language. Even though I'm pretty sure people in Germany, many people in Germany speak English. But I assume he's referring to the people he's met in the States, right? Or who he was in the army with, who come from the States. And it's like, yeah, you're fucking the way the average working class person is going to speak in England versus the East Coast of the United States is obviously going to be like super fucking different.
Lame. Oh, by the way, I heard there is a part, I haven't found it yet in this, where he threatens to take all my points apart.
I'm not keeping this fucking guy around. I don't know if you heard the beginning of what I said. This guy is a Weasley little fuck that doesn't. I was willing to look past his lack of contribution to anything, right? A lot of people I know and I'm cool with don't contribute anything, okay? But I was willing to look past that part. What I'm not willing to look past is how fucking dishonest this person is. How fucking snaky he is. He said he burnt the bridge with me a while ago, didn't tell me about it, and then was shit-talking me behind my fucking back. So no, I'm not fucking keeping him around. There's no keeping him around. I do not like him. No, I don't. Why are you saying I fucking like him?
And really destroy me, but he's not going to do it yet. If anybody could find that for me, I'd love to hear, because I haven't come across it yet, if it exists. Because I would love to hear that.
Manipulate anyone. It's just to point out that, like, you know, I do come from like a working class background. I'm not a fake. I wasn't like born with a silver.
This is the Ali Khan mindset. Oh, you agree with me now? Okay, let me, Ali Khan, a guy who's never fucking happy because I have an 18-inch rod forcefully inserted up my asshole at the end of every day, and I'm bleeding out of my asshole writing this comment. Let me decide to think about when you didn't agree with me, to argue against that, even though you currently and presently agree with me. Holy shit, get on some fucking SSRIs, buddy.
Spoon in my mouth. I wasn't born into like loads of wealth, and you know, I'm having to build wealth in order to hopefully pass it down to my kids, and that'll be like the first. I mean, to be fair, you know, I don't really like to talk about.
I am rattled. I am rattled. I am mad. I am upset. I'm angry, and I feel emotion relating to the circumstance that is happening currently, present at the moment. And in fact, I'm not of the position that I don't care. Problem? Issue?
You love talking about this.
Concern?
This makes you.
I bring it up then.
Why bring it up?
Why didn't bring it up then?
You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, the first, he's done like 3 hours on me already. If I was just completely making shit up, oh, fuck that guy. It was nothing but nice to him. But no, he's, you know, he's probably afraid I'm getting a little too close to something he doesn't want me to get close to.
Yeah.
And traditionally, I get there eventually, or somebody else does, being inspired by me.
My family dying for money, but like, you know.
But my family died for money.
My grandparents did okay. They weren't like, you know, upper class or anything, but they did okay.
So your parents did okay, and then I don't know, whatever. I don't.
It's very, everything he's just said is very clear. If you couldn't follow that, there might be something wrong with your comprehension abilities. Grew up working class. His dad passed. His grandparents did all right.
So they did help support my mother. But you know, like, I remember having like clothes that didn't really fit when I was a kid. And...
Why?
He don't tell me
God, you gotta stop oversharing, buddy.
Yeah, I don't. But
it's not good luck.
Clothes.
Not good luck, man.
Clothes, like, oh god, talk about overselling it. Like, my god. You know, listen, I'm not trying to emotionally.
On some aspects of this, and you call this emotional manipulation, I actually didn't realize how on some specific, and anyone who knows or who I've divulged access to my personal life to, I do not on the clothes not fitting part, because I was always provided for, but there is things in my background where I actually relate to like his experience here. I did grow up for a long time where I was being raised by a single mom, and we were being helped by our grandparents for a period of time or whatever. But so I do like relate to him on that aspect. But yeah, like if I didn't have grandparents that were helping as much as they would, I would have probably been in his shoes, or my clothes weren't fitting, right? There's nothing like upset about that or sad about that. That's just like, I don't know why the context of him sharing this though. I'm only sharing that with you because it relates to what we're presently talking about. The context was Tommy accused him of not really being working class. So he's replying that he had financial struggles growing up that made it so his clothes didn't fit, indicating that certain needs of his were not being met as a kid, refuting the claim that Tommy had made about his fabricated background. So actually, yes, what he's just presented is not emotional manipulation because it is a direct response to what he's just said.
But the clothes didn't fit, and sometimes we didn't have breakfast. And, you know, if we had a slab of meat, we had to cut it with my brothers.
Why does it matter whether he was working class or not? Because Tommy is saying he's like faking it.
And sisters 4 ways. And then if we had a slice of pizza, we had to cut that 4 ways. I mean, give me a fucking break, Chud.
And he worked in a coal mine as a kid.
It's a tweet making fun of that you're like nerdy.
He's actually, well, you missed the good part, buddy, so you're probably going to want to watch that back later. The Tommy C bridge is fucking burnt, and this guy has outed himself as a complete fucking, somebody who I've already known doesn't contribute anything, but somebody who, if he has a problem with you, will not let you know, will actually go behind your back about it because he's too much of a fucking coward to talk to you directly about it. And he can't use the, you're just trying to get an own or a gotcha excuse, because he could have at any point gone and litigated this to me in a private context, and he knew. I thought we were still on good terms because I said so repeatedly despite my criticisms of him. I don't believe that he burnt the bridge with me a while ago, to be honest with you. I'm actually not even entirely of that impression. I think that, as I said before, he's heard that I had criticism of him, and he's now trying to go back and fit things into like the frame that validates his new conceived notions about me.
All right, to make it simple, that you're kind of a dork, that you take this shit way too seriously. That's all it is.
He takes it to, no, he's responding directly to a criticism that you've allegedly invoked about him.
It's like,
I mean, should I make that a soundbite? My clothes didn't fit when I was a kid, and he sets it up with, I'm not trying to manipulate anybody, and I really hate talking about it.
It's not trauma. There's nothing like that you're saying. Yeah, we had some hardship when I was. That's not like, that's like a bad experience, but that's not like. I mean, maybe it could be traumatic for some people. I'm sure it's not ideal and does stay with you, right? Not having basic needs met as a kid or whatever. But like, he's clearly okay with sharing that information. He's sharing it to dispute what you've invoked. That's not like that significant of a thing. It's not even that uncommon of an experience.
He keeps talking about it. He keeps going.
Y'all go hate Tommy C for making fun of I was impoverished.
$2 from GG's AIDS Gang. Also, Poser donated. Let me check this out. Talk about overselling it. Yeah, true.
Hate him because he's making fun of an impoverished person. Oh, get the fuck out of here, man. Nobody cares.
You know, I don't know. It's just like, it was. We didn't.
Nobody asked for your proof.
145 viewers, only 46 likes. Your viewer, true, very fucking true. Like up, folks. Get those numbers up. Too big to rig. Tommy's gonna try to say we're botting. Okay, he's gonna try to say it's a fake 140, which he struggles to pull any regular day of the week, where he's not trying to like drag out his very like poor criticism against somebody for like multiple weeks, and according to him, the whole summer. So, like up, folks. Like up. Too big to rig. And a good portion of the people that are presently watching him probably do not like him based on what we're seeing in chat.
God.
On holiday.
You ignored my dono? What did you say in your dono? Just retype it. I'm sorry. Oh, Tommy C is built for BBC. Thank you, Autism420. I'm really glad I read that. Thank you so much for the $5.
It was just kind of like a standard working class kind of growing up situation.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm not saying this. I don't give a fuck about sympathy. Okay, don't be fucking gay about it. It's just to point out that yes, I have a working class background, and it's bizarre that someone would try and claim without any evidence that I don't.
Yeah, if he was invoking this for sympathy, it would be like strange to me if he didn't bring up the clothes not fitting thing, despite streaming for however, he's been streaming for years now, right? Maybe he has brought up at some other point. I don't know. I'd have to see the context of it. But this is just a direct response to criticism being levied against him.
Because I do. I know my life. I know what.
Then why do you have to? Are you?
Stickers was only pulling 200 because I wasn't live or people were watching him burn, and we're gonna get into that one later. $5 from the poser. I had a rough childhood. My needs were not met as a kid. I know about your childhood, poser. So true, man. So true.
Selling them a fucking image or something like that? Fuck that guy. I grew up in housing. He doesn't know anything about me. No, I gotta explain myself.
Fuck am I growing up with like? So why would you question that with zero evidence? It's obvious. That...
Zero evidence. A fucking joke.
How would you get the evidence of that?
Yeah, I mean,
No. He's not asking for you to get physical documents. He's asking you to reiterate some reason that led you to make that conclusion. So if you were to say something like this, okay, would this be proof or evidence? Correct me if I'm wrong. Evidence like attests the truth, proof is I use the two synonymously, and it's a mistake I have to not do. But like, even if you were to say something like, oh, well, your dialect and voice, that would be a piece of evidence, right? For the claim you're trying to make. It wouldn't be very strong evidence, but it would be evidence. You're not, like, he's not asking you to get documents.
I would have to hunt it down. It's a passing comment.
We're like interviewing.
All right, no spam. No spam. No spam. Get on it, Janice.
Hey, Mom,
I'd
how
have
the
to
fuck did
touch
you get the
him.
evidence?
I'd have to touch you. It was a passing comment on somebody telling you to talk to you.
He's asking you to dox him. So true. So true. This is like, you know what this reminds me of? It was some stupid fucking comment that Tommy had made, right? Flamenco was getting outed over like some Shotokan shit that he had read, and when I was calling out Augie for who I felt like at the time, and my criticisms to Augie were very unfair. At that on that situation, I was not being empathetic to his position, but I was saying to him, why don't you look at this shit and like see like, as Augie was trying to say that it was one way, and I'm like, no, that's not it. Go take a look. And Tommy's like, Aiden wants Augie to look at child porn. It's not child porn, okay? Child porn is like actual videos and photos of children either being abused or in sexualized positions, and that is, for good reason, illegal to possess, create or possess, right? It is drawn material, and looking at it with non-sexual intent, i.e. proving that it is what somebody's claiming it is, there's actually nothing wrong with that. That's actually very different than like looking up I very clearly did not want him to look at fucking child porn. Aiden, no, I'm not in favor of that kind of content. I'm just saying, obviously, lolicon and physical child pornography are two very different things, right? Child pornography is depicting harm against children that really exist. Both entertain, sick, disgusting fantasies, but obviously one is way more fucking harmful. I don't think that's like a really controversial opinion. If you think that CSAM is the same as drawn images depicting pedophilic fantasies, you're like actually running defense for offending pedophiles.
That's all.
5 from Morale Live. Thanks, Poser, for the donos. Dude, this Morale guy is so desperate for money. He's like shaking the little tin. Spare change, sir. That he's donating to my stream to get the attention of my donators to come to his streams and donate. What? What is going on here, Morale?
Jesus.
He's just in a fucking drunken, blind rage.
You looked more loaded than me on your second stream on me. I got news for you.
Lashing out, saying whatever.
Oh, I missed the dono? Sorry. What dono did I miss? Geez, tipped AIDS gang. Thank you so much, buddy. I've read Poser's Donut.
fuck comes in to his CT riddled brain, and that's it. That's, you know. Oh yeah, I heard about that as well.
This is good.
He was also saying you're a derelict father when he has a daughter growing up without mistakes. Okay, I'm not going to get into that stuff. Okay.
See, I wonder if that was like a threat to go after my daughter or something like.
What? What? Huh? Dude, there's no shot. Are you is this guy retarded? Tommy CTE, bro.
That
Nate.
because
He's fucking
I
Nate.
never said anything about his fatherhood. I don't know if he's
He
audio.
didn't. He's very clearly reading a dono or a chat, realizing what it's about, and stopping himself, saying, "I'm not gonna get into that."
Captured. I never said he was a derelict father. I fire. So
He didn't say you were a. Is this guy fucking retarded? Hold on, my phone. I'm grabbing my phone real quick. One sec. I always feel like someone's ringing me. Dude, I think I'm just like schizo. Nobody was fucking ringing me.
I think it's like, hey, he said something about my daughter. My daughter's moved out. All right, she's gone.
$10 from Legally Blacked. Shiba Dog rolling on the. Oh. Okay, good name, buddy. Shiba Dog rolling on the floor, laughing out loud. Thank you so much for the $10, buddy.
Like, so I just found that a really weird thing because I never asked the father. So he basically starts this off like he starts reading it. Yeah, I heard this.
Brain, and that's it.
Oh,
That's
what happened here? I lost some volume. Super. I hate using this fucking thing.
No.
No, I gotta restart the fucker. Great. Oh no, it did work. I kicked my fucking thing again. There it
So
is.
yeah, the bridge is burnt with Tommy, right? He apparently already burnt it with me. But not only is the bridge burnt with Tommy, it's more than that, okay? It's more than that. It is pure, visceral. I don't want to say hatred. That's a very strong word. I don't want to. That's a very strong word. Disdain. Disdain. To the disappointment of some in the audience, as far as I know, unless Nick is pulling a Tommy, which I don't think he would do because Nick has explicitly said to me, if I'm burning the bridge with you, I'll tell you. I'm still okay with Nick. I know it's not gonna make a lot of you happy, but dude, I don't think Tommy's doing this on Nick's behalf. By the way,
Sorry, no, I kicked it again. I fixed the one thing and I got the other.
can we stop ignoring G's G? I'm sorry. Who did I ignore? Activating his Google glasses? Yes. Thank you so much for the $5.
Problem. So yeah, listen to this. This is like bizarre to me.
Like what?
The problem. So yeah, listen to this. This is like bizarre to me.
What is that word? What did he just say? What was that? What is that word? I've never heard that word before. What is that word? Okay.
Oh yeah, I heard about that as well.
I would love to. Like I said, he's a derelict father. Jesus. And why would I do that?
Give me a clip.
He's just gonna do it right back to me. You know.
Give me a fucking timestamp of
Yeah.
where
Where
like
did I-
you
where-
said that.
Where did I do that? I didn't do that. So
is,
he's
is,
either.
is he calling him a buzzard? Like a vulture? Bizarre. He's saying bizarre. This is like a bizarre. But even if it was bizarre, it wouldn't work in that context, would it?
fishing for sympathy like he was with the other stuff, or he's misled. But then again, he said he heard about that.
He was.
You really look like a bastard talking about your fucking children right now. Game, set, match.
He didn't talk
also
about
saying
your
you're Derek's
kids.
father when he has a daughter.
There were actually points where somebody made a donation. There was a time somebody made a donation saying something about one of Tommy's kids, and Chud banned the guy from the chat. At least when I was watching, even though the guy gave him money, he's like, "Yeah, we're not fucking doing that."
Growing up without mistakes. Okay, well, I'm not going to get in.
He's not going to get into that. You brought up his kids. I think the only thing I said is, did I say something about your kids want to find out about the Gok thing? I mean, come on, that's public. My kids are gonna find
That's public. What does that have to do with his kids? What does that have to do with his kids? Huh? No, his kids actually didn't need to be a part of that conversation at all. His kids didn't need to be a part of that conversation whatsoever. You chose to bring them into that. Tommy literally took a shot at Chud for his kids not living with... Is that even true? Did he say that? Because based on what Chud says on stream publicly, right? He'll like say like, yeah, I'm doing this weekend, or I'll be with my kids on that day, right? I'm assuming the days Chud takes off are the days he is. I don't know how it works in England, but if you have parents that get divorced in the States or were never married, right? Child custody, they'll do what's called joint custody. So kids will divide their time between the mother and father, and it's a common arrangement for the mother to have the kids for most of the time, i.e. in my case, when a joint custody arrangement came in much more later in my life, I would go to be with my dad every other weekend, but I was with my mom most of the time. I'm assuming it's similar for Chud's kids. But that's just like part of an agreement.
out all the stupid shit I did, including this, you know. Tommy, you did say immediately after I said you were talking about others because I couldn't.
But he comes off. He does not. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and speculate on someone's fatherhood because it's a little bit weird. But the way he's spoken about his kids and the fact that the time he takes off to be with them, he seems like in a position of parents that are not together. He seems like relative to that, he seems like a pretty involved dad.
Believe you said it. Well, please give us a timestamp because I didn't call him a derelict father. And that's what he said. I never called him a derelict father. I have no idea what kind of father he is. None.
Into that stuff, okay? If he wants to fucking, take some shots at me on the basis of my kids, it's up to him. But
yeah, that's your dream. Are you kidding me? But going by your rules,
you'd say wait till your kids find out about like your sexual activity or whatever. You're like invoking his kids to take a shot at him, allegedly. I've been told or he's just admitted to it actually. So.
You overshare.
You legit said he doesn't see his... Did Tommy say... Okay, so he's just lying again. Got it.
I'm not interested in that personally. So I don't want to get into that side of it, okay?
And here's another thing I want to point out. Like, this guy... I make a comment to either my chat... Like, look, it's nothing new. You've been mooching off. What's going on since Baited? So I'm making my sort of retirement stream. I said, look, I make a joke, either responding to a chat, I can't remember, somebody in chat, or responding to just a meme in general. And I said, well, I guess you can't say I'm mooching off my wife anymore. When I got a job, ha ha ha. And you can see the smile on my face. He says that's oversharing. How can it be oversharing? It's been a meme for fucking the better part of 8 years. And then uses that to go on my wife. And I tell you something, it's like, I'm sure you wouldn't want to insult my wife, but I mean, like, why should I be friends with you if you're going to talk to me about that way and say,
I would disagree with, I mean, listen, I would say, I have to see the context of it, but if it was being used as a point against him, which I think it has, then Tommy would have a right to say, yeah, I'm not mooching off my wife. But I think the point of that comment is like suggesting to somebody who wants to take it that way that you were at one point mooching off your wife, which would be like oversharing to confirm. That would be like oversharing to confirm that, right?
Oh, you reference it's literally a feed my family thing. Right?
Oh, we have the timestamp.
I made the female. Yeah, let me see this. A derelict father? Send it to me. I'll apologize.
I just sent it to you.
All right. I'll put it on right now. Hold on. Let's see where I am. A derelict father? Intellectual that is really sharp commentary on drama? Or is he really just a pathetic guy that doesn't live with his kids, that is trolling for bussy on his That's not a derelict father! on his off time.
Wait, what is... Okay, maybe... Let me listen to this one more time. If we're going to be charitable, despite him not extending any to me.
Live with his kids, that is trolling for commentary on drama, or is he really just a pathetic guy that doesn't live with his kids, that is trolling for bussy on his...
Wait, why are you invoking that he doesn't live with his kids? What is the insinuation of that? You'd be saying that to what I would assume to apparently make some sort of insinuation. What would be the insinuation of that? And
That's
then he acts like the clip like somehow vindicates him.
not a derelict father. on his off time. And that's what I think I'm saying he's fucking pathetic. Well, guess what? He could say I was pathetic too because I'm divorced. I never said he was a derelict father. I think he actually put that in on purpose. I said he's lame as fuck, a lonely fuck. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't have his kids, has fucking nothing, and sits around and trolls her pussy on the internet. I never put his
Doesn't have his kid. The implication is that he's somehow a deadbeat when he's not. His involvement with his kids is actually very typical for a joint custody agreement. It is in joint custody agreements. I could be speaking out of my ass when it comes to England, but what I've heard from other people is that it is similar. The mother is the one who almost always has primary custody of the children.
parenting in the question once. Are you kidding me? Trying to cover up. I think you'll see in this video. He looks like a kid that got caught. And when he gets caught, all right, that's enough. I know I didn't call him a derelict father. Because
what is the I didn't say it outright. This guy thinks people are as stupid as he is. We all know what you said. You little conniving fuck. You're not gonna use that to like, well, I didn't technically use those words. That would be the direct insinuation of what you just fucking said. You're a fucking dishonest piece of shit.
I mean, I gotta be perfectly honest with you. If I call him a derelict father, my kids are fucking game after that. 100% game. You know, and I know that. God.
I don't even think your kids would be game. I don't think, because you're a pathetic fuck, does that give him a right to stoop down to your level and invoke your kids who have absolutely what he apparently hasn't. He has actually done the opposite. He's shut down conversations attempting to entertain your status as a fatherhood, based on my understanding. I don't think that would give him a right to go do that.
And I didn't do it, but he wants you to believe I did it. So it's like it's him calling me out is just so out of line because he's so desperate, because he knows there's something about.
He's desperate. He's the desperate one. Despite you taking any shitty point you can bring, instead of what you really should be doing if you want to prove a point about somebody. And this is why I was like getting mad at some of the people with the camera and shit. They were coming to me like, "Oh, Aiden, look, he lied. Here, he lied about this really small detail relating to this unrelated thing." And it's like, yeah, he probably did lie there, but it's not like a super strong point, and we have like 4 or 5 really good ones. Like, if you want to prove a point about somebody, instead of trying to throw out as many points as possible, take like 4, 5 that really hit home, even 2 or 3 that you think are really good to prove that point, and stick with those. But this is somebody who's formed an opinion about somebody and is now post hoc trying to find additional reasons to justify those feelings, and he's doing it with me. Make no mistake, he doesn't like that I've criticized him, so he's not going to pretend like there's been some long-standing issue with me by incorrectly invoking past aspects of my character that he doesn't even get right.
Thing because he didn't keep his word, and he knows that Turkey Tom's up looks sus as fuck. So he's got to get me on. You're bringing up.
It doesn't look sus. You actually got that like totally wrong.
You know, my family.
His initial criticism with the Turkey Tom stuff was that he knew that Tom, because the Pixie stuff wasn't public yet or whatever, he knew that Tom would have to placate Destiny and like still kind of be his bro and play his game. And Shud apparently knew that and still tried to like make him burn the bridge on stream or whatever. That's not true, because Melina had already made the leaks had happened. We didn't know that it was non-consensual yet because Pixie hadn't come out, right? But we assumed it was. But Melina had come out and I think alluded to or outright stated that there was like some non-consensual stuff. So, and if I could be wrong on this, Tom had made a public statement alluding to distancing himself. Oh yeah, join the Twitter community once again, people, and like up.
Because it just sounds desperate to me. And he does sound like a guy who's got caught. You're right, Tommy G. So let me go back to the video. I'm dying to see this shit.
Tommy doesn't even know the name of the girl Tom was pressed on. This is why Diorio actually does this in his VODs. If he's uploading a video, I'm not talking about this stream. I'm talking about the streams he actually turned into videos. It's normal to get something wrong on a stream. You're speaking in the moment. But if you're going to then go and turn it into a video, and Diorio does this with his videos, he records lines after the fact that add additional context to certain things for some of his streams or whatever. Tommy clearly got it wrong, didn't know what he was talking about in the moment, and didn't correct it.
Paused.
At one point, I think he actually kind of changed it. He then later said that Tom was beginning to distance himself or something, right? When his initial criticism was that Tom was still like playing the game and pretending to be Destiny's bro, right? So he changed it, and then it's okay to change your position on that when you realize you're wrong, but don't act like that's been your position the entire time.
Let's go back. But no, I never said anything about him being a derelict father. And it's just the way he says it. It's just, I'm not going to talk about your daughter. Like, it's a threat. I'll talk about your daughter.
You know, I don't know. It's just like, it was, we didn't go on holiday. It was just kind of like a standard working class kind of growing up situation, you know? I'm not saying this, I didn't give a fuck about sympathy.
He could only give 24 seconds to my direct criticism of him. Could only, and by the way, clip what I said about Tommy and put it up on the Twitter community so he can't fucking act like, oh, well, the clip's only 24 seconds, and then leave out crucial context. But anyways, right? He can't, like, bother to watch that, but he's sitting here hyper analyzing some like comments Chud made about his background.
Okay, don't be fucking gay about it. It's just to point out that yes, I have a working class background, and it's bizarre that someone would try and claim without any evidence that I don't, because I do.
Ali Khan, for the first time, I'm begging of you to clip something that actually doesn't make me look bad. It's very important you clip it.
I know my life. I know what.
Nobody is doing that. If you're not doing that, you're a freeloading, unloyal piece of shit.
Am I growing upwards like? So why would you question that with zero evidence? It's obvious that he's just in a fucking drunken, blind rage, lashing out, saying whatever the fuck comes in to his CT riddled brain, and that's it. That's, you know.
Clip the points I made about Tommy from earlier.
Oh yeah, I heard about that as well. He was also saying you're a derelict father when he has a daughter growing up without mistakes. Okay.
A daughter growing up with us. My daughter's 17. She has her own place.
What age are you an adult in Germany? Huh? Age of adulthood, Germany. People under the age of 18 in Germany are legally considered minors. Parental custody ends at 18 and parents no longer have legal custody. Is she in, like, maybe she's in, like, the German equivalent of, like, college? Or boarding school? I don't know. It's, like, a little strange.
She left the house.
Okay, so she left, so I'm assuming... Talk about overshare. Your daughter left the house?
represent, okay?
I haven't had full custody of her since 2010.
$3 from Patrick. How have you been? Currently on vacation in Japan right now. I've been loving it here. This month has been crazy. Tommy Crisis and Stalin Logic are fighting. Queeman got exposed as a pedophile. Your dick is smaller than your nose, and Black Ops 2 is becoming a reality. Well, thank you so much for the $3. I agree with everything you said about everybody except for me.
For Christ's sakes. Yeah.
Hey, come on, man. You gotta stop oversharing, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, he is over. That is over. That is like very embarrassing. He talks about Chud. Talks about Chud's kids not living with him, when in fact Chud is like meeting the terms of what I would assume to be a typical joint custody agreement, and you've just now decided to share with all of us that your daughter decided to leave the house as a minor and lives by herself.
But that brings me into oversharing. All right.
Maybe there's context he's leaving out. I don't know. I don't like to speculate on people's kids, but he's now just decided to directly invoke that.
I want to get in chat.
I don't want to drop to the stand. I don't want to drop it like what he said before about bring up my kids all you want. If I said that about your kids, I don't want to go just because somebody is taking on a standard, they're okay with shit talking you for your kids. That doesn't then go give you a right, if you're like any principled person, to go bring their kids into it for no reason. But he's directly making a statement in relation to that.
Is oversharing, that means you're 100% game to your buddies? Put one in the chat, too, if you don't buy it.
How am I a better father than this guy? You're not, Dust Bunny. You're not.
Oh, it's all Chud's audience in the chat, so.
Okay. So, is oversharing? Is oversharing okay?
If this is what you're comparing yourself to like give yourself a little bit of props as your kids don't even know your name. Like, why?
Like that leaves you open to get like goofed on anything?
But publicly, I'm serious. This might be the biggest W I've ever taken in a debate. Okay, and I'm only revealing this because it's public. Dust Bunny decided to publicly put it in the server. According to Dust Bunny, as a result of the debate we had yesterday, he's actually gone and called the mother of one of his kids.
Because I'd like to see.
W.
If it's embarrassing and funny, said and yes. Okay, so that means you can be. Oh, that's not funny. Just why? I mean, oh, that's not fun. Oh, that's not funny. That's not funny, right?
Listen, Dust Bunny.
All right, how
it's
about
the
this?
First step.
I've been contacted by the ghost of Chud's father, and he really, really wants to be on the show. I think we're gonna have an interview with him. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna check if Chud's okay with it. And we're
horrible delivery. Could have been actually funny. Okay, like yeah, you can joke about stuff like that, and it can be kind of funny. There's nothing funny about the delivery there. The delivery would be, wait, guys, we have a guest caller. And then it's like, I bring in like Lumpy Willie with a voice changer or whatever. And it like takes everyone. It like shocks everyone.
We're going to interview.
Now it just seems like you're trying to like dig for something, you know, or not trying to like find a joke you think is going to get under his skin. But you're just like, because you're angry and you're delivering it in like the worst way possible.
Chud. And from what I understand, like he's really disappointed in his son on the way things turned out. Is that okay? Can I do that?
Yeah, like we could tell you're just like seething with anger while pretending not to care.
I mean, by Chud's rules, I can, right?
Yeah, but you're right. You're right. His co-hosts aren't even laughing. Wait, that's so bad. This is like you could make that funny, okay? You could make a bit like that funny. I'm gonna be like, this isn't okay. Like half the people that would be saying that are people that joke about all sorts of abhorrent shit. You could set up a bit like that and make it funny. But we can tell you're actually angry about it, which is why you're doing it. You're presenting it in a very spiteful, unfunny manner. Yeah, it's not funny now at all.
He brought it up.
Yeah, he brought it up. But don't talk about something personal. I mean, that's the excuse for him saying fucking rotten shit about me. He says a bunch of rotten shit about me. He's like, oh, why are you so upset? You can't take the bans. And then the shit that he says when he was my buddy is no different. Actually, CTE's no, right? CTE's no. But just there's one difference between the way he talks about me. He's like, yeah, I got a little more self-respect than that. You can't talk about me that way. I got news for you, pal. I'll say what you want. I mean, Aiden is asking me to call in. I gave Aiden, yeah. No, I told you we're not taking call-ins. We're not taking call-ins. I go back to the thing as I set the rules for call-ins.
I didn't ask that. Did I? Did I ask that? Or I think somebody said he's taking callers, and I said to him, no, because this was later on. Okay, Lumpy Willie's just shit stirring in the chat. But like, this is like, please don't mock my dead father or the fact that I had trousers that were too short when I was 6 years old. Yeah, this seems like a topic that's like gonna offend him. What I'm saying here is, you could make that funny. It just comes off as like insanely fucking spiteful. There's nothing funny about the way you present it, and the co-host didn't even fucking laugh.
Full of call-ins. So that's about it. There you go. Why do these people think they can fucking have a right to debate me? I really find that hysterical.
I even prefaced it saying it's not going to be a debate. I want to have a conversation because I know how much that word triggers you. I went out of my way to reiterate that. That's a very you don't need to share your childhood trauma, okay, Chud? You don't need to share. I was saying that earlier. Like, he's acting like this is like the revelation that you were like molested as a kid. It's like, no, that's attesting to the point you made that if you're the claim Chud's lying or fabricating a working class background, and that is something that attests to having a working class background. Not that this is it's unfortunate, but not that this is some point of like immense fucking trauma on somebody.
I gotta be honest with you. This fucking idea of not to debate has had nothing but fruits. Everybody's freaking out, and it's really enjoyable to watch. All right, hold on a second. Let me check my notes real quick, because I did set some notes. Where is my note button? Did I close that fucking thing?
I think you might like restore your PC, so like went away.
Fuck.
It should still be saved.
No, yeah. Oh, so they did the oversharing, so I guess I can do what I want with that. Oh no, let's go into the next part of the video that I thought was interesting.
I'm not going to get into that stuff, okay?
I'm above it. I'm not going to get into Tommy's kids.
That's literally what he doesn't. He doesn't. He's saying that like in a sarcastic manner, as though Chud is acting above it, but clearly getting into Tommy's kids. Chud has consistently maintained that that is not something he's going to entertain. And the person who's talking about pretending like they're above it or whatever is literally Tommy, who, if you don't remember, started off this fucking stream with the line saying how much he doesn't care, when he's like clearly just like looking for shit, like to get back at Chud out of anger, like with the dad joke. It's like, you're not doing that to be funny. You're just like looking for something you think is going to get under his skin.
Above it.
My kids, it's up to him, but I'm not
I'm not gonna talk about your kids. What about your dad?
interested in that person.
What about your dad? Can I talk about your dad? I talked to your dad's ghost. I got Thomas Edison's machine. We're able to talk to your dead dad. How about that? Is that fair?
He doesn't care, by the way. He doesn't care, by the way, guys.
That's what private means. God.
And so this is him talking about. I'll say the biggest reason I won't talk to Chud. First of all, because he proved that he's completely bad faith. Chud keeps telling everybody, which is a lie, that the reason I have a problem with him is because he broke Bobax's privacy, which never came out of my mouth once. What I said is he heard something secret and spilled it for his own fucking benefit.
No, that's not. I don't agree with that framing. If anyone said that, I don't know if Chud said that. I don't think Chud said that. But if he did, I disagree with that. I think Tommy doesn't like Chud because of the segment that Chud did in relation to the H3 coverage in Diorio. So Tommy's formed an opinion of Chud, and he's now looking for past situations that could confirm his present conception, that his present notion towards Chud. Because I know that because he's also doing that with me. He does that a lot. He's a very fucking spiteful person.
He said he's gone from I didn't know to who cares, back to I didn't know, back to who cares, and now he's back and I don't know. I didn't know. So I'm sorry. He told somebody like, and Aiden didn't care. Like that made it like, look, you're asking me why I think you're a snake. That's why I think you're a snake. It's not the.
I didn't care. Wait, am I lying? Wait, is the implication I lied when I said I don't feel snaked by Chud? Because I don't feel snaked by Chud over that. People were already, I'm pretty sure, speculating over dress-related shit because of the Queeman comment. I could be off on that. But I don't. If Chud was to like release the photos or whatever, then I would feel like, yeah, that's like totally fucked, right? To do that. But that's not what he did. Tommy thinks you and Chud made some. I barely knew Chud at this point as well. You have to remember, I trust him. I trusted him at that point in time, right? I trusted him at that point in time, because I had been watching him for a little bit. But oh, that's like really. I know it sounds gay. You think you like trust somebody just because you fucking watch them. Like, you have to think, what motive would this person have, etc., etc. But I didn't like really know him super well either. There was no like blood pact.
You hurt, like, I guess it's just like a lefty thing. Like, you have to have hurt somebody to make it beats. I don't care if you hurt him or not.
A lefty, well, this guy is like so fucking. His mind is like totally like fucked by like his hatred of left. Holy shit.
I tell you what, that's exactly why I won't talk to him. Because he's like, why are you defending Bobax? When he knows damn well I want. He consciously is doing that. So he wants a straw man. You let him straw man. There's no reason to have a chat with him, either online or off. If I talk to him online, he's going for the W. It won't be an honest conversation. I don't expect anything less from him. If it's private, it's going to be, let's not talk.
It is a minor leak that didn't cause any harm. And if you claim that's not like why you care, but then by that logic, you shouldn't have liked Diorio. Diorio himself will tell you he's leaked plenty of shit over time. Diorio's leaked tons of shit. I think Diorio on his own has leaked more about Boblax in comparison to Chud. And for those of you that want to say that there's this narrative now, people do this. People like to say something long enough that it becomes the truth. People are saying I was leaking tons of shit in relation to Boblax. That's just not true. That quite literally is not true. Okay? When we knew that dress photos existed, I had sketched them. So the information you would derive from that is that the dress he was wearing was black. So I guess I leaked the color of the dress. And then the other thing I leaked was when and it turns out this wasn't a leak, by the way. That's the point. Okay, what happened was, I realized in hindsight this wasn't even a leak. So at the last VidCon, when the Frankie shit became public, I had revealed that at the time, Boblax was very upset over like women or people not liking him or whatever, and was like a drunken fucking mess. Okay, because this Frankie shit had now been publicly evoked. Boblax later pretended like he had confided some shit about his parents to me, that his parents were fighting with him. Okay? Boblax had pretended like he confided. That's not what happened. I didn't know about the fighting with his parents until me and Boblax called after the drama had begun, and Boblax knew he was being recorded. I then chose to cut out where he revealed to me that him and his mom were having a dispute over rent, which was the first, or mortgage payments or something, which was the first time I ever heard that, in the call where he knew he was being recorded. Once that call is mine, it is mine to do with as I please, right? I chose to cut that because I'd made a promise, and I'm not like a piece of shit, right? That was like a personal detail that was not relevant to the situation. And then Boblax was making denigrating comments publicly about his parents whose names were like revealed because for whatever reason just got hated by the wrong crowds, and doxing, all sorts of shit. And then I had revealed the part of the call that I had omitted to initially maintain my promise, because it linked back to what was being said at that point in time. So those are the two details that I leaked. What the fight with his parents was about, a fight he already invoked, and the sketch of the dress.
Talk about each other. I promise not to say something about you, or you don't say something about me. And I'm not in the mood.
Didn't you draw the oh yeah, what didn't I? I just said that.
I'm okay with things being unresolved. So here's Chud coming up with a tier list on when it's okay to, I guess, break your word.
You people are like, okay, you people are literally.
And just to be very clear, I was against. I had found out. I knew it was going to get out there, and when it did, I covered it. But when I had known about that his mom had actually been suing him, I was against coverage of that. Not to be like, oh, I'm such a good guy, but I feel like at that point we were literally just like beating a fucking dead horse, and this is a guy who's like a total rock bottom, so I would avoid just making it like 10 times worse. But that already got out there, so I could talk about it, right? But I have heard some things, but if there's anything further that I hear of him that is not like public info, and I do know some things that are not public info, I'm not gonna talk about it, right?
The Down syndrome individuals I was talking about earlier, right?
Anybody who disagrees with you.
Because obviously there's different levels.
Anyone who disagrees with me, just like how I criticized you, and now all of a sudden you've believed for the last 8 years I'm a shifty person, despite praising me behind the scenes and acting like we were cool. And only a few days ago, he said he told Nick not to talk to me behind the scenes. But a few days ago, someone had said to him, like, how did Aiden know? Isn't it hypocritical because Augie and Connor or Augie had leaked this info to Aiden? And Tommy said, I don't know if you remember, this was only a few days ago. Tommy had said, I don't care they leaked this to Aiden because Aiden is a colleague, implying that I'm somebody that can be trusted with private information. Now all of a sudden he's behind the scenes. I've been shifty for the last 8 years, and he's been behind the scenes telling people not to talk to me. What has changed? That I have publicly litigated criticism against him, and of everyone that has done it, I've done it in the nicest way possible. By the way, I've never at any point said that I would be looking for a private call to bury the hatchet. I've said it can be recorded. He's making it up to justify being a... Yeah, I totally believe you would talk to him fucking publicly. Or publicly on the record where it's recorded, then you can release it. Tommy's the only trustworthy person. Tommy, the guy who's admitted he burnt the bridge with me without telling me about it and was shit talking me behind the scenes, is a super trustworthy guy. I know you're being ironic, a lunar, but the statement you're making ironically is so true.
Okay, that's privacy, right? And different things you're going to be concerned about.
I've said it before, but it bears repeating. He reminds me of the worst public health dementia patients who talk about wanting their
That's pretty funny.
Adjusted.
Thank you for the super chats.
With like the straightest face,
Yeah, I think they just shout that over.
most unenthusiastic voice ever. Tommy's being hysterical. The coach like, Yeah, that's pretty funny. Are these guys like chained to their desks or something? What's going on?
If you say that over and over again, well, I'm not going to hear that guy's side. He's drunk all the time.
And it's like, you know, this bizarre
Yes, they did leak way more stuff about Boblax than I ever did. I'm just the patsy for like literally everything. I'm just the fall guy.
idea that it's okay to take that picture and go around to all your mates and go, oh, look at Boblax, what a weird queer, ha ha ha. Right? And then that gets to me, and I'm not friends with Boblax. And I mentioned it publicly on a stream. And the person that told me got told by like the other person. But the person that
So he's admitted he was told, but then still pretends that 5 months went by and he thought everybody knew about it. I don't know how to read. I know they can
Go
tell
follow
by
Ellie
each
on
other's
Twitter.
accents, and
This
I'm
is
not
very
that familiar
base.
with it. But something tells me.
Wait, did I pull it up?
No. I wouldn't be surprised if Chud came from money. First of all, you want to know what Chud actually
what's
thinks?
going on?
But yeah,
Where's this
something tells me
playing?
no.
Oh, over here. Got it. I'm
Like
retarded.
he's on both sides of this. I didn't know. I did know.
Reddit, it's fine. Totally fine.
And but keep in mind, my thing is, you were told you broke the promise with her.
Are you not allowed to talk shit behind people's backs sometimes? Sometimes you need to vent. You are allowed to talk shit behind people's backs, right? But I would assume that if you've led somebody to believe that they're a colleague of yours, you trust them. If you've had some criticism of them and you're not a total pussy, you'd be perfectly fine with litigating that to them as well. If I have a strong criticism of somebody that I'm telling others about without them knowing, I will always say it to them as well. I've said this before. I do talk about people, badly about people when they're not there. But when they are present, I'll say the exact same fucking thing.
Whether it's to a piece of shit or not, it doesn't matter to me. That's why I don't trust you. Deal with it.
Do that. Go and have a laugh about your queer.
Was it a funny moment on stream? Yes, it was. But you're asking me why I don't trust him. He has a problem with. He says I'm calling him Snake without any evidence. That's my evidence. That's enough for me. I think he talks to me Two-Face. I think he talked to Willie Two-Face. I think he was trying to make a move on Nick. All this stuff adds up, and he keeps on telling me that I'm making it about Boblax's privacy, which I could give 2 fucks about.
Mates behind their back, no problem. But the second I mention it on a stream, oh, Snake, terrible. Terrible.
So he's saying that because they were passing it around. Yeah, because your excuse was, I don't know, as soon as it left your mouth. Here's another thing I noticed. We were looking at the stream earlier. All he starts talking about, what was that, Jeannie? APG or some shit like that? What did he mention when we were watching it before?
I
it was
know.
something transgender or cross-dressing related, and then he fucking cuts it. It looked so opportunistic. Like they're saying, hey, they were talking about it. I thought it was out already.
I think it's AGP, yeah.
AGP, yeah. It's like AGP. And to me, it looked like, oh, there's my opportunity. To him, it's like, oh, I thought it was out. 5 months went down.
To be fair to Chud, and this could be sweeping. When I think about it, I had shown him a photo. That doesn't mean that I had confirmed to him that the general knowledge of I think I just asked him not to screenshot it or share it. I don't think that would be directly contradictory to the notion that general knowledge that the dress is out there already exists.
Yeah.
He probably knew, if we're being like totally fair.
5 months. Nobody said a thing.
But my call with him doesn't entirely refute the notion that he didn't.
By the way, I think you were told by Nick as well. Everybody, even Alex Getmo, kept his mouth shut. I mean, so yeah, I'm allowed to think you're a snake. And the fact that you keep strawmanning me and feeding arguments that I never made makes me like, all right, no, I'm not calling that guy. I'm not fucking dealing with that guy. Why don't you go back to what you were doing before, Chud? Why don't
You've strawmanned him when he asks for evidence, when he says you made a claim with no evidence but his working class background. You think he's literally asking you to like prove a burden, like dox him. No, what he's asking for is for you to share some reasons why you would be led to believe that.
you just say, okay, that guy doesn't trust me. Fuck him. Because that makes sense. You constantly explaining yourself is just sus as fuck. Where are the 5 months? We knew in August, Kevin. It came out in January.
Private is private.
Okay, I could verse on this. I heard him. Private's private. Now there's a private tier list.
Okay. If private is private.
Wait. We knew for 5. That's not true either. He might have known for 5 months, but he's now implying Chud knew for 5 months. If we were to assume, which it very well could be the case, that I'm the first person, which it very well is possible, which that means he probably did know. But if we are to assume that I'm Chud's first source of information about the dress, I didn't speak to Chud for the first time in a call until, and I could be wrong about the date, either October or November. Let me check. When is my first time speaking to this guy? Okay, my first time ever even DMing him was October. My first time being in a call with him was November 15th. So he didn't know since August, if I was his first source of this.
If that genuinely is your position, what do you think about, like, leaking DMs for no meaningful reason?
But Tommy did it too. What a brilliant.
Did you see that Alex Gekmo has shut down his news team? I didn't even know he had a news team.
Argument. This guy's such a brainiac. Please, if the clip exists where he threatens me, he's going to take me apart, but he's not going to do it yet. Please send that to me. I'm dying to hear that because it sounded more like, here's something I noticed about the anti-commentary community. They want to take this to like a new level of intellectualness. And I think he's one of them. But if he said that, I am dying to hear that.
What do you think about that? Because DMs are supposed to be a private communication, right? I mean, like...
Barely talked. Dude, we know about the dress for months.
He knew... You believe the narrative, which I also believe now, right? And it is possible that I wasn't the first person who told him, but probably not. And I don't even think you believe that because you believe that I was the first person that told him because you've invoked that against him, right? As like evidence that he knew. But that conversation didn't happen until November. Like mid to late November.
If he got talked to after that,
still told him.
It's he still told him. I mean, see, that's the thing. And that's what he's like. They want to sit there and say.
Yeah, and then the other criticism he made is that Shud outed Boblax's sexuality. That's not true either. Boblax had publicly volunteered that info, which is what led to like Nick leaking the DMs of Boblax being insane.
Like, no evidence. You were told, you did it anyway, and you played dumb. And here's the best part. He's gone from, it doesn't matter, somebody told me, to I didn't know. Oh, I guess I forgot
because,
I was told. It's all over the place.
We have a clip. No, dude, we have a clip of fucking Aiden telling, where he said, yes, I told Chud that the dress photo is private.
Yeah, I know. So to
That's
me,
it.
like, this is
a match.
I told him the photo is private. I told him not to screenshot the photo. He didn't share the photo. He shared general knowledge of the dress. But that probably was, all things considered, maybe his first time knowing that. And if that's true, that didn't occur until November.
Guys, this is my opinion. This is what makes you a snake. You can sit there and say there's no evidence, see you blue in the face. That's enough for me. That's enough for a lot. And you know what? Here's what he knows. He knows it's enough for some YouTubers. YouTubers will like humor him. And if he brings this up, Tommy, it wasn't a big deal. It was just Boblax. And they'll go, yeah, I'm telling you shit. And he knows that. And that's why he keeps defending himself on it. That's why he keeps strawmanning me and saying, like, fuck Boblax. Probably. What are you defending Boblax? No, that's a good example of not to trust you. One.
Tommy just brought up my fucking DMs on stream, was like scrolling through a portion of them.
To make a point. Like, I don't give a shit about that. And I've never held anybody to this fucking standard where they couldn't leak DMs for a good reason. So I just said, hey, here's one. And there's nothing in there between you and me. Let's be honest. This is more Tommy did it too.
Why? What was the reason for that? It's just...
Why do you write in all caps, all Lumpy Willie?
Well, Tommy, on the privacy tier list, technically.
Dude, he lost. We know you're reaching lolcow like status when you're like arguing in an unironic context with Lumpy Willie, the guy whose location on Twitter is set to Pedophile City.
Your DMs did not have anything.
Okay, let me hear this.
So absurd. It's obvious this insane double standard that applies. But Tommy C is literally... This is the thing. He has got...
My thing is leak him if you have a good reason. I had a good reason. And my reason was to prove I was willing to leak him. It was fucking nothing.
Motivated reasoning. He's come to the conclusion that I'm a snake, and rather than critically engage with the information that he's got and come...
Like, who thinks it's YouTube drama? It's fucking YouTube drama, Chud. I don't like you. I don't trust you. I think you're a snake. If it really didn't mean anything, you wouldn't keep talking about it. It fucking... Oh, God. Like,
he did, like, everything in his power not to talk about it. We had to pry him to talk about this. He didn't want to talk about it, actually.
If somebody else called me, I would just totally ignore it.
To reasonable conclusions about it. He's working backwards to make every act that I've taken mean that I'm a snake, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen enough. Yes. You have no evidence. Okay, Tom, Boblax.
The Tom stuff was not snaky. He genuinely believed that, and it was public confrontation relating to statements that Tom had already made. Tom was not trying to keep up his cover with Destiny like you had initially claimed and then did a quiet walk back of, right? The Boblax shit is honestly, if you think about it, right? Because it was a leak. I do believe we all knew Chud probably knew about it. That is probably like the only evidence attesting to Chud being a snake. But Chud knew that this wasn't like super important info to anybody. Me and Chud didn't make some blood pact behind the scenes. If anything, I asked him, do not fucking screenshot this photo. I didn't say he couldn't leak I don't think I said he could leak general knowledge that the dress photo fucking exists. So the Bolex thing is actually his only example that is actually valid of snaky behavior. And if that were true, he should have called me a snake a long time ago. He should have called Diorio a snake a long time ago. He should have called Augie a snake a long time ago, because we have all leaked to the public way more pertinent information.
The way you talked about me, the way you talked about Nick, and then you ran back as soon as it got hot. And
did you just call me? Okay, what is that? A sand N-word? Okay, Toki, it's not a delete message. You should probably ban this guy. He's being like really stupid.
Pulled the same thing. Hey, let's talk privately. I want to be able to criticize you on this, but I know it'll take drama. By the way, have you seen the H3 criticisms or Nick criticisms? No, because he wants to chip away at Nick's credibility more than likely.
That's what he's doing at the moment. So any possible piece of information that he can draw on, he's using to back up this claim that I'm a snake.
Well, maybe I'll use no information next time.
No, you can use information. It's just that all your points are really bad. Just be honest. You think the aspect that has led to you thinking that Chud is a snake is the Nick stream. All of this hindsight shit you're bringing in and getting details wrong about is solely points that you more than likely didn't feel any negative way about at the time and are now bringing in to strengthen your position, regardless of their merit.
So it's like, well, obviously with that logic, I mean, this is conspiracy logic, right? This is my conclusion. Anything I find I'm going to find a way to back up this conclusion.
Yes, that's what I just said. Chud skinwalking me. Chud is skinwalking me. Even though this is before my stream, Chud is skinwalking.
Already made.
That's fucking nuts. I saw you full of shit with the slasher stuff. I saw you do the Bobax thing.
You have no... You guys don't realize this? I've said it about 8,000 times now. The slasher shit was Chud coming in to defend Tommy. Me and Queeman were making and I did it in the lightest way possible. Me and Queeman were making criticism over his and many other people's coverage of the initial slasher situation, and Chud called in to say that we're making it a big deal when it's not. He was defending Tommy. So what issue do you have with that? Are you now admitting that it actually, with me and Queeman's position, because Chud's only take in that call was that he was against my conclusion and Queeman's conclusion. So if you're against that, you're admitting that there is some, and I don't think you're doing this, but that you would have to, it would follow that me and Queeman's conclusion is correct, and he shouldn't disagree with it. And if it is correct, where's the apology to fucking Slasher?
I saw you do the Tom thing. I saw the way you talk about me.
He's mad. Chud asked for a conversation. Why would he? Oh, that's what he's mad about? This guy really hates the regardless of what he says, that is totally a character assassination, what he said to me, right? But and then one of his co-hosts was like, you said it in private, so it's not a character assassination. And then Tommy fucking admits he's been saying it behind the scenes, or he's been telling people behind the scenes not to talk to me, refuting what his co-host just said. Chud tried at every opportunity to shut down the Slash stuff. Exactly.
And by the way, just let's get this out of the way. If you were an enemy talking that way, I just ignore it. But you're pretending to be my buddy, right? That was the best part of that other stream.
So you ignore people that have, but when you, so far, you are now just painting anybody who has criticism of you as an enemy. So I don't know what to tell you.
Like, I said something really nice about him, and he calls me a lazy fuck at the end.
So it seems like you will just ignore criticism.
My favorite part of that stream. You know, like, so that's not drawing a conclusion. These are incidents happening where, like, I don't think that guy's cool, and you're the one freaking out that I'm calling you a snake. If there's no truth to it, like, there's no truth to it, right? But you're having trouble explaining yourself with the boat.
Well, you're actively lying about situations that occurred. I'd be pretty mad if I were in Chud's shoes as well. And all things considered, I don't even think Chud is like actually that mad about it.
Waxing. I'm saying, like, if you leak something like that, somebody tells you not to do something, you agree to it. That's what makes you fucking sus to me. If you put all the
What he agreed to, because what I had shown him that was private was the screenshot, right? So I think I explicitly asked him not to screenshot it.
other stuff I mentioned on top of it, yeah, I think I can come to. I didn't say he's a rat and I found all this stuff. It was the stuff happened and I said he's a rat.
You know? He claimed you gave your word you wouldn't leak the dress shit. Okay, I'm fairly certain it was Aiden that told me.
I thought you didn't know. I'm fairly certain. Deliberately vague.
It was
Right.
I had shown him. And what I did was, and I know this because I remember this part. Okay, I turned on my screen share and I said to him, "You promise not to fucking screenshot this. Do not screen," and he promised me he didn't screenshot it. I don't know if there was an agreement made not to leak that piece of general info. He had known that, I think in that call, he had known this photo is private, which could follow the information itself as private. He probably knew that it was private. He probably knew it was private, but the explicit promise would have been related to not screenshotting that. Because I had done that with one other person I trusted.
So, how does Aiden feel about this? Is Aiden
It doesn't matter to me. Like, what is this? Like, if Aiden is, maybe Aiden isn't offended. Fuck if I care. That's what makes me think you're a snake.
And by the way, I have no problem if I feel like somebody leaks something of mine. There was a while ago where I had, and to be fair, the VC was technically public, but there wasn't like anybody, that many people within it. I had said some stuff to Queeman, and then Queeman had brought it up on a JStalk. This was a long time ago. I don't really care about this anymore. But after the stream was done, I think I had said something to Queeman along the lines of like, "Why the fuck would you bring that up on stream?" or something. Like, if I don't think Queeman snaked me. I don't think he's a snake over that. To be fair, I wasn't like super explicitly clarifying how private this info was. I think I was indicating that like talking about it would probably put me in a very uncomfortable position. But I had no problem saying something about that to Queeman, and I would have no problem saying something like that to Chud.
in particular
But Aiden doesn't care. Like, his argument doesn't even make sense.
like aggrieved by the fact that I leaked it?
I'm almost certain the explicit promise of privacy related to not screenshotting the picture I showed him.
Like,
I think Nick told you to. I'm pretty sure, Nick. You can ask him. I'm sure you've been calling him a lot.
obviously, if you as a third party
Huh?
want to be bothered by that, that's fine. That's up to you at the end of the day. But if the person is not that bothered about it, you know, I've you know, I mean, I've got the nickname Leaky Logic because I would like spill something on stream.
Yeah, and Nick has leaked stuff, and everybody has like leaked bits of harmless information, which is what that was. And obviously, whether or not you're going to leak that bit of information, you're going to assess in your head how harmful would it be for the other party if I leaked this information, assuming the leak was intentional, which it probably was, to be honest, right? How harmful for the other party will this leak be? Does it offer any entertainment value? You're weighing those factors in your mind, and if there's not going to be any harm or grievance to the other party, then it's like a harmless, like little like bit of info you decide to leak, which everybody does, by the way. If this was some information that by leaking Chud knew would have negative implications for the party that he would be for the party that he had promised not to leak it, or the party that had given him this piece of information, and he leaked it anyway solely for the sake of entertainment, then sure, you could argue some like snaky behavior, but that's just not the case here.
You know, not like a sort of, you know, it's a bit cheeky, tongue in cheek sometimes. Like,
So was your fucking DM drop because there was nothing in there and I scrolled through them like ultra quick. So how is that different than what I did?
you know, not.
Yeah,
you know,
well, you're called Leaky C for a reason,
Leaky
Tommy.
C,
So.
yeah, well, I'm called. Hey man, don't call me out. I'm called Leaky Logic.
Is it public? Isn't it public? You know, but it's not. You know, it's just not a big deal. People just don't really care.
I think when a YouTuber tells you something of that magnitude, when you have fucking
Why is he talking like a fucking... I think when a YouTuber tells you something of that magnitude, it's very disrespectful to talk about that information. He's kind of like talking like a mob boss now.
I think when a YouTuber tells you something of that magnitude, when you have fucking Bobak
When I come to you on the day of my daughter's wedding and tell you something of that magnitude, it really is not like what would be of that magnitude if he's leaking it and if he's like leaking that, but if he's like alluding to it or whatever on a stream, I don't remember what his exact comments were. It really is not that like of a huge magnitude.
like dead to rights, and you're going to have plenty of contact with the dress is not when everybody agreed it was too far, even with some of his A-loggers, and you just happen to drop in the big stream, and then you've gone 2 weeks. You said I was told, and you've also said I didn't know, which makes it sound like you're lying. I don't know which way you're lying, but it makes it sound like you're lying. That's a completely reasonable conclusion to come to. And thinking with all the other shit, yeah, you're a rat. No, it's you did shit, and I was like, yeah, you're a fucking snake. Not the other way around. This is the last.
So
one.
I thought of, I think there was some like things that were moving
Leaky logic seems like a cope. Yeah, it does seem like a cope to me.
that made me think something was going to happen, but I didn't necessarily think it was going to happen.
All right, this is him. This is weird because I really don't know how to take
All right,
it.
is the rest of this part even worth watching? For the sake of time, I might skip ahead a little bit. Is the rest of this part even worth checking out? Oh, he's covering like a meme about him. Okay. I watched his response to Leia something thing. We'll go on a quick break, and then when we get back, we're gonna be covering Dickers, who has been caught in some hot water.
Which he leaves out is the stuff about the filming. Everybody. This is Leah stuff. Something one. This is too funny. So this is
Leia something took a W. I was wrong about Leia something.
interesting, and it's actually something I didn't know, but I don't know how it changes.
Nothing like, okay, just to keep in mind, Toki commented earlier, like nothing about an 8 a.m. beer or something. And now you're commenting nothing like a 3 a.m. beer. Are you just drinking all day? Is something happening, Toki? Is there like something going on at home you want to tell us about?
Anything. Tommy C is getting this factually. Oh, wrong one. Tommy C is getting this factually incorrect. On 11/30/24, before the New Year stream, Turkey Tom did 2 things. Talk about Destiny's leaks on stream, which he
I
leaves
would
out.
say it's important
is
to
the
cover
stuff-
his entire. Okay. All right. Okay. Fine.
Maybe I'll use no information next time. This is the last
So
one.
I thought of,
Goes up to like here, right?
Where he said, yes, I told Chud that the dress photo is private.
Yeah, I know. So to me,
That's it.
like, this is a good reason. And my reason was to prove I was willing to leak them. It was fucking nothing.
motivated reasoning. He's come to the conclusion that I'm a snake, and rather than critically engage with the information that he's got and come
Yes.
Like, who thinks it's YouTube drama? It's fucking YouTube drama, Chud. I don't like you. I don't trust you. I think
That's a cope for making bad points. That's a cope for making bad points. That you don't have to like. Yeah, it's YouTube drama where you're reiterating. You're a guy that covers stuff that claims to have like credibility in your coverage and criticism of other people. It's actually not like asking for you to be a fucking NASA scientist to critically engage, with the with the argument you're making or the points that you've made about somebody.
you're a snake. If it really didn't mean anything, you wouldn't be
AIDS
talking.
gang represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much for the donation, Patrick Starr. Wanted to ask, is Tommy really mad at Chud over Queeman and now he's mad at you for it? It seems like it because he ended off his call to. I think he's mad I criticized him, but he's also so mad at Queeman that he thinks I like, which in some capacity, like I do talk to Queeman. He thinks like I'm involved in like conspiring against him or whatever. Which that part isn't true. I'm not like I wasn't conspiring against him. Now, on the other hand, who knows? Tommy's formed an opinion about me based on the things I've said publicly about him, and he's now looking for things in my past that he's just conveniently never brought up to go and like support the opinion he's now garnered of me, even though it contradicts his opinion of me from 2 days ago. He's bringing up things from the past to support the present opinion that he claims he's had. He's doing the same thing with Chud.
If fucking, oh god, like Nate, like if somebody else called you, I just totally ignore it.
to reasonable conclusions about it. He's working
We already
backwards
got
to
to
make
this
every
point.
act that I've taken
That was the best part of that other stream. Like I said something really nice about him, and he calls me a lazy fuck at the end. That's my favorite part of that stream. You know, like so that's not drawing a conclusion. These are
It's banter, you fucking retard.
incidents happening where like I don't think that guy's cool, and you're the one freaking out that I'm calling you a snake. If there's no truth to it, like,
All right, we already got up to that part.
and you've also said I didn't know, which makes it sound like you're lying.
All
I
right,
don't
we
know which way
already
you're
got up to that
background to
part.
come out.
So what he's doing is he's denying. By the way, I have no evidence that he.
Thought of, I think there was some like things were moving that made me think something was going to happen, but I didn't necessarily think it was going to happen that soon. But no, there was no collusion for me. I just, a third party passed me
So what he's doing is he's denying, by the way, I have no evidence that he colluded with President Sunday. What I said was, I'd love to see your communications between him during that time.
the information, and I got wind of it. And,
That's
I told the commentary guys,
It's almost like Tommy can't, like, understand the concept of an implication. Actually, he can understand the concept of an implication. He's just fucking playing dumb. It's like, well, I never said that. I said this thing. I was just asking. It's literally the I was just asking questions meme. That's literally, he's doing the I'm just asking questions. Where it's like, no, you're not asking questions. You're asking very pointed questions to try to reassert an opinion you've already conceived. And what would the opinion that you've already conceived about private communications with Sunday be? More than likely, based on what you've said, that they're somehow colluding with one another, right?
about it, because I thought, again, another topic I've discussed at length, but I told the commentary guys about it because I, didn't want them to
I'm
fuck
just
themselves
asking questions, man.
over by,
I'm just saying, why were there swimming pools? Why were there swimming pools there?
doing some shit with Destiny when this was like on the precipice in the background
Why are the doors made out of wood?
to come out, and it's like, I mean, not to
Okay, so what he's telling
I
them
just want to know. I'm just asking questions.
is he's not telling them about Sunday's video, right? What he's saying, he's telling, like, look, there's some shit coming out. You might want to distance yourself from DDG, from Destiny, because this is coming down the pipe. By the way, I heard about it. I can't remember, it was late November, early December. Nick told me, and he said he was pretty much done with them.
You
and
missed
wouldn't say
my
anything
dono
until-
I saved up for a week to send? Where did you donate? Was it on Streamlabs? Just write it out here.
Apparently.
If you donate, I have to change the settings. But I think if you donate on my Streamlabs, and it's under 3, it doesn't come up on my list because I think that's what I'd set the minimum TTS dono to. So just write what you meant or wanted
Victim
to
was
say.
negotiating, and he didn't know she would change her mind. And I really didn't think too much of it because I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't too surprised when Destiny recorded somebody. It just wasn't out of the realm of possibility for me.
not to suck my own cock, right? But
I always knew about this. Like, someone like Queeman or somebody else could probably say it because they, like, autistically A-logged this guy. But Tommy, like, forms dislike against people, and then later on, when some unrelated thing shows they're a piece of shit that was totally unrelated to his initial criticism of them, he'll act like he got it right. No, your criticism of Destiny, what I would guess, is almost entirely related to his political positions and the shit he tweeted out about the guy at January or the guy at the Trump rally, etc., etc. That's like why you don't like him, think he's a sociopath, whatever. This other stuff has come out that does prove he's a bad person, but, like, don't act like you. I knew that. I knew that was gonna happen.
He's trying to act like a hero. So, all right, so he gave him the heads up.
I was trying to do right
Or that doesn't surprise me. I knew something like that was gonna happen.
by them to make sure they didn't put themselves in an awkward position when this thing came out. You see what I mean?
You know us, Seward.
So you know about the video 100%, right? You knew the video was coming out. What I don't know is if you knew the contents of the video. In other words, the video was initially supposed to be fucking Willie.
Aiden, I donated 500 and you missed. Oh, sorry about that. Just donate again. I'll read the message that comes with the next 500 dono.
verified that. Tom and Nick.
2 is all I can afford, so don't be sorry. Just write out what you wanted to say with the dono and I'll read it.
Old Beckett
I appreciate
gave
it.
Nick a heads up, and after a phone call with President Sunday toned the fucking the triple commentary gotcha way down. And by the way, I seem to remember a bunch of people going after Nick, even though that stuff came out. It didn't stick about him knowing and not telling anybody. So one of the things he told Sunday is, I don't know if you can change your mind. I don't know if you're suicidal. I'm not getting involved with any of this. But he spins it really strangely.
Will be needling
I
you
feel
about
like
6 months.
I feel like I'm sure there were people invoking that criticism, but I feel like support was widely for Nick on that situation. I even think Chud was supportive of Nick during that.
And months and months. This is a feast compared to the usual crumbs for shitters.
Yeah, I should have fucking had a good time. Yeah.
That's great. There's Creeman stream for tonight's day. I've got to stop doing that, man, because Creeman doesn't just fucking cover the.
Oh.
I'm sure he'll be covering
When he hears Queeman, I could tell his other hand is just shaking.
something else later, okay? But yeah, no, I didn't. There was no sort of collusion there. It was just like, I mean, dude, this is what's difficult about it, right? Obviously, there's private conversations that happen, and you don't want to like start fucking leaking them. But like, if you did, that's the only real way you could prove what's happened.
You mean you can't put your side of the conversation to make me look bad and black out theirs? Really? I mean, Jesus Christ. I
Golden-
mean, does a DM include your side of the conversation as well?
Well, if it's a two-way conversation about a particular issue, if it is a two-way conversation about a particular issue, I'm sure Chud's communications could give context as to like the nature of what they're talking about, even if the other person's end isn't present.
So if you got this dinger out there, but you can't do it because you got to get other people's permission, when you're just telling me your leaky logic.
Also, you're
The golden rule,
making
man.
I do it,
Just-
you're making some sort of very vague assertion, like how far back do you want the DMs to be, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh,
It's just
I do.
above
I
all.
don't know. I'd do it to you. 100%. I'd do it to you. But he's trying to suggest, yeah, I'm really off the hook on this. But yeah, I did warn those guys.
But you don't want to do that, you know. But I, you know, my word is
Why does the commentary community think anything is there? Well, there are things that are private. There are things that are private. Yes, if you want to maintain like a big part of existing in this space and getting information relating to stories is inherent trust. And if you're just like revealing everything, nobody's gonna trust you. As nobody's gonna trust you, right?
my bond. For what it's worth to you guys, I did not work with President Sunday to snake Nicholas. Okay, Nicholas, listen. Nicholas snaked himself by talking to President Sunday.
Who said that? Nicholas saved himself by going to President Sunday. Beckett tipped him off.
Didn't Diorio literally even say himself he regretted talking to Sunday? He shouldn't have trusted him? Didn't Diorio himself say that?
That he was going to be in the video and they were going to spin it in such a way that they covered for Destiny. Now, you gave them a heads up. That's probably when I heard about it. About, look, these leaks are coming out. Then you, for some reason, put Turkey Tom on defense. And somebody sent me a video. It doesn't fucking help him at all. It's actually pretty funny. I mean, like, why would you put your active...
Well, his original no, it does help because let's keep in mind, Tommy's original criticism is that this information hadn't come out yet, and Tom was trying to keep up the allure of being Destiny's friend because things hadn't publicly come out yet or whatever. Then you silently walk that back.
Like, you saved them, and you're saying that Nick screwed himself. Nick didn't screw himself.
Does everyone think like that? Because it seems like some new wave people don't have the same opinion unless it's about them. I legit respect you for not leaking Bobby, but it doesn't seem who are you talking about? Name like a specific example. I have no idea what you're saying.
If Nick hadn't talked to that guy, from what I understand, they couldn't put anything Willie because they didn't know if he knew or not. Turns out he didn't. But he was going to try to say is these two commentators knew, they're connected to Destiny, and they did nothing. And that was the context. Beckett called Nick, or I think they talked initially, Beckett was, and the second conversation, which you can hear on President Sunday's video. And it didn't stick, not to Tom, not to Nick. What I'm saying is, did you know about the contents of the video? Did you know that they were trying to shoehorn Willie, Nick, and Tom in there? I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any evidence of such. But when you put Nick, or you put, Tom on defense for no other fucking reason than to, we're just having a debate. We're just having a debate. Just looks sus as fuck to me. And again, you can sit there and say that, this is all conspiracy theory, but I'm clearly not the only. I guess everybody's conspiracy theory. All right. That's fine.
He gave Tom public pushback on a public matter. The way you had initially put it, which was just wrong. Sure, you could argue something bad was happening there. But no, he was pushing him for his opinion on already public information that he could easily justify taking a side in relation to. And he kind of already was.
But I just think that's fucking weird. Weird as fuck.
It's not weird to give people
You know
like
about it,
pushback.
right? You know about the video? If you know about the video, look, it basically comes down to this. If you knew that they were going to shoe in Willie, Nick, and Tom and didn't tell them, you did fuck them. I'm sorry. You fucked them. Check this out.
What reason do you have to believe that?
Oh, this is Leah something one. This is too funny. So this is interesting. It's actually something I didn't know, but I don't know how it changes anything. Tommy C is getting this factually. Oh, wrong one. Tommy C is getting this factually in Connect on 11/30/24 before the New Year's stream. Turkey Tom did two things: talk about Destiny's leaks on stream, which he leaves out is the stuff about the filming. People knew about the leaks by this point, but they didn't know what they contained. But that's probably
Didn't Melina explicitly say like the implication of her statement was that they were like non-consensual sexual imagery? Wasn't that like the heavy implication of what she had stated? So we kind of did have some indication as to what they contained. Yes, we did.
To distance himself from DGG and Destiny. Now, I didn't know this, and I'm going to assume Chud didn't know this either, that Tom said this. This is, the New Year stream had no effect between Chud and Turkey Tom.
Wait, what? What? Wait. I didn't know. You had made the claim. That Tom was still trying to placate DGG, right? Tom had already begun publicly distancing himself. You've admitted you don't know that. Why are you assuming? What basis do you have to assume that that's true of the other party? This was being posted in Spicy Chat in Chud's server. Of course he fucking knew about this. You're only saying to be fair to yourself and to brush past the part that you've just gotten a pertinent piece of information that's heavily relevant to your point, blatantly wrong. You're trying to say Chud didn't know about it either. You have no basis for that, like whatsoever. In fact, there's more evidence that he did know about it, i.e. it was posted in a server, than that he didn't. You're just assuming that to make yourself look better. Admit you fucking got it wrong. Take the L. If you've, like, any fucking... If you're have, like, any honesty left. If you've... Dude.
Source Leah, because she knows? I still, whether he knew about this video or not, I still think it's weird that he put him on defense. And then when he was...
Okay, so... Now we can get to the root of it. You think it is weird to publicly give people pushback. You think it is weird to publicly give people pushback. Because if we're to assume he knew, it's not like I'm going to be charitable and assume he knew. He more than likely did. It was posted in his server. But if we are to assume he knew...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Right? Then your fundamental criticism would be in relation to him giving Tom public pushback in regards to his position on this.
pressed on, he's like, well, we're just having a conversation. So here is what Tom said a couple days.
To continue with my last dono, Tommy is really doing guilt by association now. If we're doing that, should I blame Tommy for everything Nick Dior has done wrong? Because he's Tommy's son, the same way as he's not outright saying it, but I'm sure actually I think he has outright stated it in certain cases. But yeah, a big issue is Chud's association with Queen and Shore, probably. But I don't think that's the root of his problem here.
Is before the New Year stream.
You know, we knew Destiny was gay. That part is not so bothersome. It is what it is. We knew.
So he's talking about the leaks. Nobody. It was not public at this point because that didn't come till January. This is.
I mean, like, people did know about the.
They knew about leaks. They knew. That's all they knew.
But like, not to the extent.
That's not true either. Melina had come out, and because I didn't even care about. Or not that I didn't care. I wasn't like caring to get super invested in this, right? But Melina had outright stated, and this had been brought up, Melina had stated that these images were some of these things were shared without her consent, right?
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah. You listen to Leah, bro? No, I just wanted to debunk.
It wasn't just sucking dick. That's wrong. You got it wrong. I think your co-host is now coming in to correct you.
This is fun to me.
It was a gooner. It is what it is.
Will he admit he's wrong? Does he have like is he a credible person at all? Does he have any shame? Will he admit he's wrong? No, he won't. He won't admit he's wrong.
But I will say the Destiny community is getting a little bit too hot for me lately. Not in that way.
I didn't know this. I'm gonna give Chud the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna assume
you don't need to give him the benefit of the doubt. You don't need to give him the benefit of the doubt. Chud was insanely invested in what was happening with Destiny. That's how Chud knew. I would assume that's how Chud knew and was talking in detail about the leaks that were about to come out in relation to Pixie or whatever the fuck, right? So you don't need to give him the benefit of the doubt. It is way more likely he knew about this than he didn't, because this was posted in his server.
Okay. I saw him on stream talking about how he wants to brigade Hassan's community.
I guess Sunday is the biggest example. Didn't tell Nick it was going to be used for content. At what point do you trust anyone in the community talking about anything? Well, Sunday's not in the Sunday wasn't really in Nick's community.
And you know, I don't like Hassan, but it's just getting a little bit too hot for me. So I think.
Good morning, Perry.
I think for now I'm gonna be laying off from the Destiny world for a little bit. And that's my.
It's kind of tacit. It's not throwing Destiny on the bus exactly. It's like I'm staying away from DGG. Not so much.
Oh my god, dude, the cope is incoming. Tommy was acting like Tommy's first point of contention. You knew Tom had to play their game, right? Continue the facade that he was friends with Destiny and DGG. And now we have clear evidence that Tom has already begun a public distancing. A public distancing over things Destiny has done. And you're now reaching for anything you can to like still be right about your initial point. Which you got that wrong. You were wrong. Tom had already publicly distanced himself. You admit you didn't know about this, and this totally disproves the initial thing that you had stated. So just say you were fucking wrong.
Let's read that again.
What's this about? This was about Tommy's criticism that Chud had known that Chud knew about like the Pixie shit in advance, and Chud knew that Tom had known about it, and Tom had to publicly keep up the facade until it came out that he was friends with Destiny and DGG or Risk whatever, right? And Chud decided to publicly push him on it anyway for the sake of content, which is snaky. Now, it turns out none of that is true. Melina had already, the leaks had come out. We didn't know, and we didn't have full confirmation they were non-consensual. People were mostly speculating that they were, and then Melina had given indication that things were shared without her consent. So people had known this, and Tom had in fact already begun to publicly distance himself from DGG. He had stated it outright.
Community, and I don't like Hassan, but it's just getting a little bit too hot for me. So I think for now I'd be laying off from the Destiny world for a little bit. That's my take there. That's my take. It's getting a little crazy. That world's getting a little crazy with the ad boycott, stuff like that.
So he doesn't exactly throw Destiny on the bus, does he? He just says, I'm leaving the community, it's getting too hot.
I'm laying off, all right? I'm laying off. So
what do you think? What do you think he's referencing, Tommy? He's referencing distancing himself from the community. Now, the main criticism was, and that was literally like the main criticism as well. He was like still doing some like semi-sweeping for Destiny, but he is distancing himself from the community over revelations about the man himself, the center of the community. How would that be any different from, like, what is the facade at that point? What is the facade that Tom has to keep up that Chud's revealing? The thing litigated in your initial criticism.
that's about it. That's about it for that segment. We've got a lot of other stuff to get to, but you wanted to see it. You wanted to hear it. There it is, chat. All right. Q has contacted me. Q has said what he said.
So I don't know what Leah's fucking trying to do here. The nearest stream said,
Prove you wrong, which, to listen, to Leia Sutton's credit, okay, I've given this person a lot of grief. They've said some very dumb stuff. Yeah, they do kind of look like a man. But they're right. Leia something is very right on this. Very correct. Leia something W.
had no effect on Tom. I guess because he distanced himself from DGG earlier. He still put him on defense, even if Chud didn't know about this video. Hey, Leah, if Chud does know about this video, that doesn't make him look good at all. Because here's the fucking dirty secret, right?
No, Tom's made a public... What that means is Tom's made a public statement, and Chud's giving him pushback on the public statement. Not that Chud knows that Tom is at the moment in an impossible situation to win, and is going to break this facade for him anyway for the sake of content. It's an entirely new criticism, and if you're revising your criticism without saying that you're revising it to be that, then you're just admitting that he shouldn't have given him public pushback.
Chud knew that the Sunday video
No, not about the videos. This video
was coming out. Whether he knew what
the
he was
Sunday video he's talking
doing
about
with it, who knows if we'll ever find out. He 100%. So why would he put him on defense like that? If he knew about this, then he's put him on defense after he's trying to move away. That doesn't make him look very good.
Well, okay. Now we've gotten down to it. He is trying to move away, but he was being soft in regards to some of the criticism. Like he was saying, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about, et cetera, et cetera. He was being, and to Tom's credit, okay, I know like a lot of the spicy people give Tom grief over this. I am empathetic to Tom's position here. Right, I am empathetic to Tom's position. It is like hard to just like accept something like that completely, immediately, right? But Chud was giving him public pushback on kind of like the soft nature of what he was litigating. Yeah, when I say Chud knew about the video, I thought he was referring to this video of Tom, which I'm certain Chud knew about. Chud, did you know that Tom had already publicly began to distance himself from DGG at that point? Yeah, I'm not saying you knew about the Sunday video. Yeah, I don't think you knew about the Sunday video. I don't know why he thinks that. Yeah, and just to clarify, at that point in time, and even up till now, Chud has way more fucking loyalty would have way more loyalty to Diorio than Sunday. If you're like assessing his motives. If Chud is like a snake or whatever, right? Even from like a snake's perspective, he would, why wouldn't he try to get in Diorio's good graces by warning him? He has far more to gain off of Diorio than he would from President Sunday.
Does it? In fact, it makes him look like shit. If he knew what Chud Logic was doing, or excuse me, if he knew what Sunday was doing, and he knew about this video,
Yes, my apologies. I thought Tommy was talking about Chud's knowledge of this clip.
he's the biggest snake as I'm saying he is. Like, New Year's streams had no effect. I thought, like,
If he did know that, sure. But you have no... If this entirely made-up situation where he's snaking somebody is true, then he's a snake. Very true. I agree, Tommy. If there is like a made-up situation of you like fucking a kid, then you are a pedophile. That's all I'll say. Like, if that is true, if you did fuck a kid, then you are a pedophile. Then that is true.
what the fuck?
If you did it. If you did do that, you're a pedophile.
What are you talking about? So I said I would address this on stream, and she accused me of goalpost shifting when I didn't even make the argument.
He did. He did shift the goalpost. He absolutely shifted the goalpost. The goalpost originally was, Tom, this information was not public, right? And Tom had to keep up the facade until it was public. So it was publicly trying to remain compliant with Destiny and DGG, and Chud compromised that for the sake of content by going after him on the New Year's stream. When it's revealed that Tom had actually already publicly begun to distance himself from DGG, the criticism then became, by Tommy's second stream, that Tom was slowly, it was like something like, Tom was like slowly backing away from DGG, and Chud, I don't remember exactly what he said, but he had acknowledged by the second stream that Tom was slowly backing away from DGG, and he pretended like that had been his position from the get-go. No, it wasn't. And you've admitted you didn't see this clip. So just say, I didn't know this existed. I've revised my position. Actually, this was snaky because such and such.
But I will tell you something new. Fucking, hold on a second. I wrote this down somewhere. This will shed some light on this. There was an agreement in the stream by all streamers. I'm not sure if this is out, so I'll tell you. No Destiny talk, period. They all agreed, including Chud. But Diorio made a crack. So they figured, okay, Diorio wasn't supposed to say something. He wasn't trying to put Tom on thing. So now we can talk about everything. Cat's out of the bag. So Chud fucking puts Tom on his heels. That's sus to me. So he's told on Bobak's...
What? Did this happen? Oh, didn't mean to full cam there. I flipped the cam too. I felt bad for Tom because I said this before. I leaked this. I actually leaked our private communications. I snaked you. Okay, I did say a few days ago that behind the scenes, Chud had been very sympathetic to Tom's position and wanted to see if he could step in and maybe maybe help. Or I don't remember if he said he wanted to help or not. But behind the scenes, you had said like you are like very sympathetic to the situation Tom finds himself in, and we're relating it to your own. So I did, yeah, I snaked Chud on that one. We're even now, because you leaked the very important information about the Boblax, that Boblax wears dresses. Now we're even.
He was told possibly by two people, right?
But I cannot sit there on a stream and let someone say something that I think is cope or bullshit. Yeah, you gave him public pushback as he was being like light about some of his criticisms. And ultimately, now that Tommy's initial criticism about Tom maintaining a facade has been debunked by these clips, right? His criticism now ultimately comes down to you giving him pushback on a stream.
Was told not to talk about it, so I imagine Chud was told not to talk about it.
That's what all of this comes down to. That's what it comes down to with me. He doesn't like the things that I've said about him on stream, so he's gonna pretend like I'm a scheme. I forget what the word he used as, right? He's gonna pretend like I'm Also, I don't know if you were here and saw this, Chud. Tommy thought that his comment about me being I forget the word. What was the word he used? Like duplicitous, something with an S. But he thought, oh, shifty. That's the word, shifty. He thought I was gonna criticize him for being anti-Semitic. He said, I thought Aiden was gonna take this and accuse me of being anti-Semitic. Like,
and they all agreed not to talk about Destiny. Nick fucked it up, and then he immediately puts Nick on defense. Or excuse me, Tom on defense. Yeah.
I think that's great. I think that is like absolutely great. I think you should do this to your friends if you or people you're cool. I don't know if they're friends, but people you're on good terms with. If they are. Yeah, I don't know if you guys missed that part. Tommy said, I was gonna reply telling Aiden he could use the clip, but then I thought he's gonna take this out of context and use it to claim I'm being anti-Semitic. or it's about him being Jewish. Huh? And he claims he was right about you playing that card. But yeah, he brings up Lumpy Willie's tweet, jokingly saying it's anti-Semitic to be like he was right. The guy whose location is set to Pedophile City and has a lolicon drawn as a racist caricature of Asians as his banner.
This is not, I thought you were a snake or...
I wasn't ever going to pull the anti-Semitic card. I think the fact that you thought my issue with that criticism would be related to my ethnicity and I'd be calling you an anti-Semite or whatever, that I actually would have reason to call anti-Semitic, because what reason do you have to think that that's going to be my criticism of you? I don't do that to people. So actually, yes, I am going to pull that card now, not because of what you initially said, but because of what you thought my criticism was going to be. That seems a little bit anti-Semitic.
I wanted to believe and put it together. These are all the things. And Leah, this doesn't mean a fucking thing. So
to think that my issue is going to be, I'm going to try and twist it to make it look like it's about me being Jewish. Yeah, for you to think I'm going to do that seems a bit anti-Semitic.
Oh, chat died.
Oh, well. This thing sucks.
Yeah.
This fucking game.
Might be time to move on to
Thanks, man.
OBS.
It's like, what would be an example of this? You're litigating criticism against a guy who is black, and then you tell him, well, I don't want you telling people about this criticism because I'm worried you're going to use it to pull the race card. You barely know this black guy. You don't know, or you do know this black guy, but he's never done this before in like all of your history knowing him, right? Now you're just assuming he's going to pull the race card because he is black. Like, that's a little fucked.
Man, it really might be time.
Yeah, it might be. Oh, God, redoing everything's going to suck. You know what? If I go to OBS, I should probably just get a whole new thing, but I'm retired. I'm only part-time. Yeah, there it is. Fucking dead as a doornail.
Yes, you should retire.
This thing sucks. Unless it wants another thing. No, it's fucking... I hate this thing. A bloody passion. So that's it. There's your Chud. Enjoy. Oh, it took an hour? Fuck. If you want to do...
No, I mean, like, it's irrelevant if he knew, if Chud knew about Tom's stream or not, because he still pressed him on it. That's it. He fucking pressed him on it. On any public major fucking
I think that's a weird thing to press him on that. If he knows about Leah's video, it's fucked up.
Yeah, so like, what? Like, you want to find out even more about it? See, like, why is he
Oh shit, we're gaining a lot of subs. What's going on here? Not just right now. I heard that I got mentioned. By the way, I heard that I got mentioned in Turkey Tom's new video.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Chud put Tom in a position to be the Destiny defender. He already said that he knew the President Sunday video was coming out. Admittedly, we don't know what he knew about it. He didn't know.
Yeah, like how far he knew. We don't know.
We don't know. We have no idea. But I'm sorry. I have plenty of reasons not to trust me. And if, the smart thing to do, Chud, would be like, okay, fuck that guy. You don't trust me.
Yeah, but ultimately, like, the only two reasons you have, one of which you've just completely revised, relates to like public criticism dished out against people. So ultimately, you think he's a snake because he publicly criticizes his friends. I think that's like antithetical to snake behavior. I think what you've done is snake behavior because you've admitted you've had this problem with me that you've never told me about. Led me to believe we were on good terms, and according to you, we're going and telling Diorio behind the scenes not to fucking talk to me. I have you admitting to being a snake. I have you admitting to it. If that's not fucking snake shit, I honestly, I don't know what is. You snaked me. No problem with you telling Diorio not to talk to me. I have no issue. I'll take issue that if I disagree with your reasoning, but at least it will be a disagreement. The problem is, you told Diorio to not talk to me because you had formed some conception of my character that you never brought up to me publicly, and it led me to believe we were on good terms. Thank you for watching. Yeah, sub if you enjoy the streams.
But you know what? You know people trust me. You know I got a pretty good nose for this shit. And you're panicking. You're hoping that people coming in here in the thousands is gonna I'm just gonna wake up one day and think, oh no! Or like a million streams and videos. Oh no, it's not. I've been here before with bigger YouTubers than you. Like million streamer guys, not
I don't
guys,
I don't think he's panicking.
When they all came in.
You have like 200 viewers and most of them are like totally hostile to your arguments.
And Jeannie, you told me something. You said it was overwhelming at first, correct?
And Tommy, by the way, has indicated, he says, you think you have a lot to talk about now, wait till this summer. It's going to go throughout the summer. I think Tommy is going to be, it's going to be the summer of Chud. Tommy is going to be talking about Chud all summer.
Yeah.
And then what was it like the next day?
I was fine. I just
It's
It's
just
not real
texting
life.
the screen.
Yeah, like the stream. Join our Twitter community, folks. Join our Twitter community.
That's all it is. I don't know. We did an hour.
Yeah, that's a
Do
long
you want
one.
to do what's her face?
Yeah, fuck
you
it.
want to do
Let's
what's
do
her
it.
face?
I mean,
No,
I think the video's
It's so
timestamped.
fucking late. Though. Why don't you just leave this up?
We
See
were
if
like 20 chatters total. I don't know where he's getting that. True. Thousands and thousands of people are dogpiling Tommy in the comment section. He makes a very good point.
probably still we'll do what's it called tomorrow. Let's do Illuminati tomorrow. What do you think?
All right, sure.
You know.
I'm fine with whatever. So if you're tired, then
Yeah, well, it's
We can
I
stop.
got back on my fucking schedule, and you know I didn't think this would take an hour. I'll be perfectly honest with you, but I should have known it was like a 10-minute video. Whatever.
Pretty steaky fancy
So,
me, man.
let's see if he goes
Steak
back.
neighbor. I'm watching the Blair video.
I thought he was saying an hour because he felt like it was short. He's acting like it's a super long. What else are you going to be doing with your day? What else is he going to be doing? Right, an hour is like super fucking long. Dude, my upper back is like killing me. Holy shit! I think it's my posture, to be honest with you. I have really shitty posture. One sec. Yeah, what can you what like? He's acting like he's just like done a full 9 to 5 after going for an hour. So, hold on. All right, folks. Before we go and get started into the Dickers controversy, Dickers got exposed. I'm gonna quickly take like a 7-minute smoke break. I mean a hike. I'm gonna go take a 7-minute hike. I'll be back. And I'll leave you. In the meantime, stay here. You're not gonna want to miss this. Dickers got exposed. I'm gonna leave you here. I don't blame you if you want to watch something else, but keep the stream open, mute it, go watch something in your other tab. I'll be back in 7 minutes with Dickers getting exposed, and I will leave you here for 7 minutes with my initial coverage of this situation. Because I don't have anything better. All right, ladies and wait, fuck. Where is it? Gentlemen, what you've all been waiting for, terrorizing me for all week, is finally here. Wait, in one more second, actually. 1 minute. Ouch for the dono. Penis Muncher 9000. Well, okay, that's not your name. I should probably check that first. Thank you so much for the scammed. Okay, we'll click on it. I don't know why I need to relog in. Professional streamer, by the way. Coming into this, but let's just say I'm coming into this fairly neutral. I'm cool with both Tommy and Chud, at least I think. I don't know how things are gonna stand by the time my coverage is over, but I'm cool with the both of them. So let's assess if there's real criticism here against Chud Logic. Tommy sees an alcoholic. I don't care what he has to say. Well, listen, folks. We're not like the Cabal. We listen to criticism here, okay? So let's just, like, unless it's in my chat, then you're getting banned. But let's just hear him out, okay? Let's just hear him out.
Here's the thing. Jealousy never gets you anywhere. If you were getting passed by Nick and other streamers and they pass your relevance level, do what I
Holy, why is the music so it's like, and I can't even fucking hear what he's saying.
do. Congratulate them.
Holy shit, it's my volume turned up to 100? My volume's on 50? That is loud as shit. I have a limiter on the input so you can't hear. Oh, let me just skip this. That is, my ears are like ringing. I have a limiter, so it's not gonna be as loud for you.
Okay, let's start the show. How many of you remember the Keemstar principle? Put them in the chat and somebody tell me what I'm talking about, because I've talked about this pretty much.
Tommy is, this is why you gotta, well, I'm not saying you gotta respect the guy. He's done some questionable things, said some questionable things. Tommy is a relic of commentaries past, okay? This man has been going at it for like 10 years at this point. He's very used to the old way of doing things, very set in stone in his ways, but his frame of reference is gonna be like drama from like 7 years ago.
Much since I was on Bade. What is the Keemstar principle? What does Keemstar say? What have I mentioned? The one thing that Keem taught me that was absolutely true, and the best thing that Keem, and most useful thing. Beef then take fans. That's a simple way to put it. Anybody else? Collaborate.
Listen, here's the thing. I've spoken to Tommy in private, okay? I disagree with him on, like, probably most of his opinions on anything. But at some point, you have to realize that there are people whose, like, minds you just cannot change. I don't think Tommy is a bad person, but there's, like, some people, you just can't really change their fucking minds on things. And I say this, not to say the guy's in his 80s, but I just say this about people, you know, boomers in general, right? It's like, when my grandma watches something on Fox News that I think is, like, and then reiterates, like, a really dumb opinion, I don't fucking debate her on it because she's very, like, set in her ways. That just happens as you get older. So I realized it was a lost cause. Here comes I'm not saying the in private, oh my god, dude. You people are so, like, fucking thirsty for blood. I'm referring to, I've spoken to Diorio in private, and he sounded reasonable from what he had stated to me in private that kind of contradicted some of the public narratives about his coverage that I had heard. And because I've not directly watched his coverage, like, in its entirety, I wasn't really taking, like, a firm stance yet. With that being said, I think Diorio is, like, fundamentally wrong on, like, anything politics related to this, like, overall discussion. And I know he uses the cope of, like, oh, well, you know, I'm not really in it for the politics, which is probably true, right? But this is a drama. The Ethan Hassan drama is a drama where you're inherently going to have to delve into politics, and he does, it seems like. And his opinions, I feel like, are wrong. A good example being, which I kind of pushed back on him in private over, is the museum shooting in Washington, D.C. That was an attack. That was a politically motivated attack based on people that the shooter saw as representatives of a political ideology in the government of Israel. It was not okay. It was brutal. You shouldn't be killing civilians. But it was an attack based on a political sentiment, right? They were not attacked by virtue of their religion. They were not attacked by virtue of their ethnicity. And if those two things aren't present, it's not anti-Semitic, right? It's not a hate crime. That doesn't mean it's good, but that just changes the categorization of it for me. And it seems like Diorio thinks it is anti-Semitic. I wholeheartedly disagree with him on that.
Look like they were the one that started it.
That's because you've been, are you serious? I've literally given, like, similar takes like this before I even knew who fucking Queeman, not in this specific situation, because it happened recently, but since before I knew who fucking Queeman was. And I disagree with Queeman too on certain things. I think Queeman kind of downplays Hassan shitting on the fucking libs. Okay, I think it's, like, super cringe and counterproductive, and that's, like, a really good point of criticism against Hassan.
Correct. I have seen this throughout my YouTube career. I've seen it done to friends.
I don't take sides. I do take sides on issues, not with people. And I'll criticize both sides when I think that they're in the wrong on specific things. This is my whole anti-cabal mentality from the beginning. I know it's, like, been jokes or memes or whatever, okay? But I've genuinely not liked the way, like, historically, as content creators meant to cover and criticize other people, there's been an expectation to treat your buds a certain way, which I feel like isn't really acceptable in this genre of content. So I will disagree with anybody on anything that I disagree with them on.
People I don't know over and over again. I also experienced before I knew Keem with the people in Joe Cronin's community. People are so desperate for any kind of fame or attention.
Yo, I missed, like, 4 donos. Holy fuck. Autism 420, AG4L, thank you so much, buddy. Tanner with the 5. Hope finals went well. I'm hoping they did too. Plants with the 5. Oh, you already said that. Oh, wait, I already read 2 of those. Never mind.
Whether it's a small community or a big community, and it just turns people into monsters. Monsters that I basically pointed out on here for as long as I can remember. My favorite particular group to point out, mostly because I have a different way of looking at things in the internet. There is the way to look at it that everybody's content, and you really have no true friends because you haven't met them in real life. I don't like that because I think it's an excuse to be a phony.
I'm gonna actually turn it up a little bit. Well, it is, right? And the whole no friends arc, which I'm kind of guilty of, right? But what I really mean by that is not that I'm not going to be friends with people here, because I am, right? I do consider people here friends, but I'm not going to do this, like, public association sweeping by proxy shit, right? And I think people who consistently need to reiterate every other second how they're on their no friends arc, which is something Dior has done, it is, like, pretty cringe. Like, let's just be, like, totally honest. You're trying to, like, present a certain image of yourself. It's very fucking corny.
If I'm good with
So you're a snake? Yes, that's exactly what I said. Yes, I am a snake, and I will backstab you. Yes.
you, then it's just as good as I'm going to treat you the same way I would treat anybody in real life. That's my thing. Some people don't agree with that. Some people think that's too dangerous. But I would never farm anybody friends. You have to at least turn on me or something bad would happen before I did something like that. I'm not wrangling Vault, although it would be easy.
So I think what he's referring to, he thinks Chud farms people for content, which is true, right? That's totally true. He's obviously creating content on the New Year's stream, but that's because everybody he is in the call with. All right, folks, sorry about that. I know that was a little longer than 7 minutes, but this is the good content finally. Because today's the day we destroy Dickers. Turn off the be right back script. I know. Hold on. This is what you've all been waiting for. What you've all been waiting for. Hopefully we didn't drop sub 100. Okay. 131. Still not fucking bad. So apparently... Okay, that is not what I... It's a good thing we didn't get any negative results. Dicker. Hold on. Just one R. Just one R. Come on. Just one R. Just one. There we go. Yes. No. One sec. Just one R, please. I beg of you. Just one. Okay, there we go. Alright. Well, Bobka, his editor, said she was going to cut stuff out after it went up. According to Dickers, he privates all the music streams, which was his justification for taking down my argument with him. But he didn't private this one. Now, let me say, folks, I like Dickers. I still like Dickers. But over the last week, he is... I don't know what's been going on with the guy. He's been all over the place. It is... I don't know. Now, listen. I've made my position on... This is going to sound so soy. None of you are going to agree with it. But the fact that none of you are going to agree with it kind of attests to my point. Okay? I obviously am against usage of that particular word. The N-word. But I say that because that is genuinely how I feel. I would get a lot more props in this community if I was like throwing it out there. It's because of how I actually feel. Dickers seems to simultaneously attempt to placate sides on certain things. He kind of like cares about optics when it's relevant for him, and then like wants to be an edgelord at other times. He seems to do this when it comes to a lot of different things. And apparently he got caught. So let's check this out.
Video. Love it. It was referenced a little in the intro, but I see what you mean. Yeah, to be honest, it's a first.
Apparently, people were typing that Dickers said the N-word earlier, and he was like, comments or replies are being deleted. I don't know if Shelby's here.
Watch through. I'm watching through it fresh, although I've tapped through it. It looked really good, and so I may well have actually seen it. Oh, you may have actually made that more explicit than I remember it being. Yeah, so I'll take. Okay, I promised this earlier.
I actually don't have any black friends, but I'm still against the war. I actually come think of it, I do not have any. I don't have many friends to begin with, but I don't have any black friends.
And this was the dono goal, okay? So he doesn't trying to fuck up my professional relationships. What do you mean I'm too late? Forward. What's being posted in my...
acting like he cares.
Okay, I will address it, and I will give you a full kind of walkthrough, step by step.
What? Why is it surprising that I don't have any black friends? Why is that like surprising to you? I don't seek out friendship by virtue. Have I had black friends? Yes. One of them died recently. I spoke about him. I have had black friends throughout my history. I don't right now. I move around a lot. I don't maintain friendships. And out of the small pool of people that I would call friends,
AIDS gang represent, okay?
there's some Asians, there's some Mexicans. But at the moment, no. There are not any black friends of mine. Not because I don't want black friends, because I don't seek out friendship by the virtue of somebody's race. Geez, isn't Dickers your brother? Yes, so true.
Step explanation of myself for a dono goal. Okay, there we
I
are.
don't try to avoid black people. I don't try to avoid. I just happen to not have any black friends right now.
Until then, we're taking the autism
I don't have any Jewish friends right now either. At least I think I don't. I don't have any Jewish friends right now either.
test.
Oh my god, such a gay
My
laugh.
Discord on lockdown. Okay, I think mods. I'm hearing about a raid. There's something about a raid in the Discord happening right now. I think we should need to probably need to put that on lockdown. I'm not sure
assuming
what's
people are
what's going on
spamming
there.
the
Probably
screenshots
report the raid. Somebody called
of his N-word usage
I think
from earlier.
somebody called Kalu Ravetla, I think, is coordinating it. So I mean, you know, if we get this report,
And let me just clarify. Previously, I've said there, and I've said this to Dickers. I think he actually agreed with me. There are a lot of people that try to appease like genuinely racist elements in their community. I tend to take like a pretty firm stance on that. That doesn't mean edgy racist jokes. Of course I allow edgy racist jokes, but edgy racist jokes, they're not done with like actual racial sentiment involved. And I've said like, yeah, we kind of like the community does kind of like entertain this this stuff. I think we should do like a better job at cracking down on it or whatever. And he seemed to agree with me, but
reported to Discord headquarters pronto. I'd appreciate it. Oh my god, Noz, nobody cares
but ultimately I think that's what the criticism is. Apparently he's like a duplicitous bitch about everything.
that I called you one of my blacks. Okay, Toastify, get out of my
You timed me out earlier for my joke because your joke was not the type of like if like your joke is a punchline, for example, and it's funny, I'll allow it regardless of what it is. If you're just like criticizing another chatter who happens to be black and the punchline is you are black,
server. Toastify, get out
Like,
of server.
that's the
Toastify, get
problem
out of server. No, Windy, I'm not actually. I'm joking. Don't actually report a raid, dude. I've just seen the fucking bot log. Windy, what do you mean done? That was a joke. What do you mean done? Wait, people can't see this if they're not moderators, I think. Bro, what are you doing, man? You're going fucking insane. You're going fucking bonkers.
Alright, where does this actually start?
Stop now. So that does not work. I shouldn't have swept, should have stood on business. I will forever sweep, okay? Things, malicious statements that people are trying to take out of context, right? I will sweep. The payoff was worth it.
Just own it. Just say, I think that this word is funny and I'm going to use it and I don't give a fuck what you think. Like, when you're doing it and then being a bitch about it, it's like, yeah, of course nobody's going to respect you.
Yeah. It absolutely was. Okay. Babka's here? Yeah, of course. Wait, no. Miratazapine. No, he's going to think that I'm timing him out now. Stop timing people out. Oh my god. Miratazapine, stop. No. Babka, you don't need to know the context.
Yeah, Hellbent,
Babka,
I said my problem was with racism. Misogyny, on the
You don't need
other
to know the
hand.
context, it's fine. How about we all do an autism diagnosis? Yeah? That sound good? That sounds fun, yeah? Okay. I told you, I've got a dono goal to chat no more rules. Okay. So I've got this was from a few months ago when I
It also depends on like the relation and context you're using it in. For example, I constantly make deportation and ICE jokes to Toki, but that's because me and Toki are acquaintances. We're friendly with one another. And it's like a back and forth. Okay. So if I call Toki a border hopper, he'll call me an oven dodger. It's done in good fun. Okay. It's not done with a punchline being, I actually fucking hate you because you're such and such race. Or whatever, right? If it's like somebody you're on like bad terms with that you're using it against, it's like, yeah, that changes the context completely. In terms of like the joke you're making.
First started streaming, so I'm interested to see what the original is going to look like. What it's going to look like now that I've been streaming for a few months. Okay, this was me fresh out of the womb, first started. Let's have a gander. Oh, okay. That's not censored, Jojo. That's not censored at all. How did you get a screenshot of that?
Kevin, you know what I fucking meant. Obviously, there's a difference between banter and using irony and jokes to disguise, like, actual negative sentiment towards a given race.
When it was still in chat. I'm getting you the... Oh, thank you for the full clip. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so...
Pinocchio telling truths, but the nose stays the same. Well, yeah, that's what happens when Pinocchio's telling the truth. His nose does stay the same. What?
So that is, there is...
Who was he
There's
saying?
context behind it that I need to explain.
Who did he say that to? This is a better question as well. Not that that's going to make it much better, but who was he saying that to? Who was he saying that to? In this community, my stance on the N-word is brave, because everyone's going to call me soy and gay. If I just, like, casually dropped it right now, everyone would be like, base? Base?
Fine, okay? So there's... Kalu, if you could please hurry up on that clip, I'd really appreciate it, okay? I'd really appreciate it, if that's
Sweep
okay.
it up.
Because I need to
Sweep
explain
it
the
up.
context. I need to... Now, okay, so if I... Now, to be fully accountable, I won't deny that there is a pattern of behavior. Wait, hold on. I deleted this comment. How the fuck? Somebody screenshotted this at the time. That was ages ago. Okay. Obligatory.
Have you ever said the N-word? Unironically, I don't think I have. I think there was a time where I was copying this, like, really fucking large copy pasta and sending it to somebody, and it was, like, towards the bottom, and I didn't know. And I was like, oh, fuck. It's in this because it is in the copy pasta, but it was like a fucking 8-paragraph copy pasta, and it was like hidden at the bottom or some shit. But no, I don't think I've ever said it or wrote it. That sounds like, look how good I am. It's just because when I was a kid, my dad's best friend growing up was black. So my dad has like very strong feelings. You should have strong feelings on this kind of stuff. My dad has very strong feelings on it, and when I was way too young, I got GTA 5, and I was playing it downstairs in his basement, and he had heard Franklin, I think, say it, and then he like looked at me and he's like, that word is disgusting. You don't ever say that word. You don't ever like, and so I just never said it.
Okay, so wait, the VOD's gone. What? No, the VOD's gone. No, the VOD's not gone. The VOD's not gone. The VOD's not gone. Surely.
More so because, like, it was less about understanding why it's bad, and more so I just remember my dad screaming at me not to say it. So that, like, I get, like, when I hear it, I get, like, a little, like, on edge. Like, I don't know. It's, like, classical conditioning. I just know that word is associated with something very fucking bad. That doesn't make me, like, morally superior, right? I don't think because, like, when you're a kid, you use it in edgy context. I don't buy the, oh, you're, like, tainted forever, some shit. No, that doesn't make me... I've said tons of edgy shit. I just had that one in particular, no.
No, never! Okay. I have to be a member? I am a member. It's not there. It's deleted. There's got to be more... Why did we go through and delete these just because they have the N-word in it? I appreciate...
Who deleted this? Who did it, guys? Why did you delete this?
Mod's trying to sweep this up, okay?
He's pinning it on the Jannies. Once again, this was being posted, it was getting deleted, people were asking him about it, and it was getting deleted, and he's like, why are you deleting this, mods? I appreciate you guys trying to sweep it, but I disavow. Dude, pinning it on his Jannies.
Shit. Okay, one sec. I need paint. I need MS Paint, and I need to. Okay, so let's just. Okay. So unfortunately, in this carefully cropped screenshot, it can't be seen. But if you take a look up here, I'm being goaded by a well-known chatter. Apparently, he's some kind of white nationalist. I'm not sure. Okay, some kind of white nationalist chatter up here is goading me. And if you zoom out, you can just about say, "True, he needs to be more racist." Okay, now this is a clear. I wouldn't say attack. Attack isn't worthy. It doesn't actually do it justice. Okay, because there are other. I can say this now the VOD's deleted. There are actually a million messages exactly like this that I had to endure. People were saying that I was racist. I was trying to say I'm not racist. I just had this take about the Selena shooting stuff. We're not going to please don't make it.
What was his take about the Selena shooting? Wait, is Codex a white national? Also, just to clarify here, I don't know how true this is, but I've been repeatedly told, and I personally I don't dislike the guy because I barely know him. He's been nothing but nice to me. Others would know better than I would. But I was told this Max Striker guy that edits for Dickers, that edits for Beckett, and that edits for Morale is like an unironic white nationalist neo-Nazi. And I had asked Dickers and Morale about it in private, and both of them got incredibly uncomfortable and tried to change the conversation, which I found a little bit weird. And then I went and I looked back at this Max Striker guy's profile picture, and I realized that the eyes are shaped like the SS logo. And it's not going to be like, oh, you're a neo-Nazi online. No, it's like own it. Like, so I can talk to you about it, right? Because I would love to have a discussion with this guy and debate him or whatever the fuck. I would love to do that, right? But this kind of like cowardice, let's pretend like he isn't kind of thing is like, it just feels like total like fucking cowardice. Well, I assume it was a play on Mama Max's name. I'm mixed and he was cool with me. Okay, that doesn't disprove anything. Just because you're cordial, just because you are cordial on a personal level with individual minorities does not have any behavior. This is why the I have a black friend excuse doesn't work, right? Because just because on an individual level you are cordial with specific racial minorities, it does not mean you can't harbor negative sentiments of the group as a whole. That's where this phrase, one of the good ones, comes from, right? A lot of top Nazi officials had individual Jews that they had liked at one point in their life. I even think there was a Jew that Hitler had liked that is like childhood doctor or something, right? But that doesn't mean that Hitler doesn't hate Jews.
Again, I already did the monkey noise again earlier, okay? I can't. So I'm explaining that actually, no, I am enough of a man to stand on business. And, I sent this.
Do you want to take a trip to China, Aiden? You're going to have to up your racist game. Max can give you... Oh, the other thing, too, is I've heard he's Asian. Okay, I don't know how much... I don't know this guy, so it's not like I'm leaking personal information he told me. People have just publicly typed this. I've heard he's an unironic... And I don't know if any of this is true. I've heard he's a public neo-Nazi. I've heard he's Asian. Doesn't like to talk about it. And I've heard he is like a detransitioner. That's what I've heard about him. Those are the three things I've heard about him. And I've heard that this is like Morale's top guy, Beckett's top guy. I find that very strange. I'll say that.
I sent this to show that the word has no power to me.
Now, I welcome him if he believes these things. I'm not somebody that's going to sit here and believe you are forever tainted by harboring negative beliefs. But I think you're a pussy if you're not going to be willing to talk about them or hide them. So if this is true, and Max would like to have a discussion with me on stream, I would love to have a discussion with him.
It doesn't, to me, it's just like any other word. I rob it of its harmful context, and I say it with love.
Oh, he's doing the irony thing. No, I mean, right? Because his top fucking his top Janny is black. Like, don't be a pussy. Like, I've taken it of its con. No, you're saying because you want to be edgy. You know that overall usage of the word is gonna make black people very angry, and you're choosing to use it anyway. Like, this is like total cowardice.
Nobody is for a second going to say that I hate autistic people, surely. But I paused, and I thought, even if I mean the N-word, hard R, with love, it might not actually be received with love.
It's not. It doesn't have to do with actual hate either. It's. I know that this is gonna like. I know that this is like. Its mere usage is gonna be like very hurtful to certain people, but I don't care anyway because it's funny for the sake of my joke. So their offense is funny, and if that's true, and that's the case for many people, then just own it. Own it. Say why you did it. Don't be a fucking total pussy about it.
Blacks. Okay, so I actually deleted that comment. Unfortunately, Gamma uses a Streamlabs chat, and so even if you delete...
There was a period where Max was trying to funnel ultra-nationalists onto Queeman streams for debate. He might not debate, but he could probably hook you up. I know many online ultra-nationalist neo-Nazis from my time debating. I know many of them. There's no shortage of ones I could pull on for debates.
Delete a message.
I know a German guy that I was going to debate, and he went to jail.
It's still there. So hence, we can't see it. Apparently Codex, like, he pussies out. He's like, oh no, I'm not racist at all, actually, guys. Like, God, I hate me.
Oh,
Codex Mac.
Trying to pin this on Codex now.
No, well-known white supremacist. I actually hate the N-word, guys. I was joking. I was joking. Oh, Ico, can you please? No. Ico, can you not? Right now.
Yeah, you were one of them. No, I was not. Good one. I don't know if you could tell. Even if I wanted to be, which I haven't, but even if I wanted to be, that wouldn't go very far, would it?
So there we are. You're leaving out the content.
Max is like a commie debate freak 2 to 3 years ago. I think he's just LARPing or actually insane. He is in fact Asian and a D-Tr. Oh, okay, so he's just like terminally online. Does Max play Hoi 4? He seems like a Hoi 4 player. I was a commie too when I was like 15. I was never a fucking neo-Nazi or whatever the fuck.
Context. You're so biased. I mean, when I typed that message, that was about completely unrelated racism.
$5 from G's. Hippo character
AIDS
repeatedly
gang
points to
represent,
streamer
okay?
while chatting get good. True. Thank you so much, buddy. 008X with a 5. Good night, Aiden. Well, good morning for you, depending on where you live, but I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much.
That was about completely unrelated alleged racism. And how prophetic that I am now...
But it's not just that these points that his like beliefs are not being owned. This is what I hate, right? It doesn't piss me off that you have like dog shit beliefs. The gripe that I have with a lot of like the Groiper types or whatever is like just how much of cowards they are about it. It's like with the just asking questions shit as well. You're not just asking questions. You've come to a belief and you're asking questions to confirm that belief, or hiding your actual feelings behind 5,000 layers of irony. Like, it's just like total pussy shit. People could be like, yeah, well, that's because our beliefs are persecuted or whatever. If you don't live in like the United Kingdom or Germany, if you're living in America and with the state of X right now, that's just like a total bullshit cope.
Using that same... And then Shelby is trying to bring this up and say, you shouldn't do jokes like that. You shouldn't do jokes like that. Why
Yeah, and then Dickers, you can't really talk to me about like optics and say this isn't going to look good for the points we're trying to litigate while saying shit like that, right? Because even if this is accepted in like the commentary space, if you ever have hopes of, if you ever gain the attention of a wider audience outside of this one to delegate serious points in relation to drama, they are probably going to use this against you. Surely you understand that.
I can't believe you're like, explain the joke you made in Gam's chat earlier.
You can't on one hand be an optics cock that's talking about getting the message out, and on the other hand, do things that are going to make your message completely unappealing to anybody who learns of your existence outside of this niche little space.
Dickers should do more segments like that.
Also, even if you do think it's funny and you're an edgelord or whatever, and choose not to use it on stream because you do want to branch out to a wider audience, own that too. That's fine. Like, fine for you. Like, in terms of being like, not saying it's fine, but it's fine for being like you're still being authentic by saying, yes, I care about money and I'm willing to sacrifice my actual beliefs for money. Although that sounds inauthentic, that is very authentic to admit that. Don't pretend like you actually give a fuck.
I'm looking in the live. I'm looking in the live right now, and I've got Aiko, and I just know that Babka is gonna.
She, as annoying as some may find her, she does want to see Dickers succeed, and she is going to be very disappointed.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
It's on the screen!
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Thank you, Oggy KFC, for the membership. How's it going, guys?
Have you seen what he's been up to? I just wanted to, I don't know the context of any of it, but you just said, or rather, Dickers just said that he did it to show the word has no power over him.
Mm-hmm. I was invoking a slur's use for good.
That's total
Would you say
bullshit.
Would you call that a tactical N-word usage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know who else famously has done a tactical N-word usage?
I do.
Uh-huh.
$20. OMG, you're monetized? Thank you so much. That's super fucking generous. Thank you so much.
Who?
Vosh.
Okay, does that make you feel cool?
I mean, Vosh is.
That you're like Vosh?
Wait, can I read the copy paste to you and you tell me if I sound cool?
To be where I want. Okay, there we go.
Why don't you not read the copy paste? I don't care what it is. I'm just saying that it is very interesting
In this
that
chat
you would
message,
make
I
the
drop an
same
M-bomb.
choices.
Big one. Harder. I did this to show my interlocutors that their words don't impress me, that their language doesn't impress me, and their slurs don't frighten or disarm me. You can see from their reactions it works.
He's doing the 1,000 layers of irony. It's so disingenuous, man. It's so tiresome. It's so tiresome. Just admit it. Admit you don't give a fuck about using this word and you thought it was funny. Just say that. You're being like a total coward about it.
They were clearly taken aback. It was a power move, which I'm entirely unashamed of, but I understand how that language might have upset some of you.
And he's doing it in like a semi-irony-pilled way, where he gets like some plausible deniability. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna duplicate that. What the fuck?
This is an example of what I would call an invocation of a slur's power for good. But that's a subjective judgment. I invite all of you to discuss in the Discord call, critical or otherwise.
Okay,
Dixie, that sounds exactly like what you said, first of all.
Is that, okay, verbatim?
I went with a power move. That was bad.
That is literally about the same thing. Do you feel cool, Dickers?
You got dicked.
Will we benefit from the Rita 24/7 Dickers archive? Yes. Rita makes you remember all the things you said you wish you could forget. And that is very useful when it comes to this, because Bobka will explicitly announce she's gonna like sweep for Dickers and cut shit out of the VOD.
Okay,
I do.
You are exactly the same as Vosh in like 2019, 2018.
Yeah, well, I'm also.
Well, Aiko's going at this from the wrong angle, the totally wrong angle. Aiko's saying, well, you said this cringe thing that Vosh also said, so you're the same as him. It's like, no, go at him from the angle of it's completely disingenuous.
And I, have a beard.
He is too.
Vosh is white.
Yeah, that's the point. Okay, just because I have similar qualities by Vosh doesn't mean that I am like him in every way.
No, I've
never jerked off to a
same things are
if that's what you're
clever.
trying to intimate.
You think
I've never jerked off to a
even worse is thinking that what Vosh thought was clever was also clever to do.
He doesn't really think that. That's the
You
point.
deny Hitler had some good ideas.
Oh my god.
Not
man.
this one.
I don't think Hitler ever said the N-word, did he? But it's not even a German word.
Probably.
They'd say Schwarzemannen, I think.
Thank you for that,
That means black
Dickers.
man.
Anyway,
Germany.
so I just wanted to point out that you are literally doing the same thing as Vosh, but like 6 years later. It's pretty fun, pretty cringe.
Well, I deleted the comment.
No, I'm just saying that so it's even worse. It's more cucked than Vosh.
You tried to sweep it because then you
I'm not
tried
even
to
gonna
sweep it.
make a value judgment about it. At least when Marcus sent me the N-word, he made 35 cents or whatever. You did this for free for Gamma's 10 viewers because
I never thought that any of those 10 viewers would ever bring it up again. Gamma's
Is that
live
true? You
streams,
really
Gamma's
thought
live
that?
streams are
Because-
so small, they're basically like a private Discord call. I never thought this would get out.
I don't
like
think
you're
you thought this would
memeing.
never get out because you constantly are telling me, hey, Bobka, the things you say, me, a chatter, a shitter, the things I say are going to get out. You're a creator. So I don't
Because
think
you
you think
watch
that.
it, because you say it in Queenans and Chud stuff. You never talk.
Policing everybody's optics, but has 1,000 explanations as to why his optic slips are actually okay. Well, I tried to sweep it up. Dickers is... I don't know what's happened to the guy in the last week, but he needs, I said it a few streams ago before this came back, he needs to take a step back and think to himself, what the fuck am I doing?
Talking gammas.
Five pounds from Infixed, ban Ica. Well, she's not on my end, so.
I talk to
Like,
gammas
you're
all the
talking
time.
like actual
Unfortunately,
creators.
I cannot.
Like,
I talk to
Diggers.
gammas all the time.
Do you realize that you could go into like a
Prison.
one viewer random YouTuber chat and say the hard R and it would get back to us?
I'll start trying it. I've done it before, and it never has.
You got dicked. Okay, bro,
me.
you're getting too big for your boots.
Where do pirates complain about pains from ocean storm pressure?
He looks fucked too. He looks like he, and this is my problem. I sometimes like stream on no sleep, and I notice I get way more reckless, and I make points in a worse manner, etc., etc. But he I don't know what's going on with him. He looks like he's just not slept.
Diggers, do you want to explain it to me?
Whoa! Sorry, what do you want to explain?
Do you want to say the N-word now?
Oh.
No, thank you.
Is it? I don't understand.
I find it hard to
I
say.
like-
I don't like saying that word.
Right.
Such a pussy, dude. You're such a and then the Tommy DM came out where he's like, when I was talking to Tommy, I wrote a fucking 8-page essay on all my issues with what he said to me. But like his DMs with Tommy come out where he's trying to like placate him and shit. Dude.
All right, so you said it in Gamma's chat because.
I can say it, I typed it. Typing it is, it's like strangling a man to death versus
Do you
shooting
know that
one from
one of
afar.
the first things Codex Machina and I, Codex Machina, the white nationalist, to be clear, agreed on was that like it's very stupid to put hard R's in chat because you're fucking with the creator's bag.
That's why I
it's really
deleted it.
interesting that you would do that. No,
This isn't unironic. This isn't.
That's what. Wait. Didn't he just like say before that he deleted it for an entirely different reason? Now he's saying he deleted it because it fucks with the creator's back. Got it.
Unironic argument. I'm not, because I deleted it instantly.
No, you are fucking with your own bag. I'm not talking about Gamma's bag. It doesn't matter if you delete it instantly. It's your bag that you're fucking with.
She's completely right. Whether you're like one of the 16-year-old edgelords in chat, like Hater, that thinks it's like the most hilarious shit in the world, and then 2 years down the line, probably have like trolls remorse or some shit, right? Or not. You do have to admit, from a success perspective, your usage of this word is going to be very limiting for your potential at achieving success. And if you want to sacrifice that for a quick joke, then by all means do it. But you're stupid, but be honest about it.
Ever make it above 10K, you've just like fucked yourself for like a week at least. If you ever make it above 20 for a month, congratulations. I don't know why this is like so stupid. Why would you ever do this? Like, I actually don't
16-year-olds in chat, because so if you're in my Discord and you're 16, people can talk to you directly, and inappropriate conversations can be had where I do not know what, or I can't actively monitor it. Like, people could DM you behind the scenes, and I don't want to facilitate that. If it's occurring within the context of like a YouTube chat, I can see everything that's being said. So if any inappropriate comments are made to this person, I can deal with it.
get it. It has nothing to do with the word. Who gives a fuck? I get it. It's funny. Haha. It can go through because for some reason I don't know why. But
Okay.
why would you do
This
this?
is more than just the N-word. This is more than just the N-word, all right? When Dickers decided to watch Gamma, he gave him a little advertisement, a racist advertisement, bigoted, about some like juice box, and it talks about being from the Congo, and it's like umbongo.
No.
Yeah.
That was very what's pedo of me? How did I word it? How did I word it? What did I say? I said, if I am allowing a minor into my Discord server, they could be an adult or a predator can have inappropriate communications with them by virtue of them being in my server. I don't want to allow that to happen. If a minor is in my chat, I can see what is being said and make sure that isn't happening. And also, the YouTube Messenger doesn't exist anymore, and you can't click on somebody's account and go to their personal accounts. So there's no risk for that either.
Ignore the Congo and Bongo thing. That's nothing to do with race. Why
Wait, what
did
was
you
that?
move him back
Can you
in?
repeat that?
Anyway, ignore
Also
him.
not. I was very confused by it.
Why
It
is
sounds like
Aiden
there was
here?
something really racist. Hi, Aiden.
Because you need some fucking account.
Okay, so don't worry about the Umbongo stuff, okay? You don't need to. There was some...
At this point, by the way, I didn't know what was happening. I just heard everyone was mad at this guy, so I called in and wanted to join the bandwagon.
Think about something in the Congo, okay? And you've ever heard the advertisement that goes, Umbongo, Umbongo, they drink it in the Congo.
No, but I did just have to cut out of a VOD. You going, man, he's so used to talking to wands, you can't help it when he talks to a Matumbo. And it's like, okay, these are things you could say to your most racist friend. You know, this doesn't work in terms of like VOD viewers, right? Like live stream viewers love it. We all love it. Shitters on Discord love it.
She's totally right. She's completely right. Dickers is doing this as a career with the goal at achieving some sort of widespread success. You're never going to achieve that just like being a fucking 13-year-old edgelord publicly. Yeah, also, that sounds like a VOD, or not a VOD, an advertisement from like England in the 1800s.
You know that's not like who VOD viewers are, right?
No, I know, I'm sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm just curious about your motivations.
I prefer to watch predators groom my chatters, is how it could have been interpreted by Malik. I'm not a predator, but I am a voyeur. So true. So true. Very, very true statement.
I'm just like interested in like what this is exactly.
I'm just impulsive sometimes, Babka. I've got an appointment soon.
Doing the irony
An appointment
thing.
for what?
Looks like he's on the verge of tears.
The doctor's looking at me for, you know, kind of impulsivity.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I'm not.
This
I'm
is
crying.
embarrassing.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
He's doing the half foot in, half foot out, so his statements can have plausible deniability because he's kind of being ironic while simultaneously trying to come up with quick defenses that make no sense.
I'm getting on Vyvanse. I'm getting on
Be
Vyvanse.
so much better for your
I promise
career
you, I'm getting on Vyvanse.
It's so tiresome.
if you were crying right now.
It would be better for my career if I was crying.
Yes.
She's totally right.
I'm getting on Vyvanse.
And they'll hate her message, but from her motivation, chatters want a temporary laugh. She wants to see him achieve some sort of long-term success, and she is completely right.
The extent of commentary
I might hire her for my PR.
that like can handle the Selena deserved it. When did she get R'd? Hard R's in Gamma's chat every fucking day.
Wait, did he say he actually said that? He unironically said it publicly that Selena deserved it. Huh? Huh? What? I also want to see long-term success rate, and I wish, yeah, so true.
The extent of people who can handle that, it isn't these 153, it's about 50 of these 153. The rest of them are here to see me performatively yell at you. It's really funny to change the title to Music Stream Dickers. That's like really funny.
That was somebody else on my
Is that your way of saying you're gonna delete this? Because I didn't even delete Selena chat. If you guys want to go,
No,
get
don't
Selena,
advertise
go
it.
get it
Don't
now.
advertise it.
Oh, he's panicking! He's panicking! No! He's mad she didn't sweep it. He knows deep down that she's like completely right with everything she's saying. Tyrone, Bobka's wrong. Stand on business. Don't listen to them. Okay, these chatters are entirely selfish, and I wouldn't blame you. You're random people behind a fucking YouTube screen. Okay, you want what you want. You want what you want to see. But from a perspective of Dicker's best interest, yeah, he should be restraining himself.
Anyway, I already saved it. I don't delete content. It's like, I save it just in case, because I don't want anyone to yell at me.
I'm sorry.
What's going on? Are you about to start literally cracking up?
No, I'm crying.
What is your deal right now, man?
Well, you said it was.
Why are you wearing a Hanes t-shirt? Are you drunk?
No, it's not
Why are you
Hanes.
dressed like this?
It's not Hanes. This is just.
It
This is the
literally
last. This is the last.
She's right. He looks like totally
No,
intoxicated.
I have. It's like clean.
His eyes are watering.
That's
He
disgusting.
doesn't have a clean shirt.
Don't back down, Bobko.
I'm not backing down. I'm just like genuinely
I still don't know what they're talking about, by the way.
confused.
I think I have a general idea.
What are you doing?
I think I knew it's about the N-word. That's all I know.
Too. We all are.
Shut up. Shut up.
I'm not joking. Why? I'm on your side, you stupid bitch. Why are you telling me to shut up?
Okay. Wait, I said that? Wait. Listen, folks. Listen. I've got a good excuse.
Look clean.
That's disgusting.
Don't back down, Bobko.
I'm not backing down. I'm just like genuinely confused. What are you doing?
I am too. We all are.
Shut up. Shut up.
I'm not joking. Why? I'm on your side, you stupid bitch. Why are you telling me to shut up?
Okay. All right, folks. All right. Yeah, I said it. I said it because I thought it was funny. I'll probably say it again. Problem?
I don't get it. I don't understand. He's like been is it this fucking hard to write an essay, Dickers? You've never written an essay before?
I mean, Your Honor, in my defense, she was acting like a bitch.
You spent so long doing STEM that you don't know how to fucking write? Is that what this is? Like, are you lashing out because you can't write a 5-paragraph essay?
It's not 5 paragraphs. It's
Do you know how easy it is to write a script? Do you know how fucking easy it is to write a script?
As your PR manager, I have to discourage this behavior. I'll be doing an apology tour.
different to like a scientific thesis. It's harder.
Oh, so now you're saying there is value in like the
art. I've been in a
art.
bad state of mind recently.
What's been going on, buddy? What has been happening? Because I said it earlier this week. I said something's up with Dickers.
Okay,
I hope he
you get
rebounds.
your boots.
Something very strange is going on here.
You know
What's
you
been
would have
happening,
been in
man?
this
I just keep
situation
hearing about
where
you.
you
It's just
were
like L after L after L.
idiots.
What's going on?
Why does my voice sound kind of deeper? My voice sounds a little bit deeper. I'm fine. I'm going through second puberty, guys.
Okay, it's not LF. That's a little.
No,
dramatic.
it is Ella. Don't just sweep. Okay, put your broom
That's a
away for
little
your day
dramatic. He's
job.
been doing
Mrs. Janitor, put your broom away for your day job. What is the problem here?
I don't know what you mean. There was no
That
problem.
was a really mean joke, Aiden, but it was pretty good.
What is your problem?
See,
Dickers?
I attack her for her sex, not her race.
What happened?
I don't have a problem.
Who molested you? Can you just tell us now?
Okay, buddy, you're taking it too far now. Get that guy out.
Aiden, that's disgusting.
I was never molested for the. I don't want people thinking that about me just because I said a couple of words I regret.
You are sort of acting like that, you know?
What, like
Your Honor, in my defense, it was a genuine question. The guy may have been molested with how he's been acting recently.
I was molested?
Like you've been through something deeply traumatic. That's
It's true. There's truth to what I said. Okay, there's truth to what I said. That he seems to be suffering some sort of mental health problem. Now, I believe, personally, he's facing some sort of depression, chronic sleep deprivation, because I've been there, or he's addicted to some sort of substance, and I'm leaning for the third one. I truly believe Dickers might be taking some drugs.
making you act out. Like you have a very overactive death drive that's just driving you towards chaos
like his eyes, his
and destruction. Like you hate yourself.
What does that
and you're
mean?
making it very public.
He only has one clean shirt. He hasn't shaved. His hair's a mess. It's greasy. He probably is not taking a shower. He's got sores forming on his face. I mean, this guy is going through it.
To everybody around you, to your entire audience.
She's scratching. Oh, I think he's playing
It's almost,
into it.
it's almost too
He's
vulnerable.
playing
It's
into it.
almost like smutty. How much you're revealing about yourself.
I don't understand. I don't
How
understand what
much
you
you
mean.
are driven towards your own destruction. It's actually like psychosexual.
I don't even know what this means. What are you talking about?
Because he looked the same way when we were having our conversation, where he's fucking up. There's something that's like it seemed like he was like cognitively limited, and this spot on his nose right here, that's been there for like a week at this point. Which means he might be continuously scratching it. It might be scabbing over, and he's continuously. What's the term for that? Exorcation disorder, right? Where it seems like it scabs over and he keeps picking at it. Now that can either be due to stimulant use or anxiety. Has the spot left his nose?
Amassing those because of like.
Oh wait, it wasn't here.
yeah,
Never
of,
mind.
you know.
It wasn't here for this one, but it was the same spot. I don't know, maybe he put on some concealer.
A legal approach to this years and years earlier to force governors on the left to not be, because
This is what Space Station sounds like? Okay.
I mean, you are driven through some sort of psychosexual neuroses towards your own destruction. And you literally hate yourself so much that you were like, I'm actually going to put the N-word in Gamma Chat right now. I think that would be really good for me.
I was goaded into it. I've already explained this.
Goaded into it by
You're
Kovacs
such a
going, he needs to be
pussy.
more racist.
Yes.
Just say,
Kovacs is gonna say that all the time.
just say, you're right. Like, from an optical perspective, this is totally retarded. I thought it was funny in the moment. It obviously isn't. Or it obviously is like super fucking stupid for me to do that over a quick joke. You're right. I take the L.
As if I won't.
Right. So there's
I
like
can
10
say
steps
what I
between.
want, when I want, in whatever chats I want. Okay?
never
And
said
I
you couldn't.
will ban
The
anybody
things a
who
person
mentions
says, the things a person says just are revealing about them, and this seems to be revealing something about you.
it. Like when I
And I
said
don't
the
really
N-word.
understand. Yeah, no, just like this plus Selena. It seems to be indicating something to
Hold
me.
on.
What did I... Okay.
I just spoke to Toki. Toki, as a representative of the entire Mexican community, is appalled by Dicker's comments relating to Selena, as am I. We, here at the Aiden Underground News Network, are glad that Yolanda Saldivar is in prison and will remain so for the rest of her life. Our official statement to the world is, Yolanda Saldivar is a fat bitch.
My end take about Selena, what was controversial about that?
I actually don't want to say it. You're gonna get a strike. I'm not going to say that with
Selena was a big an American singer from Texas. She was big. She was huge amongst Hispanic Americans, and it even had some hits that got popular outside of the Hispanic American community. And she had the leader of her fan club, Yolanda Saldivar, was stealing from her, and she didn't know it. And Selena was like a huge superstar amongst Latin America. I think she got a lot of success outside of the U.S. and Mexico as well, and like South America and shit. But she found out the leader of her fan club was stealing from her, and she confronted her in like some hotel or motel in Texas, Yolanda Saldivar, and she shot Selena, and Selena bled out and died. And it was a big, very devastating blow to amongst the Hispanic community in the United States and abroad.
controversial about it. Let's leave it.
And to some white people and black people that listen to Selena as well, although I don't know how many of those exist.
We can
There
put
are
a pin in that.
animals
We can talk
involved.
about that off stream.
We don't need to talk about it off stream. We all know. I don't want to put it in words.
Okay.
I don't understand why. Why do this? I actually genuinely don't understand why do this.
I unironically,
Yeah,
okay.
Tejano, that's the word. It was like a music genre or something, right? Tejano. Yeah, she was a superstar.
I'm impulsive. I put it in the chat. I wanted Gamma to just go, whoa! And then it'd be deleted. I didn't realize the on-screen chat would be permanent.
Okay. So this is really bad advice to give a creator, but it's advice you need anyway because I can see all of your playlists. Make a fucking alt. Just make an alt.
True.
But then...
Just make an alt.
Okay.
You don't go alone to meet up with someone robbing you. Well, I don't know if it happened... Hold on, real quick. I know it's a total rabbit hole. Fuck the typos. The American singer was fatally shot and where did this happen? Okay, she learned she was stealing from her. Or she tried to kill her 4 times or something. To pick up the samples that had been stolen from her. That same day. Okay. Yeah, you don't go to pick up stolen samples and try to, like, fire someone in person alone as being, like, a total weirdo to you. I agree, but I'm not going to victim blame. That's a pretty good reason not to go and, like, meet up with somebody.
I will. What should I call it? Knickers?
No, you should never say.
It's not even like funny. It's not even funny when he says it. Not even funny. Not even a chuckle, dude. This is so bad.
What it's called, and I will just tell everyone that's Sticker's alt. That way it's not hiding it. But like technically, no one in the ACC can ever prove it's your alt. And I'll cut this out of this VOD. And I do have a really deep
Thank you,
fear that you're going to piss someone off in the ACC, and they're just going to spend all day on Filmot.com looking up things like N-word and gorilla and Mexican and African and gay until they find all of the things you say
They won't find everything.
all
They
of
won't
the
find everything.
time.
They will find everything.
All they need to find is like 3. Okay?
Who the fuck is going to think to search up Matumbo?
Now they know.
They don't need to. They can look up African and still find it. They can look up Mexican and still find it.
Yeah, now
I mean,
they know.
I cut it out of the VOD, but I'll cut it out of the thing. I like the Tyler Oliveira chat. He reviewed the Tyler Oliveira video. It's an hour and a half long. I have spent like 3 days editing it. Now, mind you, I'm not the fastest editor. An hour and a half video would probably take.
Yes, as I never talk about this, folks. I never like to bring this up, but I discovered I was 11% Iberian. How that breaks into Spanish or Portuguese, I don't know. But as a member of the Hispanic community, Selena's a pretty big deal to me. I'm just gonna say.
5 hours.
Was that the one with the illegal
But
immigrants?
she'll cut out of the VOD. Yeah, so Rita archives every Dickers stream.
Lazy, and I do like thumbnails too.
This is like Rita's passion, making sure people can't cut shit out of the VOD.
But
Was that the one with the Mexicans?
there's so much in it. Like, I think most of it is just you sitting there watching at this point. Because I've had to cut out, like, it's just not for VOD viewers.
The ArtCC would have a field day with Aiden's Discord. Not with anything I said.
It's just like.
Oh, okay, somebody wants to call in. I missed his DM. If he calls me back, he calls me back.
Like, not a thing that I can put out there. And this is the fundamental issue, Dickers. You're
It was not that much bad in that
performing for
VOD.
both.
So far as I can remember it, from my own memory of what I said
Buddy.
during that VOD segment, I did not say that much, okay? Give us a little walkthrough of some of the things you've had to cut out then. And we'll leave it to the chat
What
to
was
judge.
one of them?
We'll
You
leave
made a
it to the
joke
chat to
like
judge whether it's
pretending
like...
to be Tyler, but then you went, like at the end of that joke, like what worked? You go, to be fair, most of the Mexicans are probably homeless too. And I was like, okay, gotta cut that part. Like that part doesn't work here. You were looking at pictures of like liberal protests.
Hello.
I didn't.
Okay, so I just have
Hi,
to.
sorry,
I'll let you.
yeah?
I'll let you co-host this segment, but I just want you to remember, you're on my stream, so just rein it in a little bit, okay? Just behave
Also, I
yourself.
stream, okay? I mean, I'm not gonna get you TOS, man.
Okay.
Hello?
But, yeah, okay. But unlike Dickers, I like to see the advancement of my career, so I am optics cucked because.
Sorry, but like, what's going on with Dickers? That's why I was. Sorry, I was serious. I wanted to cover this because people sent it to me, but I have no idea about it. So could you like fill me in on the last 30 minutes of your coverage?
Yeah, so
Or
it seems
40 minutes?
like Dickers is like dropping hard R's in chat or whatever, while simultaneously like he's like being an edgelord in chat, and while simultaneously being like optics cuck to when enforcing it amongst other people. Bobka calls in and makes a true point that like this is like bad for his career, right? Because if you want to appeal to a community, he's doing this as his main job, right? And if you want to ever achieve widespread success and appeal to a larger community, something like that is probably not going to go down well with people outside of this niche community. So Bob
Which part is she against? Is she against the moral frogging or is she against the edge posting?
Well, I think she's probably against the moral part, but she's verbally right now expressing this is just bad for him and like future career prospects.
All right, and this isn't like an ironic confrontation, is it? It is like a genuine one.
She's being genuine, and he's trying to like play it off as ironic while making serious
No.
arguments. Hold on, $5 from Spencer Howard. I'm so subservient and
So
dependent on my
Australian
wife
dollars actually.
that
It's
I'm
like 250.
that I'm known as Wife Bucks in Queeman's chat, and even I'm deeply embarrassed by this behavior from Dickers. Okay, why would you admit that, buddy?
Well, it's just a well-known fact. I mean, we all call him Wife Buck Savior, like when he attacked Nicholas Diorio for you. So he's really cool. So Spencer owns you, bro.
Who is
But
Spencer?
can you screen
who
share
is
this?
Spencer Howard? Yeah, I'll screen share. Who is Spencer
He's
Howard?
he's like an Australian farmer who lives on the outback. This is serious, by the way. He's an Australian farmer who lives in the outback whose wife is like I don't know, like a real estate mogul or something, and she like gives him an allowance, and he calls it Wife Bucks. It's epic.
I mean, at least he's a fucking farmer, man. At least he's doing something with his day.
Yeah.
Investors, and you
Yeah,
like that
and,
like just for like
Uh-huh.
30 seconds we're just like talking shit about them, which is the time I timed it because that's the time YouTube has. And you're like, that one's autistic, that one has some sort of birth defect, I like that one's fat, that one's ginger, and like that's like
I know
funny,
exactly what you're
ha, ha,
talking
ha, right?
about.
Yeah,
That woman did
like,
have a
it was
birth
like for a
defect.
while,
That bloke
right?
was ginger, and the other one absolutely was autistic.
Okay.
It's not TOS,
So
it's
then, like,
true.
there's a clip right before that where you're talking about a fat lady who's an activist, and then right before that you're talking about a Mexican lady who's fat. So it is just 3 minutes of you like.
Those kind of jokes, like, there are edgy jokes, like, even from a mainstream optics perspective, if you're framing yourself as, like, a comedian, you could absolutely get away with those things. The problem is Dickers isn't very funny. Or he,
Well, that's true.
and he is trying to convey himself as somebody who's serious.
Well, sometimes though, I'm not sure. I mean, if you see his like live stream VODs, he does put some of his attempts at humor in there. So he's not trying to be fully serious. It's just he's inconsistent. Where sometimes he takes things ridiculously seriously, like with the jelly stuff and you, and other times he wants to like be edgy. He wants to have it both ways. Also, my fire's covering his face. I don't know if you
Yeah,
for
sorry.
your stream.
I
you
just
wanna-
didn't want to look at his face. I was on purpose. But,
Well, I usually do a dono goal to cover his face.
With
I don't want to give you
seals?
the secret technique, but yeah, that was seals was one time. Other time I zoomed in or out based on the dono. I recommend coming up with your own thing, obviously, because if you use seals, there will be repercussions, right? So, just something to keep in mind.
yeah, I'll think about something.
Talking about people's intrinsic attributes.
It's
so
not
it just
intrinsic.
cannot. I know
This
you
is
like
kinda
people
stupid.
love to go, oh, fat's not intrinsic. It is to fucking YouTube.
We
It
have
literally is.
Ozempic now.
It is to YouTube. It is intrinsic to YouTube.
Do you not think that those people have diabetes?
I don't think all fat people have
No,
diabetes.
no,
That's
those
just
people
not
that I was
accurate.
talking about. Those fatties.
I think the fat one
Be
who was a
honest now.
liberal was
Did
under.
you notice that he's
30s
doing like
prob-
the eyebrow thing? Did you notice that? Like to epically mock, he does the with his eyebrows. What do you think of that?
Because what he's doing is Bobka's only here on voice, so he's trying to like seem serious to her, but he's also trying to be like, tee hee chat, we're in on a joke, I'm in on the joke, and he does like kind of irony pilled like facial expressions or whatever.
It's like The Office, like the guy Jim Bob from The Office who's like, hey guys, I know I'm at a TV show. He's kind of like that, right? Do you agree or disagree with this analysis?
I haven't seen The Office, so I can't agree. Or
All right,
disagree.
well, okay. It's just like he's breaking the fourth wall in a way. He's trying to do that to be like, I'm above it all. That's what I want to point out. I'm not sure if you agree or disagree with this analysis, but that's my analysis. What's your stream?
Probably not. No,
Would you say they're pre-diabetic?
probably.
They would
But
qualify
probably
for
not
Ozempic.
medically. It's not relevant, Dickers.
They would qualify for Ozempic. That part is relevant.
Dickers, you need to get in line, okay?
There were a group of people who were told that what they could and couldn't do, what they must and must not do, they were told to get in line. They were told to mind their place, to watch their station in life.
Are you saying it's a
You know who I'm talking about?
I don't know what. I guess that's gonna be the next joke. The problem is his delivery is like.
You think? Uh-huh.
That's obviously gonna
Well,
be
it's
the
meant
next
to be
joke.
like it's like an absurd thing. Do you think that like him taking it to like this absurd level, is he winning the argument right now? That's what I want to understand about your analysis of the situation.
No, he just looks like
truly.
he looks like he's trying to play both sides, like always. He looks like he's trying to appease her while
Like
simultaneously.
always. What do you mean, like always?
Well, with Tommy C being a good example of this, right? He's with the base
Oh.
Queenman anti-Tommy C, a message to Tommy C, while simultaneously attempting to cozy up to Tommy C behind the scenes in DMs, and now he's attempting to appease the edgy chatters and simultaneously not piss off Bobka.
I did see him talk about that in his Discord, and he was like, "I was just trying to be normal. I was just trying to be a normal guy. But these streamers, you can't be a normal guy." And that was a defense of his messages to Tommy C. How do you feel about that? That you're like attacking him for normal guy behavior.
Well, I mean, it wasn't right. Like it was clearly an attempt to. It was clearly an attempt to appease him because you were like being very duplicitous with your public image, right? I make my interactions like clear. Like I even said like when I was covering Tommy, I did like reach out and let him know because even though it was an unpopular thing I said with my chat, I wasn't trying to appease my chat at that point, and I said, yeah, I still like. I'm cool with Tommy. The bridge is still there. When he thought I was like in some like conspiracy to paint him as a pedophile, I think I DM'd him, reached him out to him, and told him I wasn't. I actually went back to our DMs and found out that wasn't true. I DM'd him, "Are you online?" waiting for a response, and that's what I was gonna say. I didn't actually send that part. But yeah, he's just like he wasn't transparent about it, and he's clearly trying to play both angles.
I see. Okay, what about here's another thing for you. Do you think that Dickers thinks being an edgelord is cool? And maybe it's because you know that it's lame, but he thinks it's cool. And does that change your analysis of the situation at all?
I don't think he thinks it's cool. I think he thinks the chat thinks it's cool, and he's gonna win points with chat by being an edgelord.
I don't think so. Let me tell you why, Aiden. Because there was a situation, right, where because I have this Minecraft server, and Dickers was like spamming the N-word and N-word F-slur in my Minecraft chat while I was streaming, and obviously that wasn't while he was live. That was just him doing that. So I think that he just defines being edgy, like saying or whatever, as like a cool, interesting thing that's epic, and that's why he's doing it. Not because he's trying to only win favor with chat, but just because he thinks he'll win favor with people, and so he's like trying to like tailor his image to different groups of people, not just chat.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that analysis. I think that's a true analysis. Let's keep going.
I don't know.
Your
the
people.
whites. Which one? Which one of my people?
No,
There's
like
so many things.
I'm saying like as a collective.
Because she's black.
Dickers.
It's a
Or
good
'cause
one. I
she's
mean, I've
Jewish.
never
'Cause
heard
she's black
anyone
or
make
'cause
this
she's
before.
Jewish? Yeah.
Well, she's from New York.
You don't
I
get
don't
what
know
I
if she's Jewish.
No, yeah, she said she's. I think she says she's half
Oh,
black, half
okay,
Jewish.
okay.
It's just like
I'm basically
No,
the YouTube streamer version of like Frederick Douglass.
Oh, so it's because she's black.
I'm throwing off my chains of my nagging.
It's like, it's not even funny. Like when Nick Fuentes makes certain jokes that are like, yeah, not great, not good, like in the moral sense, right?
Yeah, right.
At least he's
He has
funny.
good delivery and
Yeah.
interesting pacing. It comes out of nowhere despite it being Nick Fuentes. I think in this case, it's like, you know, Mrao did this exact same bit with Babka on Dickers' stream. Do you think there's perhaps some skinwalking going on here? Because I don't know if you know this, Aiden, but Mrao went on Dickers' stream while he was playing Satisfactory and started spamming the N-word to Babka in DMs, and then they had like a whole blow up about that. And this feels very similar. I'm getting like rerun vibes.
Wait.
Do you think maybe?
Hold on. Major Wendy is DMing me a clip. Hold on. You might. I don't know how to.
Yeah.
I don't think I can bring this up in my browser. So.
That's fine. I've seen it. It's the
10
monkey clip.
seconds.
Yeah.
SD magazine.
No?
This is him talking about Selena's killer.
Is nobody seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, she isn't black, so I guess it's not like playing on a common racial stereotype that people do, but
No, it's not a racial thing. It's just like him trying to be edgy, I guess you could
yeah,
argue.
and the optics are horrible.
Well, the optics are horrible, you know, for what he wants to be, yeah.
You know, not. Okay, I want to keep on saying mummy, but my mouth goes, I'm terrified that I'm going to say mammy, and that's going to be very racist. My nagging
God.
mummy.
She's making good arguments, okay? As annoying as she is, she's making good arguments, and he's being like condescending and trying to appease like.
But he's just like trying to meme out of it. He's just not actually engaged. Have you ever seen Dickers engage in an argument with somebody smaller than him? I only see him do it, like with people who he can like get clout off of, like people who he can't little bro. He can little bro you, right? But he can't little bro Queeman. So he actually engaged with Queeman's arguments. He can little bro me. He can little bro Babka. But whenever it's somebody he can't little bro, whenever it's someone he can little bro, he will do it. It's very lame.
But this
It's very
guy
boring.
can't little bro me, by the way, just so we know. The only reason he had 200...
Well, he thinks he can. He thinks
Yeah.
he can, to be clear.
Yeah, the only reason this guy had 200 concurrent earlier is because I wasn't live. Let's all be fair, everybody. Let's just all be fair, people.
Well, it's just an emotional little broing he tries to do.
Yeah,
it would be really racist
like
to say
he's like giving me advice.
on the yes.
I guess that's not inherently little broing, but when he does it, he does it.
You know, I guess I should say it's like he's trying to like, you know, mog you. He tries to mog.
True.
He tries when he can't mog someone, he'll engage with the argument, right? I don't know if you've seen, you know, like with Queeman, he'll actually engage in an argument with him, or with like Major Windy, he'll engage in an argument with them because they're like. But if it's like somebody he can like just, oh look, I'm so cool and epic. Look, chat, look, I'm so cool and epic. I'm being racist. He'll just do that. It's very lame. It's very lame in my opinion.
Okay, I've just read the DMs.
I want you to know that's 100% true. Like literally 100%.
Oh my god, on 2 times speed, it looks like he's gonna scratch his fucking lips away. Maybe people are right about this guy being on drugs.
Not true.
No, I mean, but he was like an ex-priest. You think he'd
And
like
the past 3
really
days, I've just been
touch
going,
the
okay.
devil's
Is this
nectar that way?
is this a hold on? Is this a joke, or like could this just be he's trying to be funny, or is he actually like?
Cool.
It's probably like both.
Look
It's
how
probably like both.
that went on very long. Maybe it's a nervous tick. I don't know. Look how long that went on for, and this is on 2 times
Okay,
speed.
I've just read the DMs.
It is a bit strange.
I want you to know
to be
that's
honest, the
100%
more I
true.
look at it.
Like literally 100% true.
Dude, looks like blood's gonna start squirting out any second.
It's like a weird
And, like,
place to
the past
scratch
3 days,
too.
I've just been
don't-
going,
Me
okay.
personally.
Cool.
There's no way it's that itchy if you're scratching it for that long. He has been acting in. It could be sleep deprivation. That's what it looks like. Cause like, I know I use the I haven't slept cope sometimes, but it's true. Like, when you actually, as somebody who is like sleep deprived, I'm a little bit right now, but not really. But like sometimes I stream, I'm on like 24 hours no sleep or whatever, and at some point you do actually like it does feel like you're borderline intoxicated, but with all the bad effects and none of the good ones.
Can we just say, okay, can you please just implore everybody watching the stream right now to, if they have a screenshot of me saying an inappropriate phrase, to please delete it? Because I've heard what you said.
He's trying to desperately sweep it. He's trying to desperately sweep it under the rug.
Agree with it all, but I think it's good advice. And so can you, because they won't listen to me.
Chat. Please. Genuinely.
Okay. That
now he's like looking into the camera.
That one
it's
got
like
me for a
He's
second.
done this before, though. He's
I'll
done this
say it
before.
again.
That's the issue. With Mrao, actually, with Mrao. It was about me, actually. It was about me with Mrao. They were just like looking into the camera with each other because I don't know. Because he wouldn't speak to me. Oh yeah, that was it. It's that Dickers refused to speak to me. I was on Mrao's. He was supposed to call in. He didn't. And he did this exact bit where he looks into the camera. So, you know, I understand why you'd be impressed, Aiden, if it's the first time you're saying this, but I guess I'll just be...
Impressed is a
you know.
strong word. It's more like it got a
No,
chuckle.
you're like blown out of your mind. It's like, oh my god, he's looking into the camera? No one's ever done that before, but he's done this before. I think he's like ripping off Mrao and Himpleton who were doing it. This isn't... But listen, I don't want to like get... I feel like a magician. I feel like I'm spoiling a magician's tricks right now, so ignore what I just said. This is actually very cool, Aiden. You're right to be amazed by this.
It's just like the first funny part or semi-funny part of the entire time we've been watching this.
He'll do it again. He's got a brain issue. Just delete this screenshot. Whatever, it'll happen again next week.
Please.
Consider it. Oh, it's so bad that Rita's auto-archiving this because literally I don't want to be in any content.
She can't. She does this. Okay, she does this.
What, Babco? Or she's like, I want to be in content and she
Yeah.
like can join skulls or whatever.
I'm
yeah.
just a chatter. I get that. Okay, I get that. If you don't want to be in any content, but when you're making public appearances and stream like this and getting directly involved, etc., it's no longer your choice if you're in any content or not. If you truly do not want to be in any content, you need to just stop calling into shit. Like
Yeah, if this was like a private call, and I was recording it and she said that to me, I could empathize. But I mean, she's just on a live stream right now. That's ridiculous.
Well, to be fair, haven't you literally, and I think it's very funny when you've done it, but haven't like you've just like recorded private calls and used them for content?
Well, it was, to be clear, with Babka, it wasn't my general channel in my Discord, but I never released it because I'm such a nice guy. So, but I have done that. But yeah, no, it's in this case, she's just, I mean, come on, it's like, who are you trying to convince here to not watch this? Come on.
She wants to participate, but somehow doesn't want to be involved. I mean, yeah,
Well, there's a reason for that, Aiden. I don't know if you know about it.
What's the reason?
Well, I can't tell you because I feel like I would be encroaching on her trust, so I can't tell you.
Okay.
But it's like a science reason.
A science reason?
Yeah.
Or is it an optics reason?
No, it's like a science reason.
A science reason?
Yeah, it's like a science, but I can't say anything else. It's
Like
just
medical?
it's a science reason.
Like medical?
Well, no, it's a science. I'm not gonna like allow you're not gonna get me with this, man. I'm just saying it's a science reason. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. What about one more word? One more word. Just one more.
Scientific science reason.
Okay.
Well, no, it's a different. Yeah, there you go. You should have been more specific. Well, I guess we're just gonna move on now. Unpause.
You've turned the noun into an adjective.
Rita, can you like cut me out?
2 words.
Okay. Fantastic.
Wait, is she actually? No shot. She's saying this.
Fortunate. Rita, can you like cut me out?
Oh my! This is such cope. Okay, this is such.
Well, I think she's messing around. I think she's messing around. To be fair.
I don't think she is. I think this is actually like a point of anxiety for her. I'm serious. I don't think.
I mean, it might be. I can understand from a scientific point of view how this would annoy her, but outside of that, I feel like the way she's like, saying it, I feel like it makes it come off as a joke. But we can agree to disagree here.
Yeah, I don't think she's joking. We'll agree to disagree. See, Tommy, see? Look how that works.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah? Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Body cam stream, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Bye, chat.
I'll see you later. Okay, nice. Oh, okay. Oh dear. Let you in? Let you in?
She
Why
actually,
the fuck?
she actually leaves as soon as she realizes it's being archived. I think she actually got upset.
Yeah. That could be.
Everyone's in the waiting room. I don't
catch
think I
the full
can.
context.
I don't think I
Maybe
will.
she's-
Jamie,
maybe
however, I
she's-
will
You got
read
dicked.
your...
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Get that monkey out of my VC.
I don't know what you're talking about, Lumpy Willie, but thank you for the $200.
Okay, Lumpy.
There is only me currently in the VC, and I have got a normal looking nose. Okay. Yeah, that's probably fair. Okay. Wait, what is this? What is this? So this is what? This is Shelby's comments. How long ago was this? Oh my god, dude.
What's the
This is
Shelby
fucking
stuff
ages
about? I
ago.
saw he was going over Shelby comments. What's
I don't know what
what's
that's
the Shel-
about.
I-
This is
what-
my first
earlier?
time hearing about this. I know Shelby's
No,
been
no,
like,
because even earlier in your stream, he was going after Shelby comments. What were they about? Do you know?
in my stream. I don't remember when that was happening.
Yeah, in yours. What? Like 50 minutes ago, he was like highlighting comments by Shelby. What do you mean you don't know?
Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I'm not lying. I just
What do you mean?
I don't remember.
Well, I'll send you a screenshot because he's been going on this Shelby. I saw this,
Maybe
and I
I-
thought you were reacting to your own stream. I'll send it to you again.
Maybe I
But
just
this
wasn't.
part of your stream that you just had moments ago. Oh, it's part of the N-word stuff, and he highlighted it. Oh no, you highlighted it. I see.
Oh no, it was okay.
mind,
That specific. Oh no, I know what you're talking about. Actually, that specific comment was he deleted some sort of Shelby comment or something. It was like trying to sweep it.
Oh, okay. There's a Shelby is a very anti-Dickers person when she's not in his chat. So, what do you think about that? Do you think that's the reason?
That could be a motivating factor. That could be a motivating factor.
What is my face right there? Why have I turned off? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is like Fence Smoker's old PFP. This is Major Windy's old PFP, I think. He doesn't have that anymore. Jamie's still got the same one. Noz. Babka's still the same.
Okay, apparently, Perry, you DM'd the screenshot to Major Windy by accident.
Oh, I'm like an idiot. I see. Well, never mind. Never mind. Here, I'll send it to you.
No, I
You
got
know,
it.
I don't want to make you jealous.
I got it. Major Windy forwarded it for me.
All right. That's epic.
I thought you were
Wow.
getting me that. I'm like, wait, this is Major Windy. Why is he?
Oh, he used to be good at video games?
Is Perry
Well,
Major
you know.
Windy?
At
6
Shelby,
of one,
someone
half a
predicted
dozen
Shelby
of the
Freeman
other.
will break off and be anti-Nick due to Tommy or something. Green M&M. Bro, the Dicker D-list? That's a name. If you dick the Gok, ain't that docking? I don't think it's gonna happen that way. I think
These
it's
are
more likely that
low-quality
Tommy will
chatters,
have one
man,
big
I have to
spur go
say.
and antagonize Chud.
Shelby can be okay.
I feel like no, I like these chat. Sorry, I meant chat messages. The chatters, they can be good, but these messages, I think it's just that they don't have anything to react to. You know, it's like they have to like make fucking gold out of like fucking like thread out of silver out of thread. It's like it's when they're in your chat, Aiden, when you're in my chat, when they're in your chat or my chat, these people like Shelby, Alika, they can make some good stuff, but I guess it's just whatever stream they're reacting to here. Whose stream are they reacting to? Oh, it is Dickers guys. They're just not doing a good job. It's very unfortunate.
Well, because they'll just like watch anything that's live. I mean, we could have a new commentary Glep Shitto come around tomorrow that like starts streaming himself taking a shit, and if no one else is online, Shelby and Ali will be watching it. They're just like constant consumers of live temp.
They need to like temper themselves, man, because they can have some good messages, but they're wasting their efforts here. It's like trying to fucking, I don't know. It's like trying to it's like doing a fixer-upper for a house that's built out of like lead bricks. It's not a good idea.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I think that's the end of it, right? So, I'm probably go sub to Parry, people. I don't know what he's been up to recently, but I don't avow it if it's anything insane.
Well, that's okay. Did you see my Chud Logic video essay?
I didn't actually. I'll save that one for next stream.
That's fine. It has some good points. People say the second half drags. I'm not trying to like cause like a wedge between you and Chud. Chud's blacklisted me because of it, and that's fine. That's his right. But I thought you'd seen it. Honestly, okay.
I'll take a look at it. I haven't been keeping up so much recently, but I will be taking a look at it.
Well, thank you for letting me co-host the end of your epic stream, Smile.
Yeah, no problem. Unfortunately, I can't hang up or click on Discord, so I'm probably just gonna ask
Oh.
you hang up on your own.
Well, sure, I'll hang up, but could you like, I mean, could you give me a minute here?
Yeah, no
I just want to
problem.
make sure I'm not accidentally like showing something. Let me just go on my BRB screen. Okay, well, hey Aiden, bye.
I actually can't hang up. I'm stuck in the call. Well, yeah. So with that being said, we've been going now for 4 hours, 30 minutes. I'm getting a bit tired, to be honest. But we finished that up. Yeah. Any final thoughts, comments, opinions about anything? Use the, join the Twitter community, start clipping, folks. Queeman was making fun of me, how I'm desperate, nobody's gonna clip for me. If you actually want to help with the growth of this stuff and be an active participant in our community and prove Queeman, who I've heard might be into Lolly, if you want to prove that guy wrong, clip like hell, folks. AIDS gang is at war, two-front war, so participate in the war effort. Why are you in a salmon? It's a red room. The room is red, to be quick. You can like use a color selector. Your Discord link is the Discord link is not expired. You're just banned from my Discord. Didn't you defend Lolly on stream? Like lollipops? I think it's okay to enjoy a sweet treat every once in a while. Problem? Issue? Conflict? Alright, well, folks, thank you guys so much, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.